It all started in the great kingdom of Garliz, which was confidently flourishing with a strong leadership and strong representatives of its leadership. The capital was full of beautiful castles and buildings. In one of the high towers, a girl was slowly descending, carrying a small bundle in her hands. Passing several floors, she finally reached the necessary flight. Coming up to the large door almost right next to it, the girl knocked carefully, calling out to Ars, who was inside. The girl said that she had brought some medicine. A bright light suddenly began to appear from the cracks that remained at the edges of the door. The girl looked in surprise, after which an explosion was heard, turning the door into splinters. The girl remained safe and sound. Grabbing the doorframe, she immediately cried out Ars's name in excitement. A quiet cough was heard inside. The smoke in the room, where there were many books and some furniture, began to dissipate gradually. The voice of a man, which belonged to Ars, said that he was fine. Ars was a young man with long, fair hair. He was dressed in a royal coat. The guy staggered a little and said that his experiment had failed again, but Ars was not upset. A few seconds later, he added that he had expected such a result from his experiment. The young man was the first prince of the kingdom of Garliz, Ars Ditland. The girl with elven ears who slowly began to walk into the room was one of the leaders of the magic division of the Krate's kingdom, Fear Alstro Emeria. Ferl said that Prince Ars's experiments were quite dangerous. She also asked if this was his usual research, because it looked very dangerous. Ars slowly took off his glasses and then began to check their integrity. He said that this was resurrection magic. He again failed to achieve what he had planned, but promised that he would definitely finish what he had started. Afterwards, Ars began to enthusiastically say what would happen when he succeeded, but was interrupted mid-sentence by a violent cough. Ferl immediately rushed to him, telling the prince to take the medicine quickly. Ars took the ampoule and apologized. Ferl began to say excitedly that the doctor in charge had warned Ars. According to him, Ars's body should be able to withstand his enormous magical power. Ferl continued, saying that if Ars were to continue such experiments, using up such a large amount of magical power, Ars immediately interrupted her and said that he understood everything, and there was no need for such concern. Ars opened the ampoule and began to bring it to his lips. The young man told Ferl not to worry, and that Ars's next time would definitely be his last. He would show it to tomorrow's crown system. While drinking the medicine, Ars heard Ferl ask about the royal system. Ars explained that it was a ceremony established to give noble families and their children the opportunity to show off their power. In this system, participants must go on adventures in which they will improve their skills to maintain order between their own and other people's territories. The system instills fear in the invaders and hope in the civilians. In addition, a small number of people are selected to fight the enemies, so participating in adventures is considered very honorable. Ferl knew full well that such adventures would probably require a lot of human resources. The girl said that choosing an insatiable dragon as a target for enslavement was too reckless. He was one of the 4 great dragons that could match the army of an entire country and possess the greatest destructive power. Even if all the knights of Garliz gathered together, the outcome was as if predictable. Afterwards, the girl began to gradually raise her tone again, indignantly asking how Ars could stand up to such an opponent alone. Ars did not turn around, but answered that he was the old Prince of Turtledove. If he could defeat such an opponent, no one would dare to attack his kingdom in the future. Afterwards, Ars turned slightly towards Ferl and began to look intently into her eyes. His voice, with which he began to speak, inspired a slight calm. Ars asked the girl not to worry about this. He only told the girl to just watch him. When he defeats the 4 great dragons on his own, he will be hailed as the strongest mage. And after a while, Ars really went to the dragon's habitat, where he entered into a fight with it. The monster reached invisible sizes and crushed everything in its path. The only sounds coming from beyond the wall were explosions and destruction caused by the beast. Ferl and another man with a sword on his back stood and watched the progress of Erc's fight. The man who was the High Knight of Garliz Dallas Reserve said that it was really a battle. They couldn't even find a moment to join in. He asked Ferl if Ars could handle it. The girl put her hands together and stood in a pose as if she was pouring. She said that Ars told her to just watch, so even if the enemy had the strength of an entire army, they just had to believe in his victory. Ars once again rushed to attack, but the dragon managed to notice it. The beast opened its mouth wide and began to counterattack with fiery flames. The dragon continued its protracted attack, but Ars remained on his feet, covering his face. The boy said that they would check again whether the beast could hold out until dawn. The prince looked at the dragon again and said that this was to be expected from the so-called disaster. Charging a new magical charge, Ars added that this did not mean anything yet. A powerful magical aura began to emanate from Ars, after which a ball of destructive energy began to form around the prince, which continued to grow in size all the time. Ars thought that if these two waves, like the dragon, were fiery, they would mutually destroy each other. He managed to move aside, and a huge crater formed in his previous place. Ars's hands began to tremble, continuing to produce magical energy. The dragon rushed at him, but Ars did not give up, saying that catastrophe could no longer defeat him with one blow. As he rushed to attack the dragon, Ars suddenly felt terrible. Blood started coming out of the boy's mouth, and he suddenly fell to the ground, having managed to put his legs out. Ars clutched his chest, realizing that he had exhausted his magical reserves. He looked at his hands, which were making an unpleasant hissing sound, as if they were slowly turning to ash. The Prince of Garliz raised his head and watched as the dragon rushed towards him. When the monster struck the ground, Ars's body was thrown sharply to the side. The dragon quickly turned around, continuing to aim its gaze at the target. Ars continued to squat, trying to rise up. His whole body was shaking, and he accepted that this was too much of a burden for him. Ferl and Dallin leaned forward, trying to see if their prince was still alive. Ursini Minus shouted that even if his body was destroyed, for the sake of the country, he could not lose now. The prince began to realize that if this fight dragged on, he would clearly be at a loss. Then he should use a powerful spell and focus on one target. But there was no other way out, as he believed. The prince folded his hands together and began to concentrate on the dragon. Ars told himself it was time to finish this vile dragon. He was going to give him a suitable spell. Light, darkness, maybe add fire, water, and wind, and then combine everything together. As a basis, there will be non-appropriation magic, which has destructive power. Ars was about to attack for the last time, so he raised his hand and shouted his finishing spell. Ferl, meanwhile, continued to think and pray for the prince. Dallin, seeing what Ars was doing, clenched his fist and joyfully said that this spell was only within his power. The High Knight knew that his prince was going to end his battle with this spell. Ars, meanwhile, stood with his hands raised up, binding magic into a large ball. The dragon rushed towards Ars, seeing how he was preparing to attack. The prince said goodbye to the dragon, after which he shouted that the monster should always fear his magical power. After speaking, Ars pointed his hand forward, unleashing his strongest attack. It looked like a dragon's flame, only multiplied by several dozen times. The dragon began to drift to the side and was completely caught in this stream. When the spell dissipated, it left a huge and deep mark on the ground, and only the head remained of the dragon. She began to fall rapidly downwards, having hung in the air for some time. Ars looked down and said that he had managed to win. The prince had just defeated one of the 4 great dragons. The spell itself that Ars cast had a huge area and scope. The land tens of kilometers ahead was divided into 2 parts, including massive mountains. Ars grabbed his body again and started coughing, still bleeding. He thought that the way was not perfect, but he managed to fulfill his duty as a prince. After that very day, all the people of the capital gathered in the square and began to chant the name of their great prince. From that moment on, Ars needed to finish the resurrection spells. Dallin stood slightly behind the prince, who sat on the balcony. The High Knight turned to Ferle and said that he still could not believe that Ars had defeated the insatiable dragon on his own. Ferl replied that it was, and that it was expected of Arsash. Dallin added that when the battle dragged on until dawn, he began to worry. But fortunately, Ars was able to hold out. Having finished accepting the honors from the people of the state, Ars came down from the pedestal and said that that was all for today. He also said that he would now go to his laboratory. Dallin said that he heard his master and then turned to Forel. The knight pointed out that after this, the kingdom of Garlitz would be assured of peace for a long time. The knight also said with admiration that Ors had done a great deed. Ferl smiled timidly, bowing his head, and quietly said that this was not yet the greatest feat of their prince. The girl looked up at the sky. Then quietly, with complete admiration and pride, she said the prince's name. Suddenly, something behind Furl and Dallin fell to the floor. It was Arsama himself, too weak to stand on his feet. The prince lay motionless on the stone floor, and a stream of scarlet blood gushed from his mouth again. Farley screamed that this couldn't be happening, and then immediately asked Dallin to quickly lift the prince and take him to the infirmary. She kept hurrying the knight, shouting the name of her prince. A couple of hours passed, and Prince Ars was already lying, bandaged, in his chambers. Dallin continued to stand guard in his room, and Furl waited for the prince to come to his senses. Deciding to take a short break to stretch his legs, the High Knight began to walk towards the bed where Furl was, and then asked what the doctor had told her. The girl said in a dejected voice that it was difficult to explain. Prince Ars constantly used a huge amount of magic, and his body could not cope with it. The last graceful fight with the insatiable dragon, Catastrophe, greatly exceeded the limits of his physical parameters. The girl sadly bowed her head and said that Ars did not have much time left. This was the prince's punishment for his obsession with magic and neglect of his own body. Despite the fact that he's strong enough to defeat the dragon alone, even when his experiments in approaching the magic of resurrection are almost ready. Is this really the end for the young prince, who lived a very short life without ever knowing the limits of his power? Definitely not. Ars continued to struggle, realizing that things couldn't end this way. He quietly whispered to his subordinates, asking them to keep his secret. Furl and Dallin immediately bowed slightly to the young prince. Ars began to stand up, saying that only they and his brother Ars knew about his work on resurrection. Ars suddenly said that he was going to use himself for an experiment. By paying with his dying body, Ars wanted to use a spell that separates memory from the soul. This is the magic of reincarnation. Suddenly, he put his hands together and a stream of very bright light suddenly flashed in the room, emanating from the prince. Furl and Dallin covered their eyes with their hands. Ars, still holding the energy, said that he had come up with this untested spell while working on resurrection. He had no idea that he would ever need it himself. His loyal subjects tried to see what Ars was doing there. The prince said that from now on, he did not know what would happen. But if he did nothing, he would definitely die. Afterwards, Ars himself opened his eyes and looked at Furl. The young man said that if his reincarnation magic didn't work, then they would have to just forget about him. Furl began to shed her tears, tremblingly calling the prince's name. There is only one thing that only Ars can do, and as long as he has the ability to create resurrection, he cannot die like this. Ars continued to concentrate the flow of energy, gradually increasing it with great speed. The spell was almost ready, and Arsas, gritting his teeth, realized that he was losing consciousness. Soon he opened his eyes again. In front of him, he saw a staircase going up and a room with brick walls in which he was. This place was completely unfamiliar to him. Ars understood that this was definitely not the royal capital. Now the young man needed to check where he was. Taking his first steps, he wondered if this was really his reincarnation. Ars suddenly saw water dripping from the ceiling not far away. The drops gathered at the bottom, forming a small puddle. The young man approached it and saw his new reflection. Ars immediately threw his hands up and began to rejoice that he had finally succeeded. The guy understood that he had achieved colossal success and progress. Even though it was his first time doing it, he immediately had a new body. Suddenly, the guy tensed up a little, looking back into the puddle of water on the floor with embarrassment. Ars thought that his appearance was very shabby and unkempt. It embarrassed him, making him feel uncomfortable. How would he come out on top like that? When he got out, he began to look around. The locals did not even look like the townspeople of Garliz. Ars thought that this place must be quite poor. But it didn't matter to the prince now. What really mattered was that he could continue his magical experiments. Suddenly, he heard someone asking about Vels from behind. A male voice was asking why Vels was still there. When Ars turned around, he realized that it was talking to him. The man added that the boy was already 5 years old, and he would teach him to work. Afterwards, the man asked if he hadn't told the boy earlier to get ready. Ars looked at the man in amazement, realizing that his new name was now Vels. The man grabbed the boy by the hand and pulled him along. Their family was very poor, but Ars had prepared for this before casting the spell. He was a prince before, but that didn't mean he would stop there. The man said that today Vels had to learn how to chop wood. Vels asked why. After they got upstairs, the boy saw a lot of people in what could hardly be called clothes. Everyone was busy working, and his father said that their entire family was slaves. Suddenly, Vels was overcome with strong emotions, from which he unclenched his hand and fell to his knees. He could not believe that he had been reborn as a slave, not even as an ordinary commoner. The boy's father looked at him in surprise as he fell down. The man said that even if they were called that, the slaves here had more freedom than some of the locals. Vels raised his head indignantly, and his father told him that it was all a blood contract. Vels realized that he was not just a slave, but a slave who was bound for life by a blood contract. The boy saw that his father had some kind of sign on his chest. This mark meant such a connection. After Vels looked down and moved his clothes aside a little, he saw the same. Vels couldn't believe it. He stared at the mark and started stroking it with his hand, thinking that this was all some kind of nonsense. His father took him by the hand again and pulled him along, saying that everyone here was assigned to their own task. Vels thought that even if that was true, he couldn't leave this territory without permission, which greatly limited him. The boy followed his father, quietly saying that this couldn't be. The triumph of the great magician and prince of Ares began to fade in the new body of a slave. He still could not believe that the conditions of rebirth were so harsh. Soon they left the houses and went into the forest thicket. As they continued walking, the father soon stopped and said that they had arrived. The man added that Vels's job was to cut down these trees. The boy stared at the forest in front of him, petrified. A clearing was covered with a bunch of thick and huge trees. The boy asked his father if he really had to cut them all down. Suddenly, Vels realized that he had no choice at all. He was a slave, and a small 5-year-old child at that. Sadness appeared in his eyes again. Vels, continuing to shake his head from side to side, told his father that there were a lot of them here. Father began to open his travel bag, from where he took out his axe. He only told the boy that in 10 years things would be much easier for him. Throwing the bag on the ground, the father added that now the boy could just watch him. Vels thought that there was no point in even talking about any magical experiments, since he had been reborn as a 5-year-old child and was being forced to chop wood. Watching his father slowly begin to approach the tree trunk and swing, Vels thought that it really wasn't that easy to be reborn, but still. Meanwhile, the father aimed his axe, swung it hard, and literally, with one blow, he tore down the trunk of a thick tree. The chips flew to the side and the man covered his eyes with his hand. The father froze in place, holding the axe to the side. Vels froze in place, his eyes wide open. The father said that this way the boy could chop down about 300 trees a day. Vels stood there, wondering how his father could have felled such a huge tree with just one blow. His body began to tremble, and his father began to call the boy over. The father asked the boy what he thought about this. Vels stood there for a while and suddenly broke his silence with a joyful exclamation. Vels rushed to his father, telling him how amazing and skillful he was. He grabbed his hand and started shaking it, repeating that his father was so cool. The boy turned away and started thinking again. When he was still Ars, he heard about a race of slaves who trained in a special way for battle. Could it be that he was reborn into this race? The boy looked at his hands and quietly said that if he trained hard and diligently every day, then his rebirth would definitely not be in vain. Yes, because his goal is still the same, to finish the resurrection magic. Also, in his previous life, he died because his body was quite weak. But here, in this village, he can get a body that will be able to fully withstand the pressure of his magic, while allowing him to increase its potential. Vels began to stretch his arms, telling himself that now he would definitely be able to. In this life, he would definitely be able to complete the work of his past life. The father looked at the boy, who he thought was getting distracted. The man told the boy to give it his all every day. Vels told the father to just watch him. Several years had passed since Aras had been reborn as the slave boy Vels. Now he stood in the very forest where they had once gone on his first day. Vels did not arm himself with an axe like his father. Now the young man stood in front of the tree and began to take a comfortable stance that would help him correctly direct the force of the blow. The birds that were sitting on a nearby tree were watching the boy closely. Vels' hand was covered with concentrated energy, and the birds, seeing this, quickly rushed away. Swinging hard, Vels finally hit the tree and chopped it down, leaving a low stump less than half a meter long. The felling was even and not inferior to the lumberjacks with axes. Vels continued to stand in his stance for a while, as the tree slowly fell. When it hit the ground, Vels flexed his arms a little and said that this was the 300th tree. So, for today, his workload, for which the boy was assigned, was finished. He looked back and saw behind him a lot of stumps from the trees he had cut down today. This is exactly what Vels Sai was like 12 years after his reincarnation from the Great Prince of Garnitsa, RC or G. Now the guy was already 17 years old, and all this time he'd been training hard. The moment he realized that he had been reborn as a slave, the unknown future worried him greatly. But fortunately, he was born into a family of martial artists. Thus, he was able to train his body so that it could withstand his magical power. Now that Vels has reached the required level, he can return to his original goal. Maybe this time Ars would be able to continue developing the resurrection. Now the boy understood that he could go home after work. Unexpectedly for himself, Ars felt danger. Someone was approaching him very quickly from behind. Vels managed to react, so he quickly turned around and immediately blocked the blow that was sent in his direction. After the two boys had scattered, Vels extended his hand slightly and told the boy to stop showing up so suddenly. It was Delk, Vels' cousin. Delk Sai was his cousin, who was only 1 year younger than him, but had been practicing martial arts for much longer than he had. Vels asked Delk why he had come. Delk began to stretch at this time, after which he said that today they would finally check which of the brothers was stronger. Vels continued to look at the boy in surprise. Vels looked at Delk and told him that they had just fought yesterday. Delk continued to take a fighting stance, saying that today would be their final fight, so they had to give it their all. Vels asked in surprise what Dank meant by the word final when he said this to his brother. Delk had already soared upwards, hovering above Vels. Vels was also quite good at martial arts when he reached his age. The boy continued to train, so he managed to see his cousin's blow and parried it. Vels said the punch was pretty unexpected. Dank got mad, thinking it was sarcasm, and then launched into a series of lightning-fast attacks, all of which Vels was able to block. Vels noticed that Delk seemed more animated than usual. The cousin was as strong as usual, and Vels had a good feel for him until victory. Based on Vels' past life experience, there are only a handful of people in the world who rely solely on their physical abilities. In this new family of natural warriors, Cousin was considered a gifted genius, and he wasn't even 16 yet. Vels' chances of winning were currently only 60%. It was safe to say that Delk was one of the strongest and most gifted warriors in their line. But Vels thought that this could be accepted if he was excluded. Once again, when Delk made his attack, Vels managed to block it, but he was thrown back on the ground several meters from the force. Delk rushed forward again. You could tell from the look on his younger cousin's face that he wasn't exactly happy with how Vels was doing. Delk said he had asked him to focus and give it his all, basically just using the defense technique. Vels answered his cousin that he understood him. After that, the boy folded his hands and said, "Circulation of magic." Vels firmly planted his foot forward and then extended his hand forward, also taking up their style's fighting stance, and said that he accepted his cousin's offer to fight to the fullest. Delk finally smiled, shouting happily that this was exactly what he'd expected. He rushed forward, thinking that the air around Vels had begun to change somehow. Just when Delk thought he was as close as he could get to grabbing his brother, Vels disappeared in front of his nose. It happened so fast that Delk fell forward inertly, but he knew perfectly well where he could expect an attack from. It all happened in a matter of milliseconds. Delk looked up and saw Vels attacking from above. The gifted younger cousin managed to escape the attack, slightly out of breath, telling Vels that it was indeed dangerous. The ground beneath Vels simply flew apart from the force. As Delk began to swing again, he saw Vels' hand flying towards him. The older cousin suddenly stood up much faster and more powerful than he had been before. Delk understood that in such a situation, he would only have time to close himself, putting up a deft defense. The guy put his hands in front of him and was thrown back a few meters, as it was with Vels at the beginning. The fact that Vels' parameters had suddenly risen was undeniable. The youth's strength had also increased several times, which they could feel. The younger one rushed forward, shouting that he was not finished yet. Magic circulation is a technique that can enhance physical capabilities by distributing magical energy throughout the caster's body. Ars has used it frequently in the past, but it was precisely for the sake of training to bring maximum efficiency and the body to continue to strengthen that Vels sealed it and did not use it earlier. But Delk could subconsciously use this technique since birth, so the guy was very strong due to his excellent magical potential. But as for Vels, when he removed this limitation, he becomes simply invincible, as he was able to combine a very strong body, achieved through years of persistent training after reincarnation, as well as all the knowledge and magical potential from his past life. Delk finally got close to his cousin and used all his strength in his blow. Vels deliberately stood still, taking the blow. Delk failed to do any damage to Vels, punching him straight in the head. Vels quickly grabbed his younger cousin's arm and began to throw him over himself. As Delk took off, you could hear him let out a surprised whimper, because he genuinely didn't understand what the hell was going on. The younger cousin lay flat on his back, realizing that this fight had ended in defeat for him, even though he had really given it his all, just as he had told Vels initially. Vels seemed to have completely forgotten himself at some point, and was overwhelmed by anger, emotion, and the thirst for battle. He stopped his swing near his head, instantly coming to his senses, and apologized to Delk. After that, Delk started laughing loudly at his brother. Sitting down on the ground, Delk said with a smile on his face that he always thought so. He knew that Vels was hiding his true strength. He really suspected Vels of not having fought his brother seriously before. Vels called out to his brother and asked what was wrong with him today. Vels asked what his brother had said earlier about their last fight. It was very unlike Delk, since they had always fought. Delk just looked at his brother peacefully. Delk, stretching a little, said that Vels would have to ask his uncle about that. Vels, surprised, asked about his father. Then Delk added that his role was decided. The father approached the boys, who were already sitting and chatting in the meadow. He told Vels that his son had already achieved this power. Keep it up. He already looked a little different, more shabby and aging. Vels immediately asked his father what the matter was. The young man referred to what Delk had said about his fate being sealed. Vels was curious about what his brother was talking about. The father slowly walked up to Vels and patted him on the shoulder. Then, pointing at Delk, the man said that his cousin had been chosen as the next head of the Sai clan. Vels repeated the question in surprise. Will Delk be the next leader? What does that mean? If the choice was based on this fight, then why did they choose Delk, who lost it? Moreover, what about the father, who was the current head of their clan? It is strange that the son does not follow in his father's footsteps. But then why is the father smiling with such pride? So it turns out that Vels won, but he didn't inherit the title. What did that mean? Was he bought? No. In that case, Dad wouldn't be so happy. The father lowered his head, then called his son's name again. Then he said that the boy had been chosen for the crown system as a guard slave. Vels turned away from his father, spreading his arms. He asked uncertainly about the corona system. His father answered that it was exactly like that. Ears had completely forgotten about it. The Sai clan was a warrior clan, so it was expected that they would be hired by some royal family. Vels couldn't even believe that he would be a guard in the royal system. In his previous life, Vels, or rather Ars, defeated the Draken, the hellish artillery. The crown system was made for those who have strength and companions. Among them are slaves who have entered into a blood contract that forces them to obey any order of the master. That is why they are the best suited for the role of guards. So as long as Vels is under contract, he can't disobey. The guy has done so much to prepare for the first step to continue developing the resurrection. Vels sighed in disappointment, and at that moment his father had already finished his story about who Vels would now serve. So, okay, there was no point in losing hope and finding out something else. Vels told his father that he understood. Then the boy asked which royal family he would be working for now. His father smiled and said that he had forgotten that he had to inform about it. Father thought for a moment, then said that Vels would move to the Rondobro family from the kingdom of Eurasia. There, the young man would be a slave guard for Princess Seratia. Vels thought for a moment, asked again the name of the kingdom. He had never heard of it before, not even in his past life. What kind of country was it, if even the former prince could not know about it? Vels suddenly thought that in this world the political picture could easily change. He asked his father if his country really existed and how big it was. Father held out his hand, saying that this country was quite small. If Vels wanted to talk about big countries, there was the kingdom of Garliz, but it was quite far away. The father asked if his son was worried about such things. Vels thought that if his previous kingdom still existed, and Ars was the prince, then there probably weren't any major changes. He told his father that he wasn't worried. Vels turned around and there was a smile on his face. The boy told his father that small countries seemed more interesting, so that was good. The father looked at the boy with relief. Then he added that if that was the case, then King Rondobro and Princess Seratia were waiting for Vels in their palace. The young man should leave as soon as he finished the preparations. Vels thought that this was telling him about a possible change in the time cycle after his reincarnation, so it was too early to panic. He had to do some research. The young man began to pack for the journey. It did not take long, since the slave had few things. In accordance with his father's order, Vels headed straight to the kingdom. 3 days later, he had almost reached the appointed place. On the way to the kingdom of Eurasia, Vels remembered 3 things. The boy showed his order of appointment to the guards at the entrance. Firstly, the place where he lived was in the kingdom of Clarina, under the direct control of the Clarina part, which is the one that controls the Adventurers Guild in that kingdom. Secondly, 17 years have passed since his reincarnation, which means that the reincarnation spell did not create a time delay. These 2 important things are knowledge. The third piece of information he received was that Vels learned about Prince A.S. Ditland, who was still alive and in perfect health, as people along the way claimed. But Vels was Ars before his rebirth. Then it was not at all clear why he was still alive and still the prince of those places. What does all this mean? Now, the king of Garliz is his own brother, Eurus. As Vels understood, he would be much more convenient to rule alive. He could not believe that Eurus was hiding the fact of his own brother's death. But Vels knew that Ors was not that stupid. He now only had more things to think about. People looked at the boy with disdain, saying that he was very dirty. They looked at the young man walking through the kingdom, arguing that he was a slave, judging by his clothes. Everyone showed open contempt and discussed out loud that the streets had begun to stink of rot. Now Vels seemed to look at everything differently and felt it. He felt the gaze of the so-called people from high society. For 17 years, he lived with people from the clan, and everyone around was a slave, so he got used to it. As Vels continued walking down the street, he began to think that he never thought that when he came here, he would encounter something like this. Suddenly, someone threw a piece of white cloth right in his face. The boy immediately became confused and began to look around. He understood that it was some kind of rag, and in his confusion, he did not even have time to react. The people around him started laughing at him, shouting that this was the way they wouldn't have to see his dirty face. Someone from the crowd also added that the air had suddenly become so clean. Shame began to take hold of the young man. Even the girls who at first glance seemed kind and sweet continued to whisper behind his back, saying that his presence made others feel uncomfortable. They continued, laughing, saying that the young man, being a slave, must be very happy to live without thinking about anything. Vels continued walking with a rag on his head, but at some point the guy got tired of it all and threw off the rag. The girls at the wall looked at the slave walking towards them in fear, and immediately screamed in fear. Vels continued to walk towards them, instilling real fear. The guy took the girl by the hand and raised her in front of him. Afterwards, Vels calmly thanked the girl. The girl looked at him in confusion, still afraid and shaking. Vels only smiled, after which he called her mistress. The guy was grateful that they opened his eyes. The people around were alarmed, while Vels had already let go of the girl and walked away a few meters. The townswoman fell to her knees, and her friend anxiously asked if everything was okay with her. Vels knew that all these thoughts about him and his brother would be a waste of time now. Right now, he shouldn't worry about something he didn't understand at all. Vels confidently told himself that if this was the case, then the only thing he needed to do now was to keep moving forward in order to fulfill his true desire as quickly as possible. Vels continued his journey forward, making his way to the main castle of the kingdom through the streets of the city. After a couple of hours, he finally found a small palace with a bridge leading to it. Vels was immediately admitted into the main audience hall, where the king was already seated on the throne. The youth bent his knee, saying that Vels Sai had arrived. The king said that it was quite a long way for the young man. Then he spread his arms, smiled slightly, and said that Vels could get up because he must be very tired. Vels raised his head, looking at the person. He could not understand if this was really the king. This man did not look very reliable, because the king is the symbol of the people. The lack of dignity is a good indication that it is indeed a small country. So, the information he was able to gather along the way was reliable. Eurasia is a small country outside of Garliz and the 4 other kingdoms. The boy heard that its entire area is roughly equal to the area of the capital Garliz alone. Now Vels wasn't surprised that he hadn't known about her before. The king turned to Vels enthusiastically and said that he had heard rumors that he knew a little about the boy. They said that Vels Sai was one of the best warriors in the entire Sai clan. This means that he can trust him with the safety of the princess of their small kingdom. After that, the man looked away and told the princess to come to him. Vels understood that he would be guarding the princess, not the prince, which was a great rarity. However, it didn't matter who exactly, because Vels was fulfilling his duty and purpose. After that, he could return to his experiments. The princess began to come out from around the corner that Vels had not seen before. A tall girl in low heels, a spotted dress and light, neat hair appeared in the hall. The girl continued to walk towards her father, slowly and carefully. After she was already standing a meter away, the king extended his hand and introduced his daughter, the princess of Eurasia, Seratia. Vels kept his eyes on the princess. She seemed to him to be quite a nice and beautiful girl. Even in Garliz, you had to look very hard to find such girls. The king said that from now on, Vels would obey her. The king also added that he believed that he did not need to explain the corona system to the boy now. From the very beginning, Vels really didn't think that such a small country could have such a beautiful princess. If she were from a bigger country, she could receive countless proposals. Given Vels' past life, he's now about 47 years old. If they were roughly the same age, he would probably know about her. But that's just an if. The king said loudly that he was counting on Vels. Protecting a princess during the corona system was his job. Vels bowed his head and said that he understood everything. The king exhaled and said that in that case, right now, there was no need for it. Vels did not quite understand what he would be doing then and where he would be until then. At that moment, the girl began to move away from her father and head towards Vels. The girl slowly descended the steps, causing even the young man to be surprised. Princess Seratia stood in front of the kneeling Vels and said that she had no need of this slave guard or anyone else his father had sent. Considering that Vels was quite unexpectedly rejected by the girl, later they were already sitting at the same table in a spacious hotel, where the royal chef himself brought them dishes. Vels looked down at the rather exquisite dishes, the likes of which he had not seen in 17 years. The princess smiled and said that the boy could help himself. Now she said they could start this conversation. Vels continued to watch the girl, not even touching his food. He didn't understand how it all came to this. The girl said she didn't need a guard. She was confused by the fact that slaves like Vels didn't even know the rules of table etiquette. It would be quite a hassle to teach him everything. The king then excitedly said that all this could be learned. Then he turned to the young man and asked if this was true. Vels thought that the princess underestimated the royal system. In fact, in the corona system, not everyone has the same goal. Also, other countries can hire assassins to kill you. As soon as she mentioned table manners, forgetting about the threat to her own life, Vels realized how naive the girl was. But the guy knew perfectly well that if he missed this chance, he would only move further away from his goal. The guy knew that he needed to focus on winning her trust. Afterwards, Vels said that in fact, the guy was familiar with the manners that are customary to observe at the table. The princess looked at the young man in surprise. Vels began to eat, thinking that the princess would simply watch him. The young man straightened his back, took the necessary cutlery in his hands and began to eat gallantly, as in his past life. Vels understood perfectly well that he was involved after all. Table manners were like breathing for him. Afterwards, Vels lightly cleared away the remains of the food and asked how the princess was. Vels was absolutely sure that his manners were perfect. He continued to wipe his lips, when suddenly he heard Vels fail miserably. He didn't react too violently or even argue. In his head, the guy understood that he really did everything perfectly, but the rules could have changed over the past 17 years. After Vels slowly turned his gaze to Seratia and said that in that case, let the girl demonstrate to him herself how everything should be done on his part. There really weren't that many differences. But Vels clearly saw what he needed to correct. The girl showed him how it was customary to do things at their court. After the princess finished, she also lightly wiped the corners of her lips, after which she haughtily said that this is how it should be done. Afterwards, she asked if Vels understood her. Vels picked up his cutlery again. The girl continued, saying that even if that was true, she'd only been showing all the manners for a few minutes. Vels began demonstrating his table manners again. This time, he did everything as the princess had shown. The chief, seeing this, said that the boy's manners had changed and were perfect. The chief called the young man's movements natural and beautiful. After making adjustments on the second attempt, Vels asked how he did this time. The boy also added that he thought they were following Garlitz's table manners and etiquette, but it turned out to be Solin's. The boy immediately apologized for this. The girl immediately asked what Seolin manners Vels was talking about. There was a short pause in the form of silence, and then a ringing and neat laugh was heard from around the table. Princess Seratia, covering her mouth, said that Vels had passed her test. She also added that rumor had it that the boy was from a place where only fighting was known. This is the reason why the girl thought he was uncouth, but obviously he is not. Besides, he even knows how to control his emotions, which is even better. Vels asked the girl if this was his test. The princess immediately said that she did not want to allow someone who did not deserve her trust to be near her. It didn't matter at all whether it was a slave or a knight. Vels said that in that case, he had managed to gain approval from Her Highness Seratia. The girl laughed shyly, saying that it was just a passing grade for the guy. Then she told Vels to follow her, and she would show him her abilities. When they came out into the courtyard, Vels asked to wait a little for his princess. The guy said that they were going to go to the roof to see the girl's abilities. Seratia said that she knew this very well, but first she had to do something else. The girl took a small watering can and began to water her flower garden. Vels was very surprised when he saw this. The young man looked closely and said that these flowers are called balamut. They are incredibly difficult to grow, but they bloom very beautifully. The girl said that Vels knew quite a lot. Then she added that she couldn't believe that the guy had grown up like a slave. Vels thought that he had screwed up. The young man began to try to explain and said that as soon as he found out that he was going to guard the princess of the kingdom, he immediately began to study everything diligently, comprehending even the little things. The girl turned her head towards the boy and said that he did not look like a person who would learn anything for such a reason. Vels said that the princess may have misunderstood him. Vels added that he was only trying to prepare as best he could. He did all this so that Her Highness, Princess Seratia, would feel safe. The girl was a little embarrassed, then turned her head away and asked if it was really so. Vels wiped the sweat from his face, thinking that it was quite dangerous. From now on, he must not reveal his knowledge so recklessly. Suddenly, the girl looked at one of the flowers, and then said that it was too small. The girl thought that maybe there wasn't enough sunlight. She started to reach out to him with her hand, and seeing this, Vels immediately rushed to her to stop her. The guy immediately ran up and stopped her, taking the girl by the hand. Seratia was kneeling, looking at the young man in surprise. Vels stood unwaveringly and looked back. It was obvious that the princess was even a little scared. She, slightly stuttering, began to ask the reason why Vels did this. She immediately ordered him to let her go. Vels said that he couldn't do that. The guy immediately explained that this little flower was very dangerous. He added that it wasn't a troublemaker, but a troublemaker modoki, and it was very poisonous. Vels also added that the modoki screw tape contains a neurotoxin. If you look closely, the girl can see that their petals and the thorns at the bottom are slightly different. The girl pushed aside the leaves of the other flowers and said that now that he pointed it out, she really noticed the difference. She asked if Vels had learned this somewhere too. Vels thought about it because the modoki troublemaker was purposefully placed in front so it could be easily seen. Someone must have planned this. It felt like a journey, and this adventure of his will be much more difficult than he expected. The guy will have to be very attentive, and with all this, try not to show a lot of knowledge. They were already on the roof where they were originally heading. Vels went to the wall and looked down. The guy said that the view was really breathtaking. The princess came up behind him and said that of course it was. Then she said that Vels might be confident in his powers, but she would show him the difference between them. The girl asked the boy to prepare himself to be surprised. She continued to hold his attention, adding that she was a person who controlled 4 elements at once. The girl held her hands together for a while, but then spread them apart, saying that this was her power. Vels looked at her in surprise. really observing the four elements at the same time: fire, water, air, and earth magic. Not many people can control more than one, and only a few can have the ability to control everything at once. Vels was actually surprised that she could control all four elements, but it was a low-level spell, and they weren't even stable. The girl's face suddenly changed dramatically after Vels apologized and asked if that was really all. The guy stood in front of her, examining everything carefully. The girl dropped her hands abruptly and said, "How can he say such a thing after he saw the girl's strength?" This, however, is what she expected from a slave approved by her. The girl said that this was real impudence on Vels' part. Then she put her hands together again and said that now he would demonstrate something else. Vels thought that it would be much more correct to control only one element, because it is quite difficult to hold all four at once. The princess shouted for Vels to be afraid of her most powerful spell. The princess finally raised her hands up, and from the cloud of energy she had been preparing, a flame burst forth, quickly taking the form of a large lizard. The princess smiled, seeing that she was succeeding in her plan. The girl laughed and then asked if Vels didn't think it was great. She also added that it was normal to be stunned. The young man looked up and thought that it was rather poorly done. Although the princess's magic power was indeed more stable when she focused on one element, she still lacked strength, so she can only cast a meager third-tier spell. Well, even with that level of magic, not many people can cast spells exactly like the book. Vels smiled slightly, then turned to Her Highness. The guy said that this spell was about level 3, and he hoped that the girl was not serious. The girl sighed, saying that it was probably because the boy was a slave and had never seen a mage before. It all made sense to her now. Even if it didn't look impressive, it was a first-tier spell. Vels closed his eyes, realizing that she was serious. The boy thought that he could not do this anymore. The young man immediately knelt before his princess. Vels said that he understood everything. He did not want to offend Her Highness with his limited knowledge of the world of magic. At the very end of these words, Vels immediately apologized. The girl immediately put her index finger to her mouth, indicating that Vels should be quieter. Then she added that everything was fine, because she was a generous person, so she would forgive Vels right away. After that, the girl added that in any case, she wanted to tell the young man something. Vels looked up in surprise at his princess, whose voice had changed. The girl explained that it was about the troublemaker, because if it weren't for his intervention, she could have been poisoned by that troublemaker Modoki. That's why she wanted to say a big thank you to Vels. Vels smiled, accepting this from the princess. She still seemed not so arrogant and haughty. Afterwards, the guy addressed her as Your Highness, after which she stopped him with her hand. The young man wanted to say something to the princess regarding the royal system, but the princess, when she stopped him, told Vels to stop calling her Your Highness. At first, Vels did not understand what the princess wanted from him. He asked if the boy should call the girl mistress in that case. The princess answered no again. She told the young man to treat her simply. Vels asked, apologizing for his impudence, if he could call her by name. The princess nodded her head, confirming this. Vels continued to stand bowed. He said that he understood everything and named the girl's last name, adding a respectful prefix. The princess said that he was wrong again. The guy asked about Salicious, also with a respectful prefix. The girl answered that almost. Vels didn't understand what the hell almost was. He thought that he should address her by her full name, and then it turns out that the girl's full name is Salicia Rondobro Sama. The princess coughed slightly, after which she told Vels to treat her as an equal from now on. Vels was extremely surprised, but the princess immediately explained that if the young man continued to talk to her like that, it could turn her into a target. Besides, she didn't want people to know that the Rondobro family had slave guards, so she asked him to just call the girl Salicia. Vels stopped for a moment, then began to rise. He said that he understood everything. The young man immediately addressed the girl correctly, saying that he was already looking forward to their joint work. After this, Vels said that Salicia should buy him new clothes, because it was obvious at first glance that he was a slave. The girl replied that she knew, pointing out that he had changed his attitude too quickly. Vels smiled, saying that the girl herself had ordered him. And after all, earlier she had said that the guy was rather impudent when he made a remark to the spell. After some time, Salicia and Vels arrived at the Adventurers Guild. In front of them was Chloriana headquarters. The girl exhaled, saying that they had finally arrived. They both changed their clothes. Seratia chose a nice and light armor that looked quite impressive on her. Vels said that this is where his crown system began. The young man also had new clothes, over which was placed metal armor. Seratia pointed to the door, asked if the registration would be here. Vels answered that it was. Vels added that if people from noble families wanted to become adventurers, they would first need to confirm their identity at the guild headquarters. That's where Seratia would receive her first quest from the guild. The girl smiled and said that she understood. Then she said that in any case, clothes really do change a person. Vels didn't understand what she was talking about. Then, he said that he thought the outfit looked good on him. He also asked what Seratia thought of him, but the princess only said that Vels was a blockhead. Afterwards, the guy put his hand to his chest and said that none of this mattered. The main thing was that he looked pretty reliable. Celestian added that he definitely changed his attitude quickly. She even had the impression that Vels was a completely different person. The young man replied that he was always like that in public, so the princess could ignore it. The girl turned to Vels, saying that it would be a bit hard for her because she was still of royal blood. She also asked if he had forgotten that he was her guard. Vels glanced at the girl and hit his armor with his hand. The boy said that she could leave it to him. Vels assured her that while he was here, no one would lay a finger on her without permission. Selenia looked at the guy with embarrassment, then ran ahead, saying that she would go and register them for now. She also asked him to wait there. Vels grabbed his head, completely not understanding whether it was possible that he had said something wrong. The guy also thought that the psychological gap between them was the same as between a child and a father. Vels suddenly heard loud conversations in the street. One of the men showed his muscles and said that he once captured an entire horde of goblins with his own hands. The second man waved his weapon, shouting that this couldn't be happening since he had captured the goblin horde. Vels just laughed, thinking that they were just shopkeepers. These were the people who really wanted to join the society of noble adventurers. Even if you behave like this, the high nobility will not even look at you. Vels closed his eyes, lowered his head, and said that it was completely pointless. Suddenly, the boy heard someone asking him what he was talking about. It was Seratia. The girl returned rather quickly, Vels noted. Afterwards, he began to explain that he considered it completely pointless for these merchants to advertise themselves, since none of the nobility would pay attention. Vels continued, saying that if they were truly talented, the gold would recommend them, but this is not the case, which is why they try to sell themselves. The princess began to say again that Vels was so familiar with various strange things. Then she added that he was completely different from the slaves in her imagination. Vels only said that since Seratia asked him to communicate with her as an equal, he did so. Afterwards, the guy thought that even if this rule was a simple manifestation of compassion, Vels sees for the first time that someone of royal blood behaves like that with a worker. Seratia does not even think about the difference in their status. Such a strange princess, Vels thought again. Vels went further, saying that inside the girl was to be asked about the girl's goals. The young man wanted to know what the girl had said. The princess replied that Vels was aware of it. Vels closed his eyes again, thinking that it would be much safer if they started at a low level. Escort a merchant, or perhaps defeat a few goblins somewhere nearby. The princess turned around and showed the paper on which the guild's task was laid out. She said that they would have to defeat Era, the Dragon of Rage. The young man was stunned, frozen in place. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Vels started shouting that Seratia was doing some kind of nonsense, and then asked if the girl even knew what Era was. Like Heladio, whom Vels had defeated earlier, Era was one of the 4 great dragons. Vels continued to shout that he couldn't believe that a girl would choose a task equal in strength to an entire army. Princess Seratia replied that the guild workers told her the same thing as Vels. They asked her to choose something else, so she thought of going to Vels together. Vels asked why with him. Seratia said that at the guild she asked them to give her something light, A rank, but they didn't have anything like that, so she wanted Vels to be able to see everything. The boy immediately asked if it was normal. Seratia said that she had only heard about his talents from her father, so now she wanted to see everything for herself. Besides, Vels was quite educated. The girl asked if Fossil knew much about the tasks. Vels closed his eyes and thought that if they could do without such reckless tasks, then he should agree. They entered the Adventurers Guild together through the door reserved for special adventurers. The man laid out several sheets of paper in front of him, and Vels gradually studied them. The man started shaking his head, saying that it was true that newbies had to start with A-rank missions. But these B-ranks ones would also be doable for the guys, and we would just need more time. Vels gradually examined the sheets one by one. A lot of the orders and tasks were marked as being from the Kingdom of Garliz. This seemed rather strange to the former prince of those places. The guy asked the guildmaster a question, saying that 80% of the requests here came from Garliz, and the rest from distant countries. The master said that this was expected, because they are a large nation. Vels thought that there were many adventurer unions in Garliz, so sending so many quests to other countries was a bit strange. When he was ours, the maximum they sent was 40%. But if Vels could still choose the back and learn more about Garliz, then it was necessary to act. He showed one of the sheets to the master, and said that they would choose this one. After they finished choosing the task, Seratia suggested going to the tavern and having a bite to eat, and also discussing the task that Vels had chosen. The girl sat at a small table opposite and pestered Vels, asking why exactly that. Vels said that she trusted him with the choice. Seratia was more confused by the rank of the task. In it, they had to eliminate heretics. Vels said that among the other B-ranks quests, this was one of the safest. In addition, the church supported the guild, so they would benefit from the mission. Afterwards, Vels leaned back a bit in his chair and said that it all also depends on the difficulty level. Usually, such tasks are not rank B, so this all only brings benefits and plays into their hands. But Vels himself at that time thought that the problem now was the number of tasks sent from Garliz. Garliz invests quite a lot in the church, and there should be no room for heresy. Seratia said that she had already considered Vels' confidence to be lost, but now she realized that it was a very calculated plan. Soon the man brought them drinks and food. From what the tavern keeper had brought to the table, a couple of carelessly delivered drinks appeared, which spilled onto the table. A piece of meat and a couple of large loaves of bread. Seratia immediately said that she lost her appetite just looking at it, but she apparently should get used to snacking on it during her adventures now. Vels calmly said that it was the right decision. Afterwards, the guy covered his face with his hand and then assessed the food. He guessed that this food was not from the city. Vels immediately noticed that this food contained poison, but a very small amount. On top of that, the guy was now worried about another question. Why was there poison only in his portion? Vels immediately took the loaf and began to stretch it out in front of him. Seratia, seeing this, began to ask, thinking that Vels did not want to eat. But Vels pointed to the loaf again and said that he would eat it. Seratia asked the boy if he noticed how everyone was looking at them, or rather, at Vels. Vels said that, now that the girl had finally paid attention, he could ask her something. Vels asked the girl why people here had become so hostile towards him. Seratia smiled and said that it was very simple. They were just jealous of Vels. Vels asked the girl again. Seratia said that the guy was now traveling with a young and beautiful girl. When he got up and walked away, everyone would come and talk to her. Vels looked at the food and wondered if this was the reason they wanted to poison him. The guy said that even such things were possible for people. Suddenly, Seratia said that she had heard something in the guild. The guild master then told them that this quest had appeared twice before, and the parties that took it suddenly disappeared. That was the reason it was rated B. Vels started tossing back his mug of ale, saying that they had nothing to worry about here. The guy said that many quests were leveled up if no one could complete them. Seratia said with displeasure that this was Vels' first task, and he was so optimistic. The guy noted that it was better than fighting a dragon. Vels glanced at Seratia and made another remark to her. The guy suddenly told her that she was not eating properly when she was here, in the guild tavern. The girl asked in surprise if Vels really wanted to take revenge on her for that time in the castle. Vels said that it was meat and took hold of it with his hands, making a big bite in the middle. Vels began to chew contentedly, saying that this was the way to eat it here. Seratia looked at the boy silently, after which Vels pointed to the others, who were doing the same. The girl was embarrassed, asking if she really had to eat in such a rude manner. Vels told the girl that she was now an adventurer and was revealing her true origin when she ate in her own way. Vels only added that he was simply worried about the girl. Seratia looked at the guard in the meat with a slightly gloomily look, after which she carefully approached the food with her lips and began to try to bite off. Vols looked at the girl who was gradually beginning to listen to him. He smiled and thought that, although there were still many problems ahead, the slave believed that they could cope. When it began to get dark, they rented a small room in a tavern. When Seratia entered, she immediately asked why she had to stay in such a dirty inn. Vols folded his arms and said that was the best place to hide the girl's identity. Besides, the money came from people's taxes anyway. Seratia said that she couldn't believe it, hearing such things from a slave. After that, Vols said that the girl should rest, and he would be here, behind the door. Seratia asked why, and then she added that Vols could also rest in the room. Vols turned to the princess and asked, confused, what the hell she was talking about. Vols said that, firstly, he was a man, and secondly, he was a slave, so he shouldn't do that. Seratia said that it was okay, and then pointed to the bed and told Vols to lie down because that was an order. Seratia suggested that they sleep together. She also added that the guy, in any case, cannot disobey, so there is nothing to worry about, because she is simply suggesting sleep. Vols said that he could easily sleep behind the door and at the same time guard the girl. Seratia asked tiredly if it wouldn't be more comfortable for him to sleep on the bed. Seratia called Vols again and told the boy to stop denying himself rest, just because he was a slave. The girl told him to just rest when she needed it, and that was an order. Vols just stared at the girl with wide eyes, his mind spinning with thoughts that the girl really didn't care about the difference in their status. Vols finally broke the silence and said that he understood. Whether it was an order or not, he still wouldn't do anything to the child. Seratia started screaming, saying that Vols wasn't much older than her. Vols, seeing this discontent, immediately decided to put the girl in her place and began to say that he was already 40, but he stopped there. He realized that something unnecessary had burst out of him. He turned sharply to the princess, who asked him again about his age. Vols immediately said that he was 17, and the princess added that he was only 1 year older than her. Vols began to feel a little nervous, thinking that he had almost given away his true age. Seratia had said that the boy looked rather suspicious. She immediately asked him the reason why the guy was panicking now. Vols said that it was not so. The princess called him a liar and then, wide-eyed, asked, "Does Vols really like 40-year-olds?" Vols stared at her, after which the girl turned away abruptly, saying that Vols had strange taste. The young man began to explain everything to her, saying that he was not attracted to women of that age. Vols told the girl that she had simply misunderstood everything, but Seratia was no longer talking to him, no longer answering. Vols sat down on the edge of the bed, completely upset. The next day, to complete the quest, destroying heretics, they set out. From the gate of Garliz, which is considered the information center, they headed to the southern Loria. Many adventurers came from the south, so it was easy to get the information you needed there. Or so it must have been in the past, in the days when Vols was called RSEA. When they went inside, there was absolutely no one there. Vols asked the man where all the adventurers were. Then the young man added that they had not seen a single one in the city either. Although the guild was located right at the gates of Garliz, there was not a soul here. Usually there are at least 5 to 6 teams here. Vols decided to ask the workers of this place. They couldn't find out anything useful. After they left, Seratia asked if all this was connected to the heresy problems. Vols asked the girl to stop telling the quest task so openly. If it was related to heresy, then the church behind the Adventurers Guild would have suffered as well. But the workers didn't even mention it. There seemed to be so few adventurers here due to the decrease in quests. Seratia put her hand forward and said that she thought they were at a dead end now. The boy suddenly noticed something and turned towards a tavern door. He thought that this made them close to the root of the problem. Even if the guild didn't know anything, they could ask the adventurers directly. The girl asked if Vols really wanted to visit this pub. The guy said that he did. He also said that most of them were closed during the day, but would open at night. Seratia asked Vols if he was sure that adventurers would show up here at night. After all, they hadn't seen a single adventurer the entire day. Vols replied that this was just one of the things they would have to confirm. If there were no adventurers even in the pub at night, that meant there were none in the city at all. Afterwards, Vols said that if there was no one inside, they would leave the place immediately. Seratia began to be indignant. The girl said that they should first find out the reasons. Vols sighed and thought sadly that Seratia didn't even know about her situation. The guy firmly said that he could go alone. The princess immediately began to clarify what Vels wanted to tell her with this. Seratia put her hand to her chest, pointing at herself, and in a raised voice declared that Vels now forbade her to go with him. The young man pointed out that he had already said the pubs were open, and it was night. That's what it means. They can be dangerous. This is just information gathering, and the princess doesn't have to be there. He also reminded her of how some people behaved last night. Vels stood his ground and said there was time for them to go back. The boy had already decided that he would go alone. Suddenly, Seratia began to come very close. The girl leaned over and began to speak menacingly that her duty was to go through the corona system, and Vels knew this well. His task was to protect her from any danger in the process. Vels confirmed everything at the princess's suggestion. Afterwards, she said that in this case, she couldn't just sit and wait for him to do everything. She wanted to use this opportunity to expand her horizons. Afterwards, the girl suddenly shouted that she had to do all this for her kingdom and herself. Seratia also added that she simply hated being in the dark about anything. Vels said that he understood the princess, but he told her sternly that safety came first. Vels also said that if they had another protector, they could attack and defend at the same time. Seratia indignantly folded her hands and asked what Vels meant now. The girl shouted that she could fight too. Vels covered his ear and said that he almost forgot about that. Vels simply said understandingly that his objections meant nothing to him, but he asked the princess not to go far from him. Suddenly, several people appeared in front of them, and Vels stopped the girl. They were all dressed in black, their faces hidden by hoods. Some were holding weapons, which was a clear signal of danger for the two adventurers. The dark figures began to gradually approach, tightening their circle, which began to close the couple in. Seratia shook her head from side to side with a bit of fear, examining the silhouettes. Vels stood quietly, thinking about who these people were. The guy understood that, most likely, they were heretics. But then what did they need here in the city? Vels asked what these people wanted. He said that they didn't even hold their swords correctly, and that they didn't look like lost adventurers or thieves. Seratia began to cling to Vels, plaintively pronouncing his name. Vels instantly wilted, thinking that she was only shouting about overcoming obstacles and battles on her own. Vels said that people could still put down their weapons and surrender, but no one listened to him. Suddenly, Vels felt some sweet smell that began to float aggressively around. The young man immediately realized that this incense was for sleeping. It was some kind of drug that made people lose consciousness, and was used for murder. But he is not the most concentrated, so Vels knew that his body could resist. The guy smiled and said that it did not affect him, and at that moment Seratia fell on his shoulder. The boy turned towards the sleeping princess and told her to wake up. The boy asked in amazement why she couldn't hold her breath. The heretic's eyes widened, unable to understand how the young man was still standing on his feet. These amateurs had to resort to such tricks, and something must be happening now. Vels raised his eyes and looked at the man who stood with a cane. He thought that this was the main link. After the slave said that they had something to talk about, he rushed to the man with the staff, grabbing Calatia with one hand so that the girl would not fall to the floor and especially not fall into the clutches of the heretics surrounding them from behind. Vels made a breakthrough and knocked down one of the armed men with his shoulder. The one with the staff immediately flew back several meters, shuffling the city ground with his body. The armed swordsman looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding how he managed to lunge so quickly. Vels continued to hold the girl, after which he said that they were all no match for him. Turning to the fallen man, he asked why they used the drug to fight. It was a plain old man who only groaned in pain. He lay motionless, and Vels thought that he had lost consciousness. Looking at his neck, the young man saw something. The young man saw a pendant on his neck that seemed familiar to him. Immediately behind him, iron began to ring as it fell to the ground. He heard the heretics throw down their weapons and begin to apologize. These people immediately took off their hoods from their heads and began to bow to Vels. They begged the young man to let the old man go, because it was they who begged him to do so. One of the men almost had tears in his eyes as he repented. He said that they were attacking adventurers in this city. Vels stared at him in surprise. After the brawl on the street ended, everyone moved to the hotel room where Vels and Seratia lived. The guy put the girl on the bed, who continued to sleep soundly. After Vels had done this, He covered the princess with a blanket and turned to the people who had wanted to attack him earlier. He said that he would now like to know the reason why they had attacked. The night was long, and people began to tell Vels the story. After it was all over, the guy sighed languidly and said that he understood what truth these people were telling. Sat in his chair and thought. It turned out that in recent years people had been rebelling because of rising taxes. So those who couldn't pay had begun to recklessly attack adventurers. A group of men said that this is exactly what was happening. It was all because they couldn't pay their taxes. Vels asked who had raised it, and when he found out it was the ruler, he asked why. One of the men with a palm-like hairstyle sat down on a stool and said that the ruler was only following an order given to him by the king of Garliz himself. One of the men suddenly shouted the name of his highness, King Urs. Vels felt as if he had been hit in the gut, for his breath was taken away. His brother had become a tyrant in his past life. Afterwards, the young man summed up, saying that now the reason for the complete absence of adventurers in the city was clear to him. Vels asked them how many people they had killed. They immediately started waving their arms, shouting that they hadn't killed anyone. They had only taken their money and equipment, and then sent them back out of town naked. Vels thought that this was also a pretty terrible act. Afterwards, the guy said that they would forget about it for now. More importantly, he heard about the number of heretics lately, which is growing. Vels looked sternly at the group of people and addressed them with a question, finding out whether they were committing all this barbarity in the name of the teachings of heresy. All of them immediately froze. A second later, each of them hesitated and reached into his pocket or into his bosom. Each took out his cross and showed it to Vels. This meant that they completely denied the spread of heresy in the city. The old man whom Vels had knocked down earlier suddenly said that they belonged to the Korean sect. Those who live in sin and listen to the words of the devil are not in this city. This is what confused Vels when he saw a cross on the old man's neck on the street. The guy closed his eyes and said that since they wear crosses, they definitely can't be heretics. Vels began to say something, beginning to sum it up. At that moment, the old man bowed before the young man, hitting his forehead on the table, and shouted that he alone would bear the punishment. Many began to shout that they would not allow the mayor to do this. Vels again asked the reason why they had attacked them. The old man said that it was the first time they had seen adventurers in such professional equipment. Vels and his companions' equipment looked quite expensive, so they decided to do this. Vels thought that up until now, only low-level adventurers had come here. The old man said that they were not so sure about it. In any case, after they started, that was how it was. Vels thought again that there were no high-level adventurers here. Plus, the evil cult had not yet spread here either. This was very strange, because this city is located at the southern gate of the kingdom of Garliz. Looking at the map, everything indicated that there should be quite a lot of adventurers of different levels here. Then there must be some other reason for the lack of adventurers. Vels turned to the princess and thought that there was nothing he could do right now. The young man apologized and told the men that they would have to stay in the city for another night. Everyone immediately started running around the room, saying that it would take another couple of hours before the effect of the incense wore off. The mayor said that the room should be prepared immediately. After several people ran from the room, Vels lightly touched the mayor and said he had a few more issues he wanted to discuss. The next day, Vels and Seratia set out again. They made their way along a muddy road among the trees. The girl shouted that there was probably no road here. Vels heard a question behind him that they were most likely lost. The young man turned to the princess, saying that she also heard what those people said. The group of men said that their target was somewhere over there, and the target was precisely the destruction of the evil cult. Instead of attacking the big city directly, they first battered the small towns. By cordoning off the city in this way, they were planning to invade it later. If this is true, then the cult's headquarters is most likely located in a village near the central town. The mayor said they had to cross the forest to get there. Seratia said she was still not sure. She didn't know how much further they had to go, or if there would be a paved road. The girl sighed heavily, leaning against the tree, and said that they had been walking for 3 days in a row. Vels only turned around, being tired more from whining, and told the princess to be patient a little longer. Vels also told the girl that as soon as she smelled the sleep incense, she should use detox or air magic to blow it away. Vels added that the enemies would not wait for the girl to come to her senses. She also should not forget that a moment of carelessness could cost her everything. Seratia only whined that she was very sorry for that offense. Vol suddenly stopped and looked up. She said that she did not feel signs of monsters or any living creatures. Immediately after these words, he heard some sound in the distance. Vols extended his hand to the side, showing the princess that now she needs to stop. Vols asked Seratia not to move at all because someone is approaching. A man in armor and with a weapon on his back suddenly rushed at the guy from the thick bushes. But he rushed empty-handed, and there were no pupils visible in his eye sockets. Vols managed to react, being very fast. The guy immediately grabbed the man by the arm and sharply pressed him to the ground, making a powerful throw. Vols asked who he was. Seeing the bloodstain, Vols assessed it, noting that it was not that big, but his wound was quite deep. It could have been from a monster attack. Moreover, the crest that the man wore belonged to the adventurers from the kingdom of Cassandra. The man opened his eyes wide and began to shout that Vols was also one of them. Vols looked at the man with confusion, asking him in response who he was talking about. At that moment, a fireball began flying in their direction, which Vols managed to notice. Vols pounces on the armored man who had previously tried to attack him, saving his life and his own. A fireball flies past them. Seratia had remained to the side the whole time and covered her face with her hand when the fireball exploded. The princess shouted out the name of her guard, when suddenly the boy heard someone else's voice. A certain woman chuckled, then in a commendable manner told Vols that he had managed to dodge her attacks. She was not alone, but in the company of another warrior. A man. Vols raised his head, seeing these two figures. The guy immediately asked a knight lying under him if he was talking about them. The man clenched his teeth and said that these people were from the kingdom of Rhine. He also added that these people hunt high-level adventurers who enter the forest. The man also added that his team members were here too. The woman who had previously attacked them with magic said that she could not hear what they were talking about at all. Then she said that if the adventurer was talking about the party members, then she pulled out two heads from behind her back. Everyone looked with horror at the remains of the group of adventurers. The comrade of the dead continued to lie, speechless after such news. But Vols immediately began to rise. The female mage said that Vols and Seratia were two new faces who were most likely adventurers from the crown system. The girl turned her gaze to Vols. She immediately added that she especially thought so about the dark-haired guy, who seemed strong to her. Then she added that the guys had no reason to worry at all. But she didn't say this to Vols, but to her subordinates. The girl pointed to the guy and girl behind her, telling her guys that they would be able to take care of them quickly. There were already 4 hunters from the Kingdom of Rain, and all of them were well armed. Vols went out into the middle of the open space, after which he asked the woman what god she believed in. The girl with the lush red hair immediately began to laugh loudly, saying that she believed in the god Adina. Then she asked if this was really what the young man wanted to know before his death. Perhaps Vols decided to find out right away whether his opponents were heretics. The guy said that he understood, then pulled out his sword and with a sharp movement approached the woman, piercing her with the blade. She didn't even have time to understand what had just happened. Vols continued to analyze everything around him unwaveringly, after which, resting his foot on the body, he began to take out his sword. Vols intensified his kick, after which he pushed the girl into the rest of her group. After which an explosion occurred, and Vols was already several meters away from it, being safe. After this, Vols said that since this group was not related to their mission, he did not need to spend much time on all this. He also apologized, saying that there were those here whom he had to protect. Seratia silently looked at Vols, who had already risen to his feet and was walking towards her with a timid smile. The guy put his sword back into its sheath and said that no one would get off easy. After the explosion, however, some were able to survive, so the fight continued. Seratia and the adventurer silently watch as Vols easily sweeps away the group from the Rain Kingdom. Vols's weapon remained in its place. The guy then dealt with his enemies using only his fists and feet. He was, after all, a fighter. Afterwards, he looked at all the attackers, seeing that they were completely neutralized. He approached the adventurer, asking if he was alive. Afterwards, the young man took out a bottle of potion and began to pour it on his back. Vols asked the man not to move, and after a couple of minutes asked him if he could get up. The adventurer began to get up. Saying that he was feeling much better now, for which he thanked Vols. The adventurer looked at the dark-haired youth intently, and then asked who he was. He also said that Vols was incredibly strong. Vels replied that they were a team from Eurasia. The man asked the name of the kingdom in surprise, then said that in any case, it didn't matter now. The adventurer added that he could finally return to southern Loria. Vels understood that Eurasia was so small and weak that the adventurer did not even know about it. After that, Vels said that if the man was going to return, he should report the team from Rhine. The man exhaled and said that he would do it. After examining the attackers, he said that he really should report this to the guild. They would be outraged by such cruelty. The man turned to Vels and said that it seemed to be all over now regarding the threat. Then he began to dig under his armor, saying that he wanted to express his gratitude. Vels said that there was no need for that. The man objected, saying that they had saved his life today, so of course he should thank his saviors. Seratia silently stared at the outstretched bag, realizing that there was simply a mountain of money there. Vels took the gratitude, after which he said that they had to get to the collection point. The man looked down silently, then muttered darkly that this place no longer existed. Vels looked at him in surprise, asking what the adventurer meant. The adventurer said that the place had been attacked by a monster and was now nothing but ruins. The man added that they were just about to go on a quest to destroy it, but before they got there, they were attacked. The adventurer looked into Vels' eyes and said that if they still wanted to get there, they had to be extremely careful. Then she began to add, saying what kind of creature it was. The adventurer said that this creature was the dragon Algis. When Vels and Seratia came to the place where the gathering was supposed to take place, they saw only a pile of debris. Seratia covered her mouth with her hand, saying that it was simply terrible. Vels summed up that it was definitely the work of a monster. An evil cult. No, a human was not capable of such a thing. Seratia added that even if it was such a strong monster, she still hoped that the people who lived nearby were safe. Vels leaned his hand against the ruins, beginning to concentrate to understand what could have happened here. Suddenly, he heard Seratia getting his attention. The boy turned around and then heard Seratia tell him that this was to be expected from a student and member of a legendary warrior clan. The girl added that he had defeated many opponents in such a short time. Vels turned around and calmly said that it was because of their weakness. After that, Vels decided to ask Seratia a question. The guy asked what would happen when that man reported everything to the Rain Guild. Seratia thought for a moment, then said that the status of the Kingdom of Rhine would weaken, and most likely the reputation of Eurasia would improve, because that guy seemed very noble. Vels said that it wasn't that simple. Seratia stared at him, and the guy continued to say that, to begin with, it wasn't just Rain's status that would be affected. Vels continued, saying that that woman had attacked adventurers from the crown system from various countries. In other words, she had killed many nobles and royals from various clans. Vels said that if other countries found out about all this, then in that case the Rhine would very quickly begin to suffer from revenge attacks. Seratia said that she had not thought about it. Then she added that Vels' action would also advertise the Kingdom of Eurasia. Vels said that Eurasia did not appear in that man's report. Seratia decided to find out why. Vels said that although Eurasia was located next to his country, he must have understood Vels' intentions, so he gave them the money and left. Seratia suddenly stopped, placing both hands on her hips. She asked what all this meant. Vels exhaled and said that she would understand everything when they reached the river. Soon the two of them had already reached the metropolis located in the middle of the river in the kingdom of Garliz. Vels and Seratia began to cross the bridge. The streets of the city were quite busy. Suddenly they heard a herald who, holding a piece of paper up, stood and shouted that he had urgent news. When Seratia picked up one of the news sheets, she immediately saw that many different countries had invaded the Rain Kingdom today. Seratia said that they didn't mention Eurasia at all. Just like Vels said, Cassandra attacked Rhine. Vels said that everything happened even faster than he thought. Rain must have been a target for a long time. Afterwards, Vels added that he had already told Seratia about this. That meant that they had given him credit. He understood this, and that was why he had given him so much money. Seratia indignantly asked why Vels did this. The girl said that he was now a Eurasian, but the guy immediately interrupted her. Vels said that his only job was to protect the princess. Afterwards, he said that Seratia would be the one who would make Eurasia famous on her own. Vels asked if that was what the girl was striving for. The princess snorted and turned away, walking in the other direction. Afterwards, she turned around and said that she understood everything. adding that she would do many more wonderful deeds with the help of her magic. Vels remembered the day when the girl showed him what she was capable of. The guy immediately thought that now Seratia really needed a magic teacher. Vels thought that if the girl went, that he too could use magic. He would immediately become more important and then lose his freedom. Meanwhile, Seratia sped up and shouted that they were going to the guild. Vels thought again that his goal of resurrection might be delayed then, because if only he knew someone who could use magic. Soon, they reached the guild building, which was several times larger than the one in Eurasia. The guild worker immediately familiarized himself with the guy's personal files, after which he said that he would now look at something. The man said there were no adventurers here who wanted to become apprentices in the team from Eurasia. It sounded rather sad, but quite expected. Seratia leaned forward a little, looking at the guild worker in surprise. The man immediately explained that there had been 0 members for years. Seratia asked the worker why this happened. Vels decided that he needed to get more valuable information, so he asked about Cassandra's team. The guild worker smiled lightly, saying that he couldn't tell them the details, but dozens of people had applied in the past few days. At that moment, it was as if Seratia's soul had left her. Vels immediately turned around and said that after all, it was much easier to complete tasks with fewer people in the crown system. Vels also added that the average number of team members is 5, so they would need at least 1 more. Seratia looked up and asked Vels if 1 wasn't enough. Vels said that he would be enough to protect the princess, but if there were too many enemies around or they were very strong, then he would not be able to protect her and fight at the same time. Afterwards, Vels said that they needed another guard so that the guy could fully concentrate on the attack. The girl replied that the number of adventurers who wanted to work with them was 0. Vels asked the princess to calm down, saying that there were still other options. The guy also thought that it would be too difficult to lure away adventurers who had already joined teams from other kingdoms. Vels immediately asked the worker if there were any more free adventurers. The man exhaled and took the sheets of paper with personal files, saying that there were several mid-level people left here. Vels looked him in the eye and firmly said that he did not need these inexperienced guys. The young man asked the worker to give him someone really worthwhile. The guild worker sifted out only 2 questionnaires from a pile of sheets of paper, after which he said that there were still, of course, a couple of adventurers who were at a high level. But the truth was that they had previously rejected requests from many great countries, so he thought that their attempts to persuade them would be futile. In any case, these people were very talented. Vels immediately asked if there was anyone among these 2 who owned magic. The man said that there were matchmakers among them, but Vels could not find any magicians who remained free. Vels asked the man if this was really so. He just remained silent in response, to which Vels immediately said that he understood everything. Afterwards, the guild worker said that he was not responsible if something happened. At this time, a group of knights were fighting a huge monster that looked like a dragon. They attacked one after another, and someone shouted for the group to retreat immediately after neutralizing its attack. It was that same dragon Algus. One of the knights straightened his sword and said that formations 2 and 4 should attack the dragon from both sides. The knights immediately began to disperse. Vels and Seratia wandered into one of the villages and began searching nearby houses for the presence of at least 1 living soul. Vels said at length that the dragon Algus was also not here. Seratia said that the place seemed so deserted, as if the people must have abandoned it out of fear of the dragon. The girl held a paper in her hands, noting that they had 1 rally point left. Vels turned to the girl and asked her to stop making that face. He asked if she still wanted a strong adventurer on the team. Seratia thought for a bit. Afterwards, the girl mumbled, saying that they didn't have to be that strong. Afterwards, Vels said that this didn't look like the man who had previously planned to defeat the dragon Eru. The girl puffed out her cheeks and looked at Vels indignantly. The guy said that only people from Cassandra agreed to the task of subjugating Algus, and among them there must be powerful magicians. On top of that, Vels also said that Algus was insanely strong. If they could hire these people, it would only be to their advantage in the future. Afterwards, seeing the girl's face, Vels asked what was wrong. Seratia folded her hands and said that the guy was a servant, but knew much more about adventurers and guilds than she did. Vels asked if the princess was offended by this. The girl immediately started screaming, saying that Vels still couldn't understand her. She said that she only wanted to praise the guy. Vels asked in surprise if it was true. Quite unexpectedly, they heard a powerful roar that made the walls shake. Both fell silent, but Vels had long since realized what it was. Seratia looked at the door, asking what it was. Vels immediately began to run quickly towards the exit, saying that this was Algis and he was somewhere nearby, apparently. They immediately ran out into the street. Vels stood and looked in the direction from which the rising smoke was visible. Vels also said that the sound was coming from that mountain. The guy immediately shouted to Seratia that they were moving out. The guy added that the girl should stay close to him. He indignantly told the princesses that it was Vels who should stay close to her. On one horse, they quickly rushed on the road. Vels thought that they could only hear Algis's growl, but no explosions, which meant they were still fighting him. As they began to gradually approach, a new entrance to the forest thicket suddenly appeared in front of them. Vels abruptly stopped his horse, after which they dismounted and slowly moved closer. Finally, they were able to see the roaring dragon, which by its very appearance instilled fear in people. Seratia looked at the monster and quietly said that this was probably Algis. Vels and Seratia remained to the side for now, watching the group as they fought the dragon. Vels carefully studied each participant, looking at what they were armed with. Suddenly, Vels said that he actually thought so. There were only swordsmen here. The guy was quite calm, unlike Seratia, who looked at the dragon with wide-open eyes. The dragon immediately rushed to attack the group of people from Cassandra. They took cover, trying to protect themselves from the rather agile, for its size, dragon. This is what the 2 and 4 formation meant. 4 people stood in front, parrying the dragon's attack, and the other 2, who were acting behind them, immediately rushed into the attack after parrying. Seratia was amazed that these knights were fighting face-to-face with the great Algis. The girl thought it was incredible, after which she added that their armor was quite durable. Vels noted that Algis's skin was incredibly tough and magical attacks would be far more effective than physical ones. Still, for 6 swordsmen, they were doing quite well. Based on this, Vels thought that this group of quite skilled warriors, but there was something else that almost immediately attracted the attention of the young man, who continued to look at this detail. Among them all, there was a woman who guided all the other swordsmen. This one was especially different from the others and emanated incredible strength. Vels was curious about who she was. Seratia suddenly asked if Vels was going to help this group of people. The guy said that it was probably a male. A female dragon, as a rule, is much larger and more dangerous. Vels also added that the individual is especially dangerous if there is not enough food during pregnancy or for the growing generation of young dragons. Afterwards, the boy continued, saying that it was just a coincidence that the dragon's breeding season was around this time. Suddenly, they heard another loud howl. Seratia turned around abruptly and began to look up. A shadow immediately began to appear above them, growing larger and larger, indicating that the target was approaching them. And so it really was. Vels turned around and saw a second black dragon flying towards them at great speed. Seratia pointed her finger at it and began to say something to Vels. Vels understood what Seratia wanted to say and calmly replied that it was indeed a female Algis. Vels added that she was simply huge, and Seratia began to get hysterical at that moment and say that now was not the time to admire her. Seratia started patting Vels on the shoulder, saying that she was heading straight for them and that they needed to run faster now. Vels continued to stand still and said that it was useless. Vels just continued to stare intently at the female dragon, who was closing the distance between them, after which he loudly said that she would catch them in the blink of an eye. The girl was very scared. Vels was already preparing to take out his sword, and at that moment Seratia started screaming for Vels to kill this dragon right now. The dragon extended one of its paws forward, which was about to strike. A wave was created around from the docking of the dragon in Vels, which began to destroy the soil around. The woman who had previously commanded her swordsman looked in surprise at the place where the female had landed. Seratia stood a little to the side and shouted the name of her protector. Many might think that Vels fell under such a crushing attack, but this was not the case at all. Vels held the blade in front of him, with which he held the dragon's paw. The young man himself thought it was simply incredible. At Seratia's command, his body instantly prepared for battle. Apparently, this was the power of the blood contract. Seratia was simply shocked that the guy was able to stop the dragon with just a sword. Seeing Vels, the girl in a little hysteria shouted that the female dragon was approaching again. Vels just smiled, then told Seratia to just stand there and watch him. The dragon quickly rushed to attack again, and Vels took his original position, taking hold of his sword. The dragon began to roar loudly, but Vels was completely prepared and calm. Seratia watched in horror at everything that was happening, and at the same time, the girl commanding the swordsman was also watching Vels. This time, balls did not reflect the blow directly, but only let the dragon pass forward. The female owl just flew past, landing for some time. Vels immediately used this opportunity and rushed from above onto the dragon's body. Seratia thought in surprise, seeing that Vels did not hit the dragon. While everyone was looking on in shock, not understanding what was happening, Vels kicked the dragon's head with a light movement of his foot. It immediately began to separate in half. Everyone turned to look at the guy in shock, seeing how the dragon under his feet had already been defeated. Seratia herself also looked at the situation in shock, seeing such a display of power for the first time. The young man jumped off the dragon, landing on the ground. At about the same time, the monster's body fell behind him. Vels calmly turned to the princess, saying that he had killed the dragon, as she had ordered. Seratia fell to the ground in surprise, her back resting against one of the trees. The girl realized that Vels had just defeated such a dangerous dragon with just one blow. Seratia suddenly rose to her feet and began to laugh as if artificially. The girl haughtily said that Vels was a good man and had done a good job. Vels looked at the princess with confusion, asking what was wrong again. The girl said that they were only praising the young man. At that moment, one of the persons in armor began to approach them. It was the same girl coordinating the knights fighting the dragon. She pulled out her blade and pointed it straight at Vels, holding it inches from the boy's forehead. Seratia was very scared seeing such a gesture. Vels remained calm, asking what the girl wanted. She held her sword, saying that Vels' attack was simply amazing. After that, the girl suddenly told Vels to fight her. Their eyes met, creating some tension and admiration at the same time. Meanwhile, the second group also finished with their dragon. One of the swordsmen reported saying that the pacification of the male dragon Algis was completed. When they had finished, they turned around and saw their leader holding his blade to the boy's head. They called out to their mistress, calling her Naya. Vels, answering the question that Nia had asked him earlier, said that he, in principle, was not against fighting. But perhaps not everything depended on him. Seratia asked a little excitedly if Vels was really going to agree to the girl's proposal. Vels replied that yes, and he didn't see any problems here, since they were just measuring their strength. Vels also thought that this girl was going to challenge him after everything she had just seen. It seemed like she was overly confident in her abilities. The knight threw off her cloak, which could hinder her. Vels extended his hand forward, asking what his decision would affect. Nia said that if he fought her, he would find out. Vels only said that he always does this. The girl said that she was pleased with this answer, after which she quickly rushed and attacked, saying along the way that Vels could not hold back. Vels managed to parry this blow, which might have seemed quite unexpected to many. But Vels devoted several years to his training, so he was ready for this. The blow was of devastating force, which could even be compared to a dragon's attack. The landscape beneath him began to collapse again, and seeing this, Seratia screamed in fear. The girl put in quite a lot of effort, but then she noticed that Vels was no longer there. Suddenly, she heard behind her back someone telling her that she was quite nimble. Vels stood behind her, bringing his sword to her neck. The guy said that Nia was quite a serious opponent. Judging by the girl's look, she would not give up so easily. Vels asked her if Nia was satisfied with the battle now. The girl said sharply that she was not, after which she knocked a sword away from her head. She abruptly moved a short distance away from Vels. She said that it was still too little, and then rushed into the attack again. Vels remained in place, waiting for her next blow, on which his further actions would depend. The girl suddenly pulled out her second blade and was going to prevent Vels from leaving, or to reflect one of the swords. The young man, even though it was almost the last moment, managed to notice this. Vels bowed down from the attack, preparing to go behind Nia again. She was really fast, but Vels continued to outpace her. The trees that were located near them were hit by the blow, after which they began to quickly fall to the ground, having been cut down by the point of the sword. Vels looked at the girl, saying that she was fighting with two swords. It was a bit unexpected at first. The girl's gaze was still riveted to the long-haired guy. Vels only said that she was very skilled, after which a hail of blows from both hands was immediately brought down on him. Vels continued to keep up, thinking that this swordswoman was really strong. Her first attack, which broke the earth, and then a series of continuous blows of almost the same strength and speed. If Vels had not possessed magic in his past life, he would not have even reacted to them. Vels thought that it was not in vain that she challenged him, because she could have had a chance to win. But in this life, he just needed to wait for the right moment. Vels, after another attack by the girl, was able to grab her by the arm and throw her to the ground, instantly twisting her. Vels himself positioned himself on top, fixing her position. The girl's swords flew out of her hands and then landed in the ground. The swordsmen shouted the name of their leader, and Naya herself said that she surrendered, admitting defeat with a bang. Seratia also shouted Vels' name, as did the swordsmen, who rushed towards their duelist. The group immediately surrounded Naya, asking if the girl was safe. The swordsman helped the girl up. Vels was not wounded and thought again that even though he had won this fight, judging by her strength, the girl was an adventurer of the highest rank. Vels was quite serious, then looked at the girl kneeling before him. He asked who she was anyway. In response, he heard that she had finally found him. The girl replied that she was Nia. She was quite slender, and from her face, one could tell that she belonged to some kind of nobility. Her fiery red hair of medium length, similar to a bob, was freed from her helmet. The girl added that her name was Naya Fromage. She apologized for having done such a crazy thing and challenged Vels to a duel with her. Seratia, seeing the girl's face, was amazed at how beautiful she was. Naya immediately asked a counter-question, finding out the names of the guy and his companion. The young man said that his name was Vels Sai. Then he added that Naya could not worry about what happened, because he was familiar with this feeling when you cannot hold back when meeting strong people. Vels said that now they would talk about something else. The guy reminded her that she said that she had found him. What did she mean? Naya pointed to her group and said that she had traveled with these girls. At the moment, she was busy looking for a suitable person whom she could serve faithfully and truly. And finally, this day came for her. The group of girls, hearing what their leader was saying, all began to take off their headdresses. Nia continues, saying that she is grateful with all her heart to the god Adina for having met him. What happened next greatly surprised Vels and Princess Seratia. The girls knelt down, and Naya asked her, or rather, all of them, to accept the team into her service. Vels stared at the girls in surprise, not understanding their reaction. Seratia was even more surprised and looked at the squad that bowed before them. After this, Vels apologized to the squad of swordsmen and said that he had absolutely no right to decide such things. The squad immediately began to rise to their feet. This caused some misunderstanding among the girls. To dispel it, Vels added that he was only a servant who served Princess Seratia. Seratia looked at the young man. Nia's warriors immediately began to take out their weapons, shouting that the young man should not dare insult their mistress and reject the offer with such a lie. Nia stopped them with her hand. One of the girls also said that all the countries were competing with each other to lure Naya to their side. But Naya decided to ask herself, finding out why the slave had such power. Nia said that she demanded an explanation immediately. Some of the swordswomen continued to say that with his strength, he could enter the civil service of some country. Seratia pointed at the young man and said that this is why the boy occupies an important post. The girl said that she is the first princess of the kingdom of Eurasia, Seratia Roundobro. Afterwards, the princess said that Vels was indeed her servant. Naya only asked the name again, after which she said that she didn't even know such a country. This was not the first time the princess heard something like this, but she began to get angry again. The girl turned around and pointed her hand at Volu, pointing at the group of swordswomen. So she made him explain everything to them. Vels began to tell them, and when he finished, he said that this is exactly how things were. The girls realized that there was a blood contract between them. Such a contract was really only made with slaves. The girls asked if Seratia was really a princess of Eurasia. Vels said that he needed the permission of the mistress to have his own servants. Seratia yawned, covering her mouth, and then said that she would gladly give this agreement. She added that she could not neglect such strong and talented knights. The princess also added that, however, she was worried that Vels was not very eager to accept them into service. Vels added that Naya was a swordswoman, and that was the reason. Vels said that he had already said this in the guild because they needed mages. Nia said that she can't stand mages because in her opinion, they are those who do not fight openly and honestly. Vels thought it was very strange. Usually adventurers fought in groups to balance each other's weaknesses. However, they did well with just one sword. Seratia called out to Vels and said that she had already given her permission. Then the girl asked if Nea was now an ally to them. Vels thought that Seratia was not at all bothered by Nea's hatred of mages. Nea said that they were different from the adventurers here, so they wouldn't become vassals of the royal family by verbal agreement. She said that they should return to the guild and complete the formalities. Seratia sighed, thinking that they would now have to meet that boring man again. Vels said that they needed to be patient for a little while because it was for her and Eurasia's sake. The girl threw her hands up and said that in that case, they should hurry to Midrifer. In a joyful mood, she ran and shouted for Vels not to lag behind. When their group in the new composition entered the guild, they immediately saw that the building was teeming with people. Everyone suddenly began to turn around in surprise, watching the girls' group with their eyes. The guild worker dropped all his papers from his hands when he saw them with his own eyes. He said that he couldn't believe that he saw the 7 in purple armor. He himself saw them for the first time and did not understand at all the reason why they had come to their guild of Midrifer. People continued to whisper among themselves, saying that these were the ones everyone was talking about. The man behind the counter immediately made a very friendly and welcoming face, saying that this was Nea Fromage herself. Then, he asked if the group of dragons Algus had found her. At that moment, when the question about dragons was asked, Seratia turned to Vels and pointed her finger at the counter, telling him to also say that he took part in the battle. Nea, looking at the guild worker who was being overly polite, told him that they had caught a couple. The girl assured him that these individuals would no longer cause trouble. The man, being pleasantly surprised, asked if it was true. After that, people began to admire, saying that the girls really were as strong as they said, and such beauties too. The man said that this is what he expected from such a legendary group. He also added that it is not for nothing that they call her Sword Princess, since they also defeated 2. The girl interrupted the man, saying that he had misunderstood. Nea said that the one who had pacified the more ferocious female dragon was Vels, and she pointed at him with her hand. The man looked at them in surprise, his eyes wide. Then, turning a little pale, he smiled nervously and said that the Sword Princess, however, did not joke that often. But Nea said that there was no joke here. The girl said loudly that they had come here, accompanied by these 2 to complete all the necessary paperwork. With slight bewilderment, the man looked questioningly at Nea. The girl again pointed her hand at her companions, after which she said that the 7 of them wanted to become subjects of Her Highness Seratia, Princess of the Kingdom of Eurasia. Everyone around was alarmed, and now everyone's attention was suddenly focused on Vels and Princess Seratia. The guy stood in place, looking at everyone else. The man immediately raised his hands, starting to laugh. He told the Sword Princess to really stop joking already. Afterwards, he told such an incomparable swordswoman as she came over to them. But he didn't even have time to finish speaking before one of Nea's group immediately hit his stand on the table, turning the surface into splinters. The girl said that Nea didn't have time for empty chatter. Afterwards, she told the clerk to process the documents faster. The worker shouted in fear that he understood everything and ran for the necessary papers. Nea turned her gaze to the girl, saying her name, Benanash. The girl immediately apologized. Everyone around continued to stare at Vels and Seratia. The guy said that Nea should understand such things without words. He added, saying that in order to accomplish a feat under the crown system, he would like their group to be small, because the difference in strength between her and the other girls is huge. Nea looked sadly at Vels, then said that she agreed. The Sword Princess slowly turned to her group, then began to address them. Benet said that they realize that they are not yet strong enough. It is for this reason that they will search for traces of heretics as part of the special forces for the sake of Eurasia and Princess Seratia. The girl asked Vels how he felt about this. The young man said that in that case, he saw no problems. The team said goodbye to their leader, wishing her success in battle. After they left, Nea called out to Princess Seratia once more. She knelt down on one knee and apologized to her once more for being overly rude to Princess Eurasia earlier. Seratia said that she did not see anything scary here, and they would be very happy to work with her. Nea thanked the princess, saying that she could be relied on. The swordswoman added that she would try her best. The girl also said that, with her, Seratia would not have any need for mages. Vels came up and apologized for bringing up the subject again, but the young man wanted to know why she didn't like mages so much. Nia bowed her head down, and after a short pause, said that it was all because of the man who stood at the top of the magicians, Prince Garliz ours. Vels, hearing his name from his past life, immediately asked what the swordswoman meant. The girl said that he had probably heard that the oppression that was now falling on the people of Garliz was because of Arsaria. After all, it is Ars who is now exerting such influence on his brother, King Urs. Ars controls him from behind his back, while remaining in the shadows. These are the things Vels heard, frozen in a stupor. Vels walked along the path, already dressed in the light clothing that usually lay under his armor. The young man walked toward the house, enjoying silence. Soon he came to a building that was more than half destroyed. Vels looked at it, then closed his eyes and thought that at last he could be alone with himself. Nea, entering the room, called out to Vels. The young man raised his head and asked what was the matter. Nea thought that they would take separate rooms at the inn. Vels asked again what was wrong. Nea said that everything seemed to be fine, but before that, she had only slept with girls, but not with the opposite. The girl felt very shy. Vels said that the girl had not spoken about this before. Naya began to shout that everything was not as they might have thought, because in reality she was not like that. Vels calmly said that he had not even assumed anything. Seratia gave Naya a thumbs up, saying that everything was fine. She then added that Vels was also her first and it wasn't scary at all, told Seratia to keep quiet because she was only further misleading everyone. Nea stared at Vels and sheepishly said that he was the princess's first. Vels answered sharply that it was not so. He simply slept with her in the same room to protect her and save on the hotel. But such misunderstandings do not arise anymore, and she does not need to worry. Nea immediately asked in what sense. Vels said that from this day on he wanted Nea to guard Seratia in the room, and he would guard the door from the outside. Seratia immediately raised her voice and said that she had already made it clear to Vels that he would sleep in a bed. Vels only said that now everyone knew that she was a princess, so she had to be even more careful. Vels also said that some marauders from the Kingdom of Rain might attack her at night. So from now on, Nea would be with her, so that no one would be embarrassed, and Vels himself would be on the street. The boy said that it would be much safer that way. The princess puffed out her cheeks a little offendedly, but let Vels go. The young man went out and stood in front of the house, thinking that with the appearance of Nea, his work had become noticeably easier. Now Benetnash and the others hunt heretics in the area, and Naya guards Seratia at night. Now Vels has free time and can do whatever he wants. But there was still one thing that bothered him: the existence of Ars, who had to die. Many say that he now manipulates his younger brother Urs and tyrannizes the country. Vels thought that now he needs to start studying this issue little by little. Now the guy will focus on fulfilling his goal from his past life. In other words, Vels was going to continue his research in the field of resurrection of the dead. Opening the door of the basement, several small goblins, caught earlier, immediately settled in front of him. Vels spent several days gathering information about heretics, moving through cities, paths, and small villages. The guy talked to many people, asking about this problem. At night, Vels had a slightly different life. He would head into the forest and drag there the corpses of monsters that had attacked him or been killed by other adventurers. When Ars was able to collect a small supply, which should be enough for him for the first time, he stood in front of this bunch of monsters and said that the preparation was complete. However, from the outside, it was a nightmarish sight. But Vels was not embarrassed for a long time. The guy began to control his magical flow and prepare a spell. A ball of magical energy began to grow around his hands. After that, Vels lowered his hands and a magic circle formed on the floor, which immediately surrounded the goblins' bodies. It was quite hard, and the point was not even in the lack of practice, which was true for a long time. Vels continued, but even with such a powerful body, he was shaking slightly. Soon, Vels noticed that the monsters' bodies were starting to regain their breath and heal their wounds, which meant everything was going according to plan. But in the past, the guy was much stronger, so he would definitely need more time. Vels thought that perhaps he should increase his power. The young man began to increase the flow of magic, after which one of the goblins opened his eyes and began to yell something. Afterwards, Vels noticed that the monsters were foaming at the mouth, and they all stopped moving and stopped showing signs of life. He thought that it was another failure. Vels used not only his mana, but also the converted magic particles from the air, so it took a long time to activate the powerful spell. But it was impossible to give up. Vels realized that he would try again and push out a little more and transform the magical parts. All night Vels tried again and again. The slightly trembling bodies of the goblins remained lying on the floor, showing no signs of active life. For a moment they seemed to gain consciousness, but then it immediately disappeared. Vels thought that he had already gone through all the bodies, but they only began to move a little more, so nothing had changed from his previous life. In this era, his past spirit, Ars, was still alive. Is there really another mage of Vels's level? If so, then he is now controlling his body and has transplanted a separate soul into it. Then it is clear why he tyrannized Garliz. But it was still not possible. Vels opened the door and addressed his goblins, apologizing for the spells he had cast on their dead bodies. As he left, Vels said that the spell would wear off with the sunrise, so they could live their lives as they wished. Afterwards, Vels went to get some sleep. The next day, all three of them were standing in the town square. Seratia turned to Vels, asking if he had slept well. The girl said that they did not want him to do his work carelessly during the day. Vels was indeed a little lethargic. He turned to the princess and said that he was fine, and even if trouble arose, Nia was with them. Princess Seratia told Vels to remember, if something happens to her, he will be in trouble too. The princess immediately turned away, after which Nia said that the guy takes good care of Seratia. Vels only said that he really thought he couldn't provide her with perfect protection. Afterwards, they heard the cry of people who were going to split into two groups and explore the forest. Almost at the same second, a crowd of local adventurers rushed past them, almost fleeing the city. Vels noticed that it was a bit noisy here today. Vels asked what had happened. Seratia responded immediately, saying that she would find out everything now. Nia chuckled, sarcastically saying that the adventurers were acting quite harmoniously. Looking at everyone running, Nia immediately realized that some kind of urgent task had appeared. Vels turned around in surprise, asking if something could really happen that would suddenly require the mobilization of adventurers. The princess ran towards her team, after which she said that she had managed to find out everything. The girl announced that anomalous creatures had appeared in the forests. Princess Seratia continued, saying that these creatures had not been encountered in any one place, or even on the entire continent. They were a kind of zombie goblins. Vels folded his hands together, then looked at the out-of-breath Seratia. The guy said that he heard about this for the first time. That is, these are goblins who have risen from the dead, but where could they have come from? The next moment, Vels suddenly understood everything. He mentally stopped himself, remembering his experiences yesterday. The guy thought a little nervously about whether it was really because of him. The guild worker said that the goblin zombies had started to cause them a lot of trouble. No matter how much they chopped down, they still resurrected. And at the moment, the city adventurers were not able to handle them. The three of them walked along a large fence and discussed it. Nia said that it was like immortals, like a new kind of goblin. Seratia pointed her hand forward, saying that the official said they came from there. Seratia put her hands on her hips and said that they had no need to take on this stupid task. It had nothing to do with the crown system. Vels stopped her and said that they had to do it. The princess turned around, looking at Vels in surprise. The guy, meanwhile, could not believe that the resurrection magic that he used on the goblins had not subsided during all this time. In theory, she should have disappeared early in the morning. But then why did they continue to move? Fortunately, of course, there was one moment that consoled Vels, namely, that no one knows that it was he who gave birth to these goblins. And while they are holding out in this forest, Vels must take action before things get worse and find out the reason for his experience. Seratia called the guy, after which Vels came out of the stream of his thoughts. The guy instantly figured out what to say and explained to the princess that it was quite curious. These immortal goblins, they could have some connection to those very heretics they are looking for. Mia immediately said that she supports Vels. Nia added that this way they could, among other things, demonstrate the power of Eurasia to all adventurers. It was for this reason that she shared Vels's position. The princess replied that if that was the case, then she agreed. Then she said that she was worried that they had interested Vels so much. She had not seen such a passion in him before. Vels had already started to say something when suddenly they heard the adventurers' screams again. They ran back screaming, but the goblins still came out of the forest. The men ran back behind the city walls and shouted that they would not die, no matter how much they were beaten. No one understood what to do except not save themselves. Seratia stared at the forest thicket. Seratia began to say, a little scared, that the goblins had already managed to reach the city. Then she added that they would resurrect, no matter how many times they were attacked. Vels realized that the girl had simply collected everything she had heard. The young man immediately began to calm the princess, saying that the rumors might not come true. And besides, he and Nea were with her. Vels began to remember that just yesterday, the goblins had shown no signs of reason. It was unlikely that they would have defeated so many adventurers. The guy thought that they did not know which of these words was the real truth. They saw trees begin to fall in the forest in front of them. Then something huge appeared, like a snake. It was a huge monster, molded from a bunch of goblins. Seratia looked at this mass with fear, which did not even have a face or eyes. She asked at what point it could be called a goblin. The guy understood that they all merged into one. Seratia continued to say that it couldn't even be called a living being. Suddenly, Vels heard Naya call out to him. The girl began to take out her blade, after which she took a fighting stance. Nea suddenly said that she should be allowed to fight this monster first. After that, the girl made a sharp jump from the ground and rose several dozen meters up. Seratia was surprised by such skill. Nea immediately rose above the monster. The girl moved very quickly. As soon as she found herself at the very top, Naya immediately began to cut this entire mass of goblins, turning it into several small pieces. After the girl finished and landed, thinking she had done it successfully, a hail of goblin monster pieces fell on the ground after her. Seratia raised her hands and clenched them into fists. The girl said that it was simply amazing. She also began to say that at this rate the girl... Vels abruptly interrupted her and said that it was still too early. The whole mass suddenly scattered across the ground, but soon began to gather again and stick together into one large piece. The zombie goblins were reunited again and regained their former form. Seratia watched all this with horror. Nea was also surprised, because when she turned around, she saw that this mass was moving towards the city again, although the girl had crushed it into pieces a minute ago. But the Sword Princess was not going to give up so easily. The girl said that in that case, she would act differently. She launched her new attack, which resembled a tornado. The huge lump of goblins began to fall apart again, but it was immediately obvious how the small pieces were starting to stick together again. No matter how hard Nea tried, the attacks did not take the monster. One of the pieces was thrown right at Vels' feet. This was a great opportunity to get acquainted with what the monster was. Vels began to sit down to take a closer look. As soon as Seratia saw that Vels was up to something, and then watched as the guy took the mass into his hands, she immediately screamed in fear for Vels not to touch it, and the blood oath worked. Vels still managed to secretly assess the piece of the monster. Meanwhile, Nea landed again, saying that she did not understand what else she could do with this disgusting pile. Vels began to calmly step forward, telling Naya to step aside a little. Naya turned around and called out to Vels in surprise, asking if he had really thought of something. Vels took a fighting stance, then smiled. He said that he already had a plan, and Naya would understand it when she saw what he was going to do with this pile. Vels sheathed his sword and walked towards the goblin zombie with only his bare hands. Seratia and Naya stared at the boy in surprise, not understanding why he wasn't armed. When Vels struck with his crushing force, a kind of funnel immediately formed in the pile of goblins, as if after a shell had hit. This impulse suddenly twisted the mass. Vels seemed to create some kind of a whirlpool in this pile of goblins. Gradually, it began to tear apart on the sides, and the goblins began to separate as if after a sword strike. Vels stood on the ground, slightly closer to the monster than Seratia and Nea. Pieces of the goblin zombie pile began to gradually fall to the ground, as they had initially done when Nea attacked. Nea exclaimed in surprise that Vels did the same thing as her, not with a sword but with his bare hands. Seratia pointed her hand at the pieces of goblins and said that they would gather again now, but everything remained in its place, as it had fallen. The pieces of mass were not attracted to each other, as they had been before. Seratia asked in surprise why it had not regenerated. It so happened that Vels was finally able to deal with the goblin zombie. Of course, they did not know that Vels also gave birth to this creature. With just one punch, Vels was able to defeat the goblin that Nea couldn't defeat, no matter how hard she tried and attacked that large mass. The girls did not understand at all how Vels was able to finish off the immortal goblin zombie, which many could not handle with just one blow. What kind of technique was that? That same day, already as evening approached, mugs full of ale rattled in the tavern. Many shouted that she was simply amazing. This feast was an expression of gratitude to the girl. People continued to praise the hero who was able to defeat the goblin zombie, who regenerated no matter what the group of adventurers in this city did to her. All the travelers mourned the name of the great sword princess Nea, who could defeat the monster. The girl sat quietly in place, continuing to insist that it was not her, but Vels. Seratia and Vels were sitting aside, and the princess asked if Vels was offended, since he was the one who overthrew the monster. The young man said that he was not offended, since the girl had helped him then. Afterwards, the girl, sipping her milk from a mug, turned to the young man and asked how he managed to win, since he had somehow managed to interrupt the recovery process. Resurrection of the dead combines several types of magic. Among them, only one could cause such an extremely rare situation: the magic of returning in time. In that case, it had to be immediately cancelled. Its creation required enormous power, and the root cause was only him. The young man already thought then that it was all over. But no. Vels had already started to try to say something to the princess when suddenly the door of the tavern slammed quite loudly. Many immediately turned to look at the one who entered. A girl came inside and immediately said that this was a pretty lousy place. She immediately said that she heard that there was a man here who had killed a goblin zombie. People looked with horror at the girl who asked the current hero of the tavern to come forward in front of her. No one understood what this person was doing here. The girl immediately rolled her eyes and said that it was as if there were deaf people sitting there. She repeated that she was calling the person who was able to deal with the goblin monster to come to her. She repeated that the man should come to her immediately. Vels asked who this person was. The guild worker jumped up to him and indignantly asked if the guy really didn't know who it was. The man immediately said that this was Festilis Ditland, who was now the first princess of the kingdom of Garliz. The girl continued to look around, waiting for someone to approach her. Vels immediately looked at the girl in surprise, and a slight shudder ran through him. He understood that if she was the first princess of Garliz, then she was the daughter of his brother Urs. In other words, she was the niece of Ashies, whose soul was now trapped in Vels's body. The young man understood that he had to respond to her request. Vels quickly exchanged glances with Naya, who was already looking at him at that moment. Vels understood everything and rose to his feet, saying that it was he who defeated the goblin zombie, after which he asked what she wanted from him. The girl looked at the adventurer with a hint of hatred, after which she called him impudent. She said that he was a commoner who did not know a drop of manners. The girl also added that it is precisely because of their stupidity that such people commit crimes and destroy themselves. Vels asked what she was talking about. The girl said that he was, apparently, a foreigner. Afterwards, she said that she would explain everything and ask the guy to come out. She really insisted on it. When Vels came out, he saw the silhouette of a man and immediately froze. Dallas was on his face. The same knight who once faithfully served Ars in his past life. He'd really aged in the past 17 years. Dallas remained the head of the knightly order. He was the strongest swordsman Ars had ever known. It was he who had taught him the basics of fencing in his years. He was also one of those present during the Reincarnation that day, when Ars told them that he was using himself for a magical experiment. But it was still unclear why he wanted to meet him, and especially with the princess. Dallas asked the young man if it was really he who had defeated the goblin zombie. Finally, Vels smiled and said that it really was him. With a slight grin, the boy asked if they would give him a reward. Meanwhile, Seratia and Nea ran out of the tavern. Dallas immediately turned his attention to the girl who ran out into the street. He immediately recognized the sword princess. The man said that he had heard that she had settled in Eurasia, and now he understood the reason. Nea didn't really appreciate this introduction, after which she grabbed her blade. The girl said that this was so, and then asked why they needed them. Vels stopped her. After Vels told the girl to calm down because he himself would deal with this. The young man turned to Dallas and said that Nea was right and repeated the question about why Dallas came here. The man said that he should thank the boy for killing the goblin zombie. But there is something that changes everything. Namely, the fact that the boy himself could have created it. Vels couldn't understand how Dallas could have found out about his involvement in the creation of goblin zombies. The young man immediately said that it was nonsense, and the knight was talking some kind of nonsense. But Dallas firmly said that it was not a joke. Dallas said they had received testimony that the night before the monster appeared, a man was seen in the woods who looked very much like Vels. Vels knew the situation was extremely unpleasant. Of all people, he was the one in trouble. And with the blood contract, if Seratia ordered him to tell the truth, he wouldn't be able to resist. If it were revealed that he possessed magic, it would also be revealed that he'd been hiding it from Seratia. Then she would lose trust in him, and he would be restricted in his research on resurrection of the dead. Vels understood perfectly well that just one suspicion from Seratia would be enough to end him. The guy looked at the princess with the utmost nervousness, dripping with cold sweat. Seratia joined the dialogue, starting to defend her slave. The girl shouted that Vels was her sufferer, and she also asked to stop blaming him for nothing. Vels turned around and looked at the princess, realizing that she might blurt out something unnecessary. The princess asked Vels what was wrong. Vels said that he didn't mean anything by it. Dallas just snorted, then said that he also knew about the mission that their group had taken. It was connected with the extermination of heretics in this area. Dallas suddenly said that by declaring their own destruction, it would not be difficult for them to penetrate their rear without any suspicion and begin to slowly pull their strings. Vels thought Dallas had a pretty sharp mind. He was just throwing out a key and waiting for them to reveal themselves. In that case, Vels intended to ask what interested him. Vels began to attack Dallas in return, saying that he was accusing them as heretics. Any guesswork must have its limits. After that, Vels asked to listen to him. The guy spread his arms and said that Oris Ditlin had died 17 years ago, and then asked if that was true. He continued by saying that looking at the current devastation, Vels was only convinced that they were using this cult to their advantage. Dallas immediately lost his temper. He threw down his sword and asked where the guy heard this nonsense. Then he said that he would not tolerate insults towards the royal family. The man called on Vels to draw his sword. Dallas said that he was now going to teach a good lesson to someone who knew no good manners at all. Vels knew that Dallas was clearly out of his mind. When he heard about Arcee's death, he immediately began to get angry. It was worth saying that Dallas was not the type to lie in such a situation. Ars's niece began to scream from behind the knight. How dare Vels say such things? She screamed that her uncle was in perfect health, and that she had seen him today. The girl also shouted that such insults that Vels brought to them were worthy of death. She advised the guy to prepare to leave for another world. Vels thought that Ars was really alive. Then he turned to Dallas, saying that this respected head of the knightly order must prove whether this is true or not. Dallas told the guy to show his strength so he would not have to justify himself later. Vels was ready, so he already grabbed the blade. Vels barely had time to move before the blade of Dallas's sword was already a few centimeters from his face. The knight shouted that the guy would die on this very spot. Dallas unleashed a series of blows on the guy, a storm of chopping attacks. Vels managed to defend himself, but now it was not as easy for him as before. Their fight had just begun, but it was already starting to gain momentum. Apparently the Vels were really able to piss off Dallas, who did not hesitate in this battle. Seratia and Nea watched the battle with concern. They had never seen Vels lose before, but now his opponent was the leader of a knightly order of a huge country. At one point, Vels was knocked back by another blow with such force that he had to slow down with his sword. The guy understood that Dallas was especially good at delivering hundreds of chopping blows on the move. During a pause, Vels smiled and told Dallas that he deservedly occupied his post. The guy also said that Dallas was still quite capable of such at his not young age. At one point, Dallas looked at Vels and asked him if the guy really thought that this was all from the arsenal of such a great swordsman like him. At some point, he began to accelerate and quickly increase his pace. His sword was already beginning to move around its owner, and Dallas shouted that he had not yet shown him what the knight was capable of. Seratia also looked at that terrible hail of blows that flew towards Vels. The girl could not even understand what was happening there. The flurry of blows was even capable of raising air currents. Nea said that she had heard about this special move that Commander Dallas was currently demonstrating. By unleashing hundreds of blows one after another, he simultaneously attacks and creates a protective barrier. Seratia shouted that Vels would not be able to withstand such an onslaught and asked him to retreat. She added that the guy would not be able to attack, let alone even get close. Nia was wondering how Vels would deal with such an opponent. Meanwhile, Vels tore himself away from his place and ran straight towards the large chopping shield. There were quite a lot of spectators watching all this. They couldn't understand, because the guy rushed towards him, right under the blows of the leader of the Dallas Order. Nia wondered out loud what Vels was planning. Seratia was more worried and emotional. The girl already thought that her guard had gone crazy. When Vels and Commander Dallas collided, there was a huge impact that immediately raised a lot of dust from the ground. Seratia immediately shouted the boy's name. Nia watched the young man closely, as if she understood what he was trying to do. She immediately saw how Vels began to gradually drown in the welter of chopping attacks. Nia explained to the princess that Vels was going to break through this hail of blows in the most convenient way for him. Seratia still did not understand much. Dallas is the only swordsman of his kind on the entire continent. Despite Vels' impressive strength, with which he defeated Nia, if he did not have a good plan, he would have already lost the battle with Dallas. The main weapon that Vels had was his natural physical ability, even that special skill of countless punches. If he can read and react to them, then to him, they all seem like one attack. He went after Dallas because he was confident he could handle him. In other words, no matter how many punches Dallas threw, they wouldn't touch the Vels. And the Vels actually managed to break through all that squall. The guy suddenly appeared from above, being on Dallas and heading towards him. Dallas looked up, amazed. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Vels, meanwhile, continued to strive toward the leader of the knightly order. When Vels caught up with Dallas, he immediately struck with his blade. The man was able to block it, interrupting his most powerful attack. Each such clash of blades caused an increasingly large shockwave. But at some point, Dallas's weapon gave way. His sword was broken by Vels's blow. A ringing sound was heard, and the second half of the blade began to slowly fall to the ground. It was quite obvious that the weapon of the leader of the knightly order was made from the best materials in the kingdom, but nevertheless it was destroyed by the monstrous strength of the youth from Eurasia. Vels immediately pointed his blade and held it to the face of the unarmed Captain Dallas. The man froze, completely speechless. For a long time, the spectators could not say anything either. Soon, whispers and buzzes began to be heard from the crowd. Many did not understand whether the battle was over. Everyone was shocked that the strongest swordsman of the continent lost to a guy unknown to anyone. Vels only said that Dallas had never given such loopholes before. He had spent 17 years honing his skills, so that there were no rivals left who were his equal. Afterwards, Vels said that apparently it was so much that Dallas's pride got the better of him. The knight wanted to be indignant, but Vels just turned around and said that Dallas was too old for that. Suddenly, Vels wilted a little, after which he said that he wanted to ask the defeated Dallas something. The man looked in surprise at the young man, who began to slowly approach. As he passed by, Vels quietly asked Dallas if Arsu was subordinate to Ains. What the leader of the knightly order heard made him freeze in place, his eyes wide. Dallas, already covered in a cold sweat that was not a harbinger of fatigue after the battle, turned to the boy. He shouted how he knew anything at all. Suddenly, Dallas heard someone shouting at him. It was Vestalis. The girl came up and started shouting, asking what it all meant. The princess ordered to show this upstart who was boss. She immediately added that Dallas was the leader of the knightly order of their kingdom. Dallas only apologized and said that, however, this young man was really strong and he could not defeat him alone. Dallas added that he was unable to even formulate a strategy against such a fighter. The man thought it prudent to retreat at least once, right now. The girl continued to reprimand her knight, shouting that he could speak of such things so easily. She asked if he really intended to surrender and disgrace her name. She also promised Dallas that when they returned to the castle, she would quickly teach him a lesson. A lot of people, meanwhile, stood and watched this conflict. Princess Garliz turned to Vels and his company, then shouted that she would turn a blind eye to what they had done today. Vels replied that it would be unpleasant if she did not turn a blind eye in the future. The girl immediately lost her temper, screaming for Vels to have a conscience. She also said that next time she could send an army after them. Afterwards, the girl told Dallas that they were coming back. Dallas agreed and cast a wary glance over his shoulder at the Vels before leaving. He clearly had some questions about who he really was. Vels saw this look. Afterwards, the head of the knightly order turned away and went away after his princess. A group of 3 travelers stood and watched the power of Garliz. When the boys returned, Naya shouted that she now respected Vels even more. She said that deep down she knew and believed that he was stronger than Dallas, but she had no idea that he was that strong. The girl clenched her fists in delight and with a wide smile on her face said that she would do her best to keep up with Vels in skills. Seratia angrily called for Nia to stop, saying that she was under the impression that the girl served Vels. She quickly reminded her that Nia was, in fact, her vassal. Nia's expression immediately changed, and she began to offer her deepest apologies to Seratia. Seratia said that Vels could compete with the head of the knightly order of Garliz himself. The girl smiled and said that it was simply excellent. After that, she praised Vels. The young man sadly said that everyone here should understand how things really are. Vels said that as long as the princess was around, they might run into her again. The girls looked at Vels in confusion. Seratia immediately said that they might scare her away again. Vels took up his mug and said that in a one-on-one duel, they would have no problems. However, if they did, the conflict would take on an international scale. Garliz versus Eurasia. Seratia's face instantly changed. The girl was overcome with horror. Vels added, "Did she then understand that the small and weak Eurasia could never be defeated?" Naya started gesturing with her hands, saying that in that case they should leave the country as soon as possible. Vels said that they couldn't do that yet. Vels said that they had not yet been able to find any leads regarding the mission to exterminate heretics. To himself, the guy thought that he also could not abandon the investigation of Ursinus. Nia suddenly called out to the young man and asked him, saying that the girl heard them discussing something with the knight Dallas. She wanted to know what they were talking about. For Vels, this was an extremely awkward question, especially when asked in the presence of Princess Seratia. The young man bowed his head and said that it was nothing in particular, just about old times. Seratia suddenly noticed something shining on Naya's neck. This immediately interrupted Vels's questioning, which was great. The curious princess asked what this object was. Naya said that this was a message from Benaynash. Selenia was very surprised by the magical device that could determine the location. Vels called the princess to calm down and sit down. Vels also asked what Benaynash was telling them. Nia's face changed a little and she said that the girls had found out something about the heretics for the mission. Seratia began to rejoice, shouting that in that case it was time for them to come to them, because it was not too late to help. Vels thought that even though the group acted separately, he hoped that they had dealt with him well. Vels understood perfectly well that the girl needed to be thanked. However, when they met, Benaynash immediately began to shout at Vels, saying that the guy, apparently, wanted to start a war. She confronted Vels about the boy not being able to control his urges. Vels turned to Naya and asked if Benay hated him. Nia replied that Benay was always like that, and said whatever was on the tip of her tongue. The Sword Princess also noted that Benay was holding back quite well now. The girl immediately shouted out whether they were listening to her. Vels turned to her again and said that he had listened to Benaynash. The guy added that in the city of Alentos, a ball would be held with the participation of influential people from all countries. When Seratia heard about the ball, she immediately shouted that it was incredibly great. The top officials of the countries would certainly mention heretics. After that, Seratia immediately started spinning and said that she needed a dress. Vels said it was a good chance to get a sense of where each state was at once, but achieving their goals also depended on who initiated the ball. If it is Festivus, they won't be able to get anywhere near it. Benay said there is no need to worry about that. The girl added that the event is organized by Harvey Dietland. Many said that he held such balls on a regular basis for fun and was at odds with Festivus. Balls thought that it was some other unknown relative of his. Vels picked up his mug again, saying he had no idea how they were related, but if they didn't get along, there probably wouldn't be a Festivus. Benay added that they were cousins. Vels leaned forward immediately and immediately spilled all the ale he had taken into his mouth. Benay added that Harvey's father was Ars Ditland. First a niece, and now a son, Vels thought. After Vels spilled his drink, Celestia immediately closed her eyes indignantly, saying that the guy had dirtier. The rest of the girls from the 7 also looked at the guy with confusion. The girls immediately asked Vels what the matter was. The guy, having cleared his throat slightly, said that everything was fine, after which he began to wipe the liquid off the table. Foles couldn't believe that Ars had a son. He wondered who his wife was, and what was going on with Ars. That meant he was going to his own child's ball, and to a child he had never even seen in his life. Everything was only getting more and more confused with each passing day because of such news. Suddenly, someone started calling Vols. It was Benagnash. The girl said that they would participate in pairs. It was necessary that one of the two could prove that he occupied the position of an aristocrat and higher, and they would be nearby as guards. She then added that since a couple of a girl and a young man were taking part, Vols should also dress appropriately. Vols understood that for him this would be a meeting with his son, whose existence he did not even know. How complicated it all was. Soon Vols arrived at the event, where he was taken by a rented black carriage. The guy was able to pick up the necessary things for such an event. The young man stood in front of the gate, and after a while, he thought that the one called his son would be there. This thought still haunted him. Vols immediately shook himself. The young man urged himself to relax and forget about it, at least for a little while. He understood that Vols had come here after all to find a clue to the heretics. Suddenly, the young man heard a voice behind him. The girl told him that Vols had really started to look very important at one point. When he turned around, he saw Seratia in a black dress. The girl came closer and asked him what had happened. She added that he had a rather serious face now. Vols again justified himself, saying that everything was fine. Now the two of them stood in front of the palace entrance. Vols said he was just thinking about how the ball was much bigger than he had previously imagined. Alentos. According to Ars's recollections, it was a small provincial town, and in 17 years it had grown to such enormous proportions. Vols couldn't even imagine such a thing. Seratia immediately spun around a bit, then turned around and said that she had thought of something else. The girl thought that Vols was so nervous because it was his first ball. Vols noticed that the princess herself was worried. To her credit, Seratia is being brave, but this is also a new experience for her. In a small country like Eurasia, they probably don't organize such big events. Vols told her that everything would go well. Then he added that the girl looked very good in this black dress and that she looked very beautiful in it. Seratia was a little embarrassed when she asked if this was true. Then she turned around and said that Vols was now speaking like a real daredevil. She immediately explained that he should not forget about their main goal, because they had come to find a clue and find the heretics. Afterwards, Seratia confidently walked on her heels towards the entrance. This cheered Vols up a bit and made him happy, after which he said that the girl was completely right. When they had climbed the massive staircase, they were met at the entrance by two valets. They began to examine the invitations, asking about the Rondebro and Eurasia families, as if they had heard of them for the first time. They started to discuss it openly with each other. One of them asked if the other knew such a country, to which he replied that he was not sure. Then they said that the guild had given them the certificate. One of the men immediately apologized deeply and returned the invitations. They saluted and told the guests to proceed inside. Vols said that they still didn't know. The boy called out to the princess, who continued to walk forward. The girl said that there was nothing to worry about, but he seemed to sense something in her voice. The girl continued to shake slightly. Vols noted again that she was still holding on pretty tightly. Only a person responsible for a country can understand what it is like when no one even looks in its direction. Although Seratia acts carefree, which is quite common, there is probably a raging elemental hurricane inside her soul. All Vols could do in this case was support her now. He quickly caught up with the princess, gently took her by the shoulder, and said that everything would definitely be fine from now on. The guy leaned over a little to look into her eyes, which the princess tried to hide, and said that she could do anything, and he believed in the inner strength of Princess Seratia. After this, a smile appeared on the princess's face. Vols felt her shoulders relax a little, and Seratia thanked her escort carefully. When they entered, a huge hall with floors like a chessboard immediately stretched out before them. Seratia wiped away her tears, which had started to flow even after the controllers had passed. Vols noticed that there were not only aristocrats and members of the royal family present here, however. All the people were luxuriously dressed and everything around seemed to sparkle. The guests of the ball exchanged various rumors and news, drank drinks and snacked on various delicacies. Vols also noticed that about half of the people here were from the royal family. The remaining half are those who were able to make a good fortune through trading. Voles thought that it was not enough to just dress up in expensive clothes here. A real parade of vanity of the hastily rich and show-offs was taking place here. Seratia suddenly said that she wanted to finish here as quickly as possible and leave. The girl did not really like the local atmosphere. Voles continued to look around. He said that they needed to quickly gather the necessary information needed for the mission. Then he added that he would go and collect gossip around. Voles also said that Seratia could have a snack for now. The girl turned around and said that it all sounded pretty funny, but why was Voles suggesting to do it this way? Voles explained, telling the princess that she was beautiful. He added that if they acted together, she would immediately be surrounded by men and would start to interfere with them, so it was better to act separately. Seratia said that Voles was right. Afterwards, he said that when the dancing started, she would need to hide somewhere and try not to stand out in the very center. Seratia smiled and said that she understood Voles. The girl also added that she would do her best not to make him jealous of others. Voles held out his hand and told her she had got it all wrong. Afterwards, the guy exhaled and thought that he often had no idea what thoughts were going on in Selicia's head. Afterwards, Voles realized that from now on it would be much easier for him to act. Now it was possible to start extracting information. Voles suddenly appeared before a man, exclaiming in a pleasant tone that he recognized him. The youth immediately added that the man was from the royal family of Reborn. At first the man didn't understand, but then he immediately laughed and exclaimed how Voles could understand this. Then he said that he himself had almost forgotten about it. This man is different from the other fat cats. His formal attire is not too flashy and is foldable. It was made of a special material that is favored by the members of the royal family of Reborn. The man added that they had been living their quiet lives for so long that they had even begun to forget that they were from the royal family. He immediately continued to laugh loudly. Extending his hand, he immediately asked where Voles himself was from. The young man bowed his head, after which he said that he was from a simple village in a small country, the name of which is not even worth mentioning. The man swirled his glass and then said that he really wanted to know what kind of state had raised such an insightful person who was able to see right through him. Voles agreed and said that he was from the kingdom of Eurasia. The man immediately looked into the void in surprise. Voles asked if the gentleman knew such a state. The man laughed loudly again and said that maybe he had heard of him before. Maybe not. He immediately knocked over his glass of wine, which he quickly drained. The Reborn kingdom immediately added that if he did not know of such a country, then it was worthless. Then he added that the young man, however, had accurately identified his lineage, so such a person would be useful to him. Voles thought that not taking Seratia with him was an excellent decision. These pompous aristocrats say whatever they want, even if it might offend someone. Okay, Voles knew he had to keep his cool. The boy knew he had to get information about the heretical teaching. The boy said he thanked the man for the offer, but he would refuse him. Afterwards, Voles said that he would like to change the subject of conversation, which immediately surprised the man. Voles continued, saying that according to rumors, a certain heretical teaching has recently begun to expand its influence. Voles also said that the other day, Festilis from the kingdom of Garliz herself encountered a suspicious person who might be involved in all of this. The fat man said that he had heard something like that too. Then he said that it was called something, and then he started thinking again. Suddenly, the man shouted that it was the kingdom of Amelia, which was in the very north. Voles thought he had almost been caught. Rumors were spreading faster than he thought. They would be in big trouble if it turned out that there was a man from Eurasia here. You can't mention this kingdom thoughtlessly. The man said that there was a man among the merchants who was spreading rumors. It is very dangerous on the streets these days. Voles asked if these were strange rumors. The man explained that he was talking nonsense. The merchant was telling about how he was surrounded by a crowd of heretics, or how he met a dead man. Voles leaned forward in surprise, asking about the dead man, which startled the man a little. The young man immediately thought that this couldn't be true. There was a person other than him who could resurrect someone. Since his reincarnation, there have been no people who could do this. And even then, he could only create a walking corpse. However, in this reality, Ars is still alive. Voles thought that after all this information that he was able to get was very little. In the hall, a loud voice was heard, asking all the guests present for attention. The voice continued to shout that those confident in their dancing abilities and gentlemen could come to the center stage to move on to the next part of the evening. Voles thought that was too bad. If he didn't reunite with Seratia before she was asked to dance, he would be too suspicious that evening. The young man began to look for her with his eyes, when suddenly Seratia raised her hand up, shouting his name. Vels immediately began to make his way through the crowd towards her, and Seratia stepped forward to meet him. Suddenly, someone poked the fragile princess in the side, telling her to get out of the way. Seratia hit the edge of the railing, and then began to fall down from the second floor. Seratia continued to fall down, and time suddenly slowed down for her. Vels jumped after her, shouting the name of his princess. Vels made it to her, picking up the princess's fragile body. After that, they landed with a bang on the first floor, capturing the attention of all the guests at the ball. Vels was very scared for the girl. Turning around with confused eyes, Vels asked if Seratia was okay. The girl timidly said that she was okay. A buzz of people began to rise around him. People began to say that this young man must be extremely confident in his abilities, because he was able to go on stage with a young lady in his arms, making such an impressive appearance. Vels quietly said that the situation couldn't be worse, since all attention was now focused on them. But there was nothing to be done. Vels looked at the princess and asked if she could dance. She stated that Vels had found someone to ask about this. Seratia reminded him that she was, after all, the princess of the kingdom of Eurasia. She asked Vels in return whether he could handle it himself. The guy just smiled. Vels quietly said that it was a pretty stupid question. Vels stood in front of them and then told Seratia to follow him. The girl said indignantly that these were her words. Everyone was wondering if they could handle it. Vels knew very well that if he retreated now, he would be disgraced. Then he would no longer have the right to be here, which meant that he would not be able to continue collecting information. Seratia asked Vels if he could handle it, as she had never heard of slaves dancing. Vels told her not to worry, as he was good at it. They started dancing. Music immediately appeared in the hall, coming from several musicians on a small stage. The instruments included several brass instruments, an accordion, and several cellos. Vels immediately led the dance and almost completely took the initiative into his own hands. From the face of Princess Seratia, one could tell that the girl was in a very strong surprise, but a pleasant one. Seeing Vels begin to dominate the dance, she just smiled and knew that they would really be able to impress the local crowd. Many who watched from the balconies focused their attention only on Vels and Seratia. It was truly amazing that at such a young age the guy led his partner so well. It seemed like they felt each other perfectly. Seratia was also quite good and demonstrated her skills and flexibility very well. The girl easily performed complex dance moves. Some even stopped their dance to look at them. The dance time was coming to an end, but the guys played their part on the dance floor until the very last moment. The finishing touch was the amazing support of their partner. When the music stopped for a moment, the hall began to burst into applause, coming from the upper floor. People shouted that the dance was simply superbly performed. Vels was pleased with himself because he knew he had done a great job. Seratia beamed with happiness, accepting the compliments addressed to the couple, raising her hand high. The girl turned around and said with slight suspicion that she hadn't expected Vels to be able to withstand such a difficult dance. Vels smiled and said that he simply believed in Seratia, because she was able to keep up with him. Seratia again waved it off, saying that it was no problem for her. She jokingly asked who Vels thought she was now, saying such things. A figure emerged from the dark passage, clapping its hands. The young man's voice said that it was truly amazing. He also added that he had not seen such a high level for many years. The guy said that the guest simply amazed his heart. Vels froze, guessing who this person was. Many were surprised, saying that the person did not go out in public that often. Vels noted the young man's clothes, manner, and grace. It was now obvious to him that this was the same Harvey Dytland himself. Harvey asked him how he knew. The guy said that he usually didn't show up anywhere except at balls like this. The young man also said that his guests were definitely Princess Seratia and Vels. He checked with them and then said that he had already heard about the couple. The young man also said that they were the ones who had caused some trouble for Thistleis. Vels thought that he had noticed it at first glance, because this appearance was passed down through the generations in their family. There really was no doubt. This was indeed the son of Ars. Vels changed his tone of communication, slightly aggressively said that it was really them, and Harvey recognized them correctly. Vels asked what would happen next. Maybe Harvey would arrest them. The boy's eyes widened as he looked at Vels. He stared at the boy in amazement, saying that he had no intention of doing anything to them. Harvey started laughing, asking if they thought he would turn them into Festiles. The guy didn't understand why he would do anything for her, since they couldn't stand each other. Harvey calmly said that he wanted nothing to do with this girl. Then he added that there was something more important than arresting Vels and Seratia. The guy smiled broadly and said that he would speak directly. He pointed his finger at the couple and said that he wanted them to leave the country immediately. Seratia stared at the fair-haired youth in surprise. Harvey added that the most important problem for Garliz now is the existence of the heretic doctrine. He then asked if the couple were practitioners of the art. He added that they stood out too much. Vels thought that they were also looking for heretics in Garliz, but they also needed information to complete the task. Vels was equally blunt. He asked Harvey what would happen if they refused. The young man put his hands behind his head and said that it would be unpleasant because he expected a compromise from them. Harvey suddenly became much more serious, then said that they had been betrayed by a very influential figure the other day, so he was keeping his ears open. He wanted to avoid unnecessary problems. Vels began to wonder again what kind of influential figure this was. Was there really a supporter of heretical teaching hiding in the country? Vels replied that this was a shameful situation for such a large country as Garliz. Harvey agreed with the statement. The young man also said that they had engaged the Guardia and carried out a purge, but it still attacked from behind and escaped their grasp. Vels was very surprised. The Guardia consists of elite members of the Knights and Magic Orders, the strongest unit in the Garliz army. They are capable of laying siege to most states on their own. Everything was becoming much more complicated. Who could have betrayed them? Maybe the head of the order, Dallas? Although no, Dallas was then with Festalisa near the tavern. Vels finally understood and thought that this simply couldn't be happening. Harvey said that he didn't think she would resist so much, but then again, there was an active pursuit of her, would sort her out soon and judge her according to all the rules of honor. Vels stood without closing his eyes. He understood that there could only be one girl from Garliz, about whom Harvey was now talking, and who was managing to hide from the guard's pursuit. Harvey added that she was one of those who had high loyalty. Vels couldn't understand whether Furl could be connected to the heretics. No, that was definitely impossible. There was no way she could betray her country. Harvey said that Vels must have heard something about her too. After Harvey said that he was talking about the head of the magical order of the Kingdom of Garliz, Furl Alstro Emeria. His former supporter became a traitor to the state. Vels now had a huge pile of memories and Furl in front of his eyes. How could it be that she somehow got mixed up with the heretics and betrayed Garliz? Vels continued to stand silently almost in the center of the dance floor. The young man was simply torn apart by the emotions he had been holding back inside. But he simply could not believe it. Considering this to be complete nonsense and absurdity, Vels resolutely raised his head to Harvey and clenched his fists. Vels promised himself that he would definitely find out the truth. The girl did not understand why his emotions were raging so much inside him. Harvey threw up his hands and said that they must understand very well that Garliz did not have any time for this now. And that was precisely why he kindly asked them to leave this country. Vels extended his hand and finally began to speak. He said that he agreed and they would leave Garliz, but the young man must give them some time to finish their business. Harvey thought for a moment, then said that he wasn't some kind of demos after all. The young man held out his hands and said that he was giving them exactly 10 days and that they had to leave the country after that period. Afterwards, Harvey addressed everyone watching, saying that he would also like to ask everyone present today to keep this conversation a secret. If Festalisa found out, there would be a lot of trouble later. It seems that the closest state to Garliz is Remotia, but the journey to it will take at least 7 days. That is, Vels actually has only 3 days to find Furl. The young man knew he had to get information. Afterwards, Vels turned to Harvey and wanted to ask him a question, citing that now was the best time. Vels talked about what city Harvey could recommend to him in this country. Harvey smiled, saying that Vels probably wanted to look around since he was there. The guy said that there was a mining town on Venus where they made beautiful jewelry. Harvey thought that the princess would like it there. Vels asked if it was safe to be there because they didn't want to run into a criminal and get into trouble. Harvey assured them that they could rest easy. Harvey also added that according to all the rumors that had reached him, Their trader Furl had just gone to the northwestern border of Garliz. Vels said that everything was clear to him now. If she had gone somewhere further west, then they had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Seratia began to suspect something. As Vels and Seratia began to walk down the stairs, leaving the mansion, they were immediately called out by a group of girls who were standing guard, led by Nea. Seratia asked in surprise how they knew the couple was already leaving. Nea explained the situation, saying that Benednash had said that it would be better to meet the princess and Vels sooner. They suspected that the boy might have problems inside. Benednash apologized and said that she had allowed herself to make arbitrary predictions. Vels said that the girl's intuition had not failed her. Vels, however, was thinking about how to quickly join the group of girls. Nea immediately asked if they had been exposed. Vels said that they had indeed. So now they had to leave the country within 10 days. He said that they would not leave immediately. They had time to prepare for the transition in years. Vels scratched his head and added they must reach the neighboring kingdom of Rumorsha in 7 days. Nea immediately exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the name of the country. Vels asked if there were any problems. The girl said that there were. Rumoria is currently in revolt with some of its nobility and is still in a state of civil war. Seratia would be in great danger if she got there. Vels now understood what was going on there. He said that they had only 10 days for everything and no other choice. Naya said that if they took fast horses now, they could get to Shaster. Seratia immediately said that it was impossible. The girls of the 7 immediately looked at her. The princess of Eurasia added that Vels wanted to inspect a mining city in the north. Vels said that he actually lied inside. The guy slowly started saying that he would be looking for something. Seratia immediately said that she knew everything. The princess turned to him, saying that Vels had certainly asked Harvey that question for a reason. She asked the young man what Vels had in mind. Vels did not answer for a long time and simply remained silent. Harvey's words about Furl going to the northwestern border flashed through his mind again. Soon he turned to Seratia. After that, Vels said that he wanted them to act separately for a short time. Seratia immediately realized that Vels probably had some business of his own that he could not directly tell them about. Nea immediately exclaimed, saying that Vels, now he is proposing an option where he will leave the guard post of the princess of his new kingdom. Seratia stood still and looked into the young man's eyes. She understood that this was the first time she saw Vels's true face. All this time he seemed somehow too distant to the girl. In any situation he remained calm and at the same time destroyed anyone. He was simply an impeccable guard. However, at that moment at the ball, Seratia saw that the young man also doubted and worried. She realized that he was also a person, and in that case she could do only one thing. Seratia began to approach Vels with small steps, after which she poked her finger into his chest. Vels looked down at the confident princess in surprise. She pointed exactly to the place where Vels had his blood duty seal. Seratia looked up and said that Vels was her slave. A tense silence fell between them and the 7. Afterwards, Seratia broke the silence and said that it was for this very reason that she asked Vels to return to her as soon as possible when he was finished. Vels asked if the princess would use the blood contract to force the truth out of him. She said she hated him and Vels knew it, so she would just wait for Vels to tell her. The girl also added that if Vels still does not want to talk, then she will not insist. Seratia added that she is not as cruel as the other aristocrats. Vels immediately wanted to turn to Seratia again. The princess interrupted him, saying that she had already given her permission, so Vels should leave as soon as possible. This could not evoke anything other than a smile. Vels understood perfectly well that although Seratia sometimes behaved too naively, this was an indicator of complete trust. Seratia began to move away from him. Vels stretched a little, after which he confidently said that he would return on the 3rd day and keep his word. Vels immediately started running towards the road. Seratia was completely calm, unlike the girls from the 7, who looked after him in surprise. Nea asked if it was okay that Seratia just let Vels go. Seratia slowly bowed her head, hiding her eyes. A smile appeared on her face again, and she said that she should not worry, because Vels was still her slave. She, as his mistress, had to trust the young man. Vels thought about Furl again. He ran and hoped that she would be okay. Seratia had placed her expectations on him, so Vels had no choice but to cope. While Vels was on the road, he continued to be haunted by memories from his past life that were connected with Feel. Then, he told Feel that tomorrow was the day of his enrollment in the magical order. He just wanted to congratulate the girl on this. Vels handed the girl a blade that was distinguished by exquisite workmanship. Furl was very surprised. She asked if it was a magical artifact. Ars said that it was a magical artifact. Ars said that it was a knife for self-defense, but it also had another function. He pointed to the mirror and said that in this thing, the girl would always be able to recognize the place she was in. Ars also said that she often got lost, so the mirror should be taken when she left the house. Fyrl smiled very sweetly and hugged the gifted things to herself. She thanked Ars for the care the young man showed towards her. The girl said that she would wear it without taking it off. The main character smiled at her. Vels continued to make his way through the rough terrain. Soon he stopped at the bank of a river and thought that he'd already gone far enough northwest of Alentos. Vels immediately thought that in such a wilderness he could finally use magic. The guy put his hands together, which immediately began to glow, then loudly clapped them. After that, Vels made a few more movements. He continued clapping, now pointing his hands up into the sky. A bright beam began to rise, causing a bunch of waves. It was a spell of magical perception. Vels's magic wasn't much use yet either. He still didn't sense an aura like Furl's. He wouldn't be surprised if she hid her presence. Vels knew he would have to search by illumination. The shape and size of the mana of animals and monsters differed from that of mages, so we would eliminate them. Next, it was necessary to exclude people with a magical reaction, but standing still, and, presumably, adventurers. Furl is good at hiding her aura, and besides, the guards are looking for her. Furl would hardly have lingered anywhere. Suddenly, Vels finally felt something, but he couldn't figure out what it was yet. 7 groups of 5 people were moving towards one point without the presence of an aura, as if they were being commanded to surround the prey. They could have been guards. If it really was them, then Farley had to be there. From here, Vels could get there faster than they could. The boy knew he had to take the risk. Vels immediately went to the right spot. A few minutes later, he was already there. It was also near the river, on a bank strewn with stones. Vels could see was a pile of coffins, seemingly custom-made. Next to them were the bones of people who had apparently died long ago. This was also called a funeral boat. The remains of the deceased are placed in a coffin-shaped boat and sent down the river. It is believed that if it floats downstream, the gates to heaven will open there. People used to perform this ritual very often. Vels thought that the girl might be somewhere here. He ran very quickly to the pile, which consisted of remains and coffins. Opening one of the coffins, Vels saw the skeleton of a man dressed in noble clothes, a black frock coat, a white handkerchief, and a wide-open jaw. This even scared Vels a little. He began to calm himself down, saying that now there was no need to invent anything unnecessary. After that, he continued to look for Furl. Vels continued to throw junk harder and harder. He still had no idea where Furl could be. If he doesn't find her, then what will happen? Suddenly, Vels froze, seeing another coffin. Compared to the others, it was completely untouched by time and external factors. It was a completely fresh coffin. Vels understood that the burial boats had not been used for a long time. He began to approach it, remembering Furl again, after which he slowly reached his hand towards the coffin. Thoughts began to accelerate in a mad stream, driving more and more sadness and melancholy into Vels. His heart sank and began to sink into his legs, and his breathing became heavier than stone. When he opened the coffin, he saw a girl in it. The magic blade he once gave her, elven ears, long blonde hair, and pale skin. It was she, Furl, lying there in the coffin in the middle of the forest, not moving at all. Vels was very scared and opened his eyes wide, not believing what he was seeing. Vels bent down and carefully grabbed the girl's hand. He said her name softly, and tears slowly began to appear in his eyes. Hope very slowly evaporated upward. Vels whispered slowly that the guards must have been tracking her with that knife. He said she must have known about it. Vels didn't understand why she didn't just throw the blade somewhere. Suddenly something happened that frightened and greatly surprised Vels. He heard the girl start making sounds. Her lips moved very slowly, and the girl pressed the blade even closer to herself. pronouncing his name from his past life. She continued to call Ars to her. Furl was very weak and apparently seriously injured and exhausted by the chase. Vels immediately put his hands on the girl and began to use first-class healing magic. Vels asked Furl, "Just be patient a little longer and he will make every effort." Suddenly, several soldiers came out of the forest and asked to see what was in the coffin. They also told him not to even think about resisting because they were guards of the kingdom of Garliz. The guy in the hood raised his blade and added that if the stranger resisted them, it was not a fact that he would be able to stay alive. He understood that Furl could not betray them, but wondering, why is she being persecuted? And why is she wounded? A tear rolled down her skin. Why was she crying? The guard shouted again, telling the boy to get lost if he valued his life. Vels raised his head and asked who the guards were looking for. He immediately mentioned Forlay's name, and then asked what they would do with her. The guard started shouting, asking how the boy knew about it. He also asked who he was. Balls thought he had doubted it at first. Now there was no doubt. The one who had planned this. The one who had risen under a false name. Vels shouted that he was the one asking the questions here now. Vels began to get angry and asked again what they would do with Furl. Vels stood and looked down, promising himself that he would definitely destroy the one who was now called Ars. Dietland. Vels continued to demand an answer. He wanted to know what the guards were going to do with Furl. They only remained silent in response and began to exchange glances. One of the guards rushed forward and wanted to attack Vels, who continued to speak. Vels only turned slightly and hit the guard, flying at him with his elbow. The blow was devastating. The guy's body lost its head. It seemed to burst from such power. The two guardsmen at whose feet the body fell immediately swore. Vels told them to listen to what he was saying. One of the guards shouted to the entire squad to get ready. Everyone immediately took out their weapons. From Vels' hand. He looked at everyone and said loudly that among the mages here there were probably those who had studied with Furl. He asked if they really didn't feel anything. Afterwards, he asked menacingly if the guards understood what they were going to do now. One of the guards said from under his hood that it didn't concern the guy at all. Vels replied that it was true and that it might not concern him, but this has a direct bearing on Furl, who now lies here completely defenseless. Vels said again that of all those present, no one died from Fiel's blows. No one answered him and everyone remained silent. Vels said that he thought so. Suddenly, one of the magicians began to conjure a fireball. He managed to cast the spell quite quickly, which was generally to be expected from the mages of the Garliz Guard. When the ball was already 1 meter away from him, Vels only extended his hand and the magic shattered against his strong body. The guards were shocked that the young man was able to defuse such an attack with his bare hands. Now Vels understood perfectly well why the head of the magical order, Fiel, was so seriously wounded. Vels continued to glare at his opponents. Vels understood perfectly well that Fiel was being pursued, but because of her kindness, the girl tried with all her might to soften the power of her magic in order to prevent anyone from dying. Fiel's magic is air, elemental, and doesn't mix well with the fire magic that the guards wielded. They probably knew that, but Vels didn't care whether that was true or not. The guards hid, realizing that the young man would not be captured so easily. Someone said that he, who knew so much about this woman, was now in their way, and if he disappeared, everything would be all right. The guard continued to tell the boy not to try to throw dust in their eyes. Even though he could handle their first-class magic, the guard's swordsmen were the best in the entire kingdom. They simply urged Vels to accept the fact and retreat. But when they realized he wouldn't budge, they began to attack him as a group, going into battle for Harvey and Arcel. Vels began to be enveloped by a magical aura. He remained in place while 24 people soared into the sky to attack him and bring death to the boy. As the guardsmen shouted, Vels joined his hands and finally took action. He made one of his hand movements, cutting through the passing air. The ground immediately shook and pulled all the guards towards it. This knocked them out of their dreams, and instantly everyone fell to the ground, which continued to rumble. One of the guards shouted that the earth was collapsing. Vels pressed his hands into the ground and continued his spell. Some had already begun to fall down, creating an echo underground. The guards tried to grab the edges, but they seemed to be being dragged down. Someone shouted for everyone to shoot at the young man, but realizing that this would not help, they immediately began to retreat. Vels only said menacingly that it was completely useless. He pressed the ground again, as if increasing the flow of magic, and the guards were nailed to the ground again. One of them was able to recognize the gravity magic, but it was too late. An angry Vels extended his hand forward and the ground began to quickly collapse, widening the diameter of the chasm. The guards in the trees fell into the darkness of the unknown. They flew into the darkness, screaming and trying to climb in the air. Vels only said menacingly that they should all disappear. This spell was the Error of the Abyss, but Arrows with his old body could never achieve such a result. There was only a small piece left in the middle where Vels was now, and several coffins, including the one Feel was in. The guy looked around, noticing that the landscape had changed a lot. Suddenly, Vels heard Feel start to speak. His body froze in an instant. He couldn't answer her. He looked down sadly and thought that now he was Vels Sai. The Arstitlan that Feel knows is the vile man who tried to take her life. The boy mentally apologized to Feel, telling himself that he was no longer Ars. Vels leaned against the girl, sitting on her knee. He asked if she was awake, after which he immediately added that she was confusing him with someone else. The guy said that his name was Vels Sai and here from Eurasia. The girl was still very weak, but her gaze did not leave the young man. She called him Ars again. Vels repeated that she had apparently made a mistake and confused him. After kneeling for a while, the girl fell into his arms. Vels immediately became confused, carefully catching her. She pressed herself closer to the slave's body and asked why he was deceiving her. Vels' eyes began to become glassy, and he began to feel the elf's warm breath. At that moment, she opened her eyes and saw his back in front of her. A reliable back that protected her from the imminent threat of several squads of guards. After seeing Vels use his magic and what he says to the guards, the image of the same Ars that she had known before began to appear before the girl's eyes. Feel asked again why Ars was deceiving her. The young man asked why she thought so. Feel began to cry, but Vels immediately began to carefully collect her tears with his finger. The guy leaned even closer and asked why the girl assumed he was Arsene. Feel spoke slowly and very quietly, but she still hadn't fully recovered. She needed a good rest. Feel said that he called her by her name, although he shouldn't have known it. How could he be so sure of himself then? Vels began to talk about how he had been a guest at a ball given by a certain Harvey Dietland, and that it was there that he heard about her. The girl continued her questioning, saying that Vels used a special magic spell, Errors of the Abyss, which only Ars and no one else possessed. Vels couldn't answer her. He just continued to look at the girl who began to slowly rise. Feel asked why the young man was silent then. Afterwards, she asked why Vels didn't call her by name again. Tears began to flow from her eyes again, and she said that only Ars could dare to do such a thing for her sake. About his reincarnation and that he became a slave. About the heretical teachings, and that there is another Asenather. Yes, the guy leaves now without telling Feel about this. She will no longer be drawn into these events. However, if not, Vels was afraid that he might bring her to tears again. After all, she had finally escaped from that same Aris, who was now in the capital of Garliz. Vels calmly put his hand on Feel's shoulder and said that his name was Vels Sai and here from the kingdom of Eurasia. The guy asked the girl to realize this and listen to his story. When Vels and Feel got out, he took her to one of the quiet riverbanks. They sat down on the ground, and Ars began to tell his story. Vels exhaled heavily and said that he felt like he was in a dream. They were already smiling. Feel said that since she came to the land of people, she could not get used to it. But it was Ars who gave her confidence and strength. Now might not be the best time, but Vels had to know. He turned to Feel and asked if he could ask her. The boy wanted to know about Ars, who still ruled the kingdom. Feel turned to him and said that the same as him, probably. Vels was very surprised by such an answer. Vels continued, saying that 17 years ago he used reincarnation magic. He didn't even know what had happened since then. Feel said that the reincarnation had failed. Ars, who used reincarnation magic that day, passed away. So they have already started preparing for the funeral. But then something happened that absolutely no one expected. The next morning he appeared again in front of everyone, as if nothing had happened, and said the following words, which simply stuck in their heads. That Ars then said that reincarnation had failed, but nevertheless, he was able to return to life. Vels almost jumped up who heard this. Feel said that was exactly how it was. That Aris then said that it was not the same as resurrection magic, but rather a random effect of reincarnation. Vels can't believe it. If you think about it, then that time the magic tied to returning in time also had an unpredictable result. Most likely there is a charlatan in his body involved. Vels asked if this was really the same one. Feel only answered that probably. She couldn't say for sure because she was still unsure. Vels said that then he didn't understand anything. Feel said that the revived Ars had changed as a person. However, his memory and reason remained the same as before. That is why Ars and Dallas decided that he was real, but she believed in reincarnation. At the same time, it could not be said that Arso had returned to life was some kind of fake. In other words, not another person, but not the same person, before reincarnation. Vels thought that he had simply returned to his body and continued to live. Vels asked Feel if there was anything unusual or strange about the new first prince of Garliz. The girl said that she needed to think about it. Feel said that he became more cool towards those around him, and sometimes there was an incredible sadness in his eyes that not everyone could notice. There was another rather interesting observation. Ars completely stopped looking in the mirror, as if he began to hate himself after his rebirth. If it's really like Feel says, then he hasn't lost his senses and continues to act of his own free will, so it doesn't look like he's being controlled. Vels looked at his hands and asked if this RS used magic. That's when he left that world, because he couldn't withstand the magical power. If he was resurrected in his former body, by some miracle he remained completely whole and unharmed. This also left many questions. Feel said she didn't know for sure, but he refrained from using major spells, but in general, of course, he had magic. Death activated new cells in his body. Vels said he understood. That R was not an imposter or someone's puppet. I would like to believe that this was impossible, but in reality, he could be a more powerful being than Vels could imagine. Vels fell silent, continuing to think about the fact that this creature that became Ars tried to take something valuable from him. Feel looked at the guy in surprise and asked what was wrong. Vels said that this Arash, the young man, heard that he was ruling behind Eris's back and imposing exorbitant taxes on the people. For this and for the fact that he had tried with all his might to get rid of Feel, he would never forgive him. Vels stood up from the ground and turned to Feel, saying that he would deal with him himself. Feel felt sad at the thought and grabbed the guy by the belt, telling him not to worry about her. Feel said that Ars should be in the palace now, but she did not want to see the boy injured. Feel pressed herself tightly against the boy's leg, who continued to remain silent. Vels looked down at her, then began to rummage under his armor. Soon the guy pulled out a blade. Vels handed it to the elf and said that he had severed the magical connection between this item and Arsane. Now they would no longer be able to pursue her. Vels asked why the girl, knowing that she could be followed and tracked by the blade, still took it with her. The girl's warm gaze moved over the scabbard, hugged him, and said that this was the most precious thing she had in this world. The girl blushed a little, after which a warm smile appeared on her face. Feel also added that even if the current Ars tried to kill her, she still would not let go of this blade. Vels paused for a moment, then closed his eyes and said that she was just like him. She had ignored her own safety and decided to protect what was truly dear to her. Afterwards, Vels looked at her confidently and said that now he was fighting and that it was his choice. He was fighting in order not to lose what was dear to him. Vels sat down, leaning against a tree. He said that it was already quite late today, and they would set out tomorrow morning. Suddenly he heard Feel apologize to him. Feel asked if Ars, or rather Vels, could take her hand so that she could feel his presence. He said that she was very afraid that he would not be with her again. Vels smiled, then placed his hand on top of the elf's small hand. Feel turned to him, as if she had gone back several years. When Vels woke up in the morning, he immediately noticed that Feel was not there. The young man looked around and saw only the girl's neatly folded clothes. The young man immediately jumped to his feet, calling out Feel's name. He rushed to the shore, shouting where she had disappeared to. The boy did not understand why only clothes were left here. When he ran to the water, he saw a girl washing herself in the river. She immediately became embarrassed, apologizing for waking Vels. Vels froze in place. Vels said that he should apologize to her for such an intrusion. Then he returned to the tree. Vels called out to Feel. remaining by the tree, sitting with his back to her. The boy asked what the girl would have done if she had floated away in that boat downstream. The girl said that it was quite obvious. Phil would have traveled the world, tried all possible methods, but would have found the person into whom Ars had reincarnated. Vol said he understood. Phil said it was her turn to ask. The girl said he used reincarnation magic to get a strong body. In this way, he was able to fulfill his dream. She asked why Vols didn't go back to Garliz then. Vols suddenly looked downcast. Vols replied that he was now serving the princess and protecting her. Phil. I guessed what the guy was talking about, after which I asked if it was again about the royal system. The girl said that Vols currently occupies a high post in Eurasia. But despite all this, she would very much like to return to his service as soon as possible. He said with disappointment that since Ars remained alive, it was unlikely that anyone would believe him now. And besides, now he could not return and take his former post. Vols paused for a moment and then said that he was currently the princess's slave. Phil stared at him in surprise. So he must return to the lady. Phil said that she understood everything. This meant to her that she had to get rid of this unwanted princess. Afterwards, Vol started waving his arms, calling out to Phil. The guy shouted at her to wait for him and not to jump to any conclusions without understanding the situation. Phil said that Vols must be freed, and she has no choice but to kill this princess. The guy added that he explained it to her yesterday, and now he is Vels Sai. The young man also added that he was bound to her by a blood contract, and if she died, he would follow her to the next world. Phil couldn't believe it. She said that it was very cruel, and that this power completely took away his freedom. Vol seemed to remember this sometimes and became sad again. However, he is still quite free in his actions. Vols added that it was Kalacia who allowed him to come here without further ado. She trusted him. Phil lowered her eyes, not expecting these words. Vols said that Seratia can't stand that their position as a princess and a slave are so different. She's weird and allows him to talk to her as an equal. In magic, however, she's a complete zero. But with all that, she has a talent for mastering 4 elements at once. She shows great promise. Phil said that the guy thinks highly of her. Vol said it wasn't really. He was just looking at the painting objectively. Phil said it wasn't often he was seen so serious, and she thought he liked Seratia. Vols waved him off with a smile on his face. The guy said that Seratia was only 16. Although Vol's body had become younger, in his soul he was still a 40-year-old grandfather. Afterwards, Vols said that she was just old enough to be his daughter. Figel came closer and asked if this really bothered Vols. She said that the guy pays attention to appearance and age. And what should she do in this case? The girl clenched her little fists and asked if Vols really wanted to tell her that she could never love a human. He remembered that elves lived much longer than humans. He had completely forgotten. Vols held out his hand and motioned for Phil to stand. She said he wouldn't be able to justify himself. Vols added that he felt awkward looking at the girl like that. The young man said that he was just about to move on, so he would buy new clothes for Phil. The elf covered herself a little and agreed with him. Afterwards, she quietly told Vols to stop paying attention to the age difference. Vols smiled and apologized, saying that she was absolutely right in that statement. Vols added that it was rather impolite to treat Seratia like a child, and for this reason he would be more careful in the future. Vols had already started to leave, scratching his head. Phil did not lower her eyes and looked at his back, quietly saying that she had not been talking about that at all. But Vols no longer heard her. Together they headed to the mining town of Garliz. The town was small, but there were plenty of shops. Vols stayed outside, sending the girl to change. Phil came out in her new clothes and apologized. She felt awkward because the clothes had to be bought with Eurasia's money, since this plan was quite expensive. Vols held a bag of coins and said that there was nothing to worry about, because it was better than torn rags. Besides, he had only borrowed them temporarily, and no one would say a word to him if he worked them off. Vols examined the girl and said that Seratia would definitely not be angry about this. Afterwards, he approached the elf and pulled a hood over her, telling her to wear it properly. He added that she might be suspected again in Garliz just because she was an elf. Vols would not want her to get into any trouble again. The girl adjusted her hood with a smile and then started to catch up with Vols. She asked what she could do for the princess then. Phil said that she could pacify the monsters or something. Bull said that Phil's role will be very simple. He just wants her to start teaching Seratia magic, from the very basics to the practical level of application. Feel stopped in her tracks and began to look at the floor. Vels turned and asked what had happened to her. He added that the girl was a mentor in a magical order. Feel said quietly that Seratia was her rival. Vels laughed, saying that Seratia was still very inexperienced, so it was not even worth thinking about. The princess did not know that Vels had magic. Vels also added that if Feel didn't want to, he would pretend to have studied magic and tell her a few secrets. Feel immediately interrupted him and said that it would be better for her to teach than Vels. Vels said that then everything was decided, and he relied on Feel. They bought everything, and Vels gave Feel some presents for Seratia. Now they could move on. Vels said that he had to clarify something for Feel. The young man said that since she was now with him, he had to tell her something very important. Vels stood in front of her and looked her in the eye. Feel became a little nervous, saying that she was ready to listen. Vels told her to be careful, and then said that he was now Vels Sai. At the moment, he was reborn as a slave, no even further. There was already another person named Erses, so he could no longer be Ars again. So yesterday they met for the first time, and the guide just saved her. From this day on, Feel must promise to keep secret the fact that Vels was once Ars. Afterwards, Vels asked if Feel was ready to go further with him, given all this. The girl stood silently, realizing that she had no other answer. But could she keep everything a secret? The guy asked if she would follow him. There were many people walking along the street who were obviously in a hurry. The young man stood in front of the girl and asked her to promise him that she would keep a secret, that he had once been another person named Arsen. Looking at Feel, Vels kept his hands on her shoulders and asked her if she would go with him, despite him not wanting to reveal his true identity. The girl did not know what to answer, so she remained silent for a long time. To the boy's surprise, the girl replied that she would not do that. Vels did not expect to receive such an answer, so he froze for a moment and did not know what to say or ask next. The young man wanted to say something, calling his interlocutor by name. But Feel interrupted him and added that even if she did not agree with the young man's choice, she would still support him, since she had no other choice. The girl said that she felt sad when Vels repeated that he did not want to remember his previous life. Feel was also upset that she could no longer call the boy by his previous name. The young girl grabbed her head and said that she needed to get used to the fact that Ars was now a completely different person with whom she needed to build a new relationship. The young man exhaled heavily because of what he heard. Taking his interlocutor by the hand, Vels decided to take her somewhere. However, the girl did not understand what the young man wanted to do to her, so she tried to find out why he grabbed her. Feel along for a while until they walked behind a building together. Vels all this time why he had brought her to such a deserted place. The girl looked very confused and perhaps even scared because the guy did not answer her questions, but simply remained silent. However, after some time, the interlocutor repeated that his name was now Vels, so he did not want to hear his old name. The guy also added that, in order for his interlocutor to feel better, she should get used to calling him by his new name. He asked her to try doing it. Vels added that he did not want Feel to have any grievances against him in the future, so he asked her to tell him everything she thought about him, warning that he would endure everything. The girl felt sad from these words. Instead of words, the girl approached her interlocutor, hugging him tightly and shouting his old name. Feel called Ars many times, closing her eyes and not leaving him. The young man looked down and replied that he was now nearby, in any case. The girl cried because her feelings were very strong. She said that even if Ars was now Vels, her feelings would still not change, because she did not care what the young man looked like. The guy was calm. He tried not to express his emotions too much. So he answered Feel that she would also always remain dear to him, even though he was now living a new life, under a different name and with a different destiny. Feel, hearing such words, understood that the man for whom she had strong feelings was not going to forget her. In order to cope with her emotions, the girl gave them free rein by repeating Vels's past name many times. After some time, the young man decided to ask if the girl would like to tell him something else. However, she replied that she had already screamed enough to last her entire life. Feel also accepted that she was now communicating with Vels, not Arsene. However, the girl also added that she had one request left for the young man. Feel said that since she would never leave the boy again, She would like to ask him to live his new life as long as possible, living to old age. Slowly moving away, the girl noted that she would definitely take care of the young man, no matter what situation he was in. Feel was no longer crying. She was smiling, conveying her thoughts to her interlocutor. The young man, hearing such a promise, was very touched. He also smiled slightly, answering that when the day comes when he needs someone's help, he will definitely trust Feel. After some time, a carriage with 2 horses was moving quickly through the forest. The man driving the vehicle was constantly urging the animals to get to the designated place. The young man riding in the carriage looked around and thought that before returning to Seratia, he had to sort out all the information he had collected and also think about his next steps. The boy understood that even though his reincarnation spell had failed, he was still able to return to life. Before the rebirth, Vels did not know of a single case of human resurrection, because the influence of heretical teachings and interstate strife grew. However, all the events that the young man was thinking about began to happen when Ars was reborn as a man named Vels. Because of this coincidence, the guy began to suspect something strange. Vels assumed that another Arspiel was involved in what was happening, but he wanted to believe that it was just a coincidence. Looking at his companion, the young man remembered what he had said to Feel while they were in the city. A few hours ago, when the mining town of Gardia Vels decided to point out that the girl had admitted that she would have traveled the world to find him. The young man asked why Feel thought there was another Arsens, since there was no evidence. The girl replied that Ains thought so, because after he left the young man, he turned to Feel and told her that he did not believe that Ars had remained the same, because he was not at all like himself. Since the girl was told this by a spirit who had previously obeyed Ars, she did not think that he could be wrong. Aines also added that somewhere there was a real Ars who would accept Aines. The spirit that followed Ars had indeed left, refusing to submit to another man, as Vels were sure of because of Dallas's reaction. While a man could be deceived, a spirit could not. So the Ars that was Vels was something else entirely. Thinking about the dead, the heretics, and another Arists, the young man supposed that if he connected all the information, he would be able to better focus on exterminating the heretics he disliked so much. If the adherents of the heretical teaching had already penetrated the kingdom of Garliz, then Vels could slow down the destruction of the country through the crown system of eradicating heretics. While in the carriage, the boy understood that his goal was to protect Seratia and carry out the plan. Arriving at the place, Feel asked where they had come. Vels answered that they had come to an expensive inn and assumed that Nea had taken care of that. Standing at the entrance, the young man was greeted by a girl in armor. A knight named Benay Nash stood in front of the couple and looked at them. The young man said that the girl did not need to sacrifice her sleep to guard the area, but the interlocutor objected and said that it was her duty. Coming closer, Benny Nash asked who the man standing next to Vels was. The young man replied that Feel was standing with him. Alstorimiria is a former captain of the magical order of Garliz. The knight was shocked by what she heard. Bened Nash looked closely at the girl who was shorter than her. Vels said that he would tell all the details later, because it was already night. But the knight replied that Seratia had been waiting for him since the previous night without closing her eyes. When the boy heard this, he suggested going to Seratia right now and talking to her. The knight replied that she would inform the lady that Vels had returned with a companion, but they should wait for a while. Vels noticed that Feel was very wary, so he asked what was wrong. The girl noted that the young man was popular among the knights because they were all women. However, after her words, Feel became embarrassed and ran towards the building. The young man was a little worried that after Feel's return, she began to behave differently. But perhaps it was because of the new people she didn't know. This behavior was also for the guy's benefit so as not to arouse suspicion. Entering the room, Vels tried to start a conversation. However, Seratia interrupted him. The girl stated that the young man had left her in order to gather information about the heretics, but had returned with some girl. Seratia was irritated, although she tried not to show it. Vels tried to justify himself and asked the girl to listen to him, but she did not want the guy to tell anything. The girl sitting opposite the couple said that she didn't need cliched phrases and excuses, because the guy had gone away for research and had returned with the captain of a magical order from a large country. Seratia added that she wanted to start with the boy explaining to her why he saved the man standing next to him, so now she was waiting for him to explain. Vels became a little nervous about the situation. There was tension on the young man's face, but the girl looked very cold-blooded and calm, waiting for an answer to her question. After some time, Seratia asked again why Vels had saved the girl standing next to him. Without waiting for an answer, the lady said that Benitanash had already told her everything, so she knew something. The girl added that she already knew that the hooded man was the former head of the magical order of Callets. Vels remained silent. He did not dare to start talking about what had happened. All the knights present also remained silent. So Seratia, after a short pause, continued and said that, according to Harvey Ditlat's words, the girl next to the young man was a traitor. However, the girl was not interested in the situation of the one Vels brought. Seratia was concerned about why the young man decided to save the girl. The young man thought about what he should answer. The guy knew that he could not leave Feel. However, in his current situation, he could not cooperate with her of his own free will either. In order to guarantee the girl's safety, Celestian had to accept her presence. The young man turned to the girl sitting on the chair and said that at the ball in Alentos, he overheard a conversation between some merchants and learned that discussions often took place among them, and rumors were spread. The blonde girl didn't understand what the guy meant, so she asked what rumors he was talking about. Vels quoted someone and said that someone had met a man who was supposed to die. Seratia was a little confused and replied that she had not heard anything on the subject. The guy added that he simply forgot to tell the lady about this conversation, since there was a dance duel. The conversation also touched on the incident with the goblins that had happened earlier. It didn't matter whether the enemies were destroyed or not, but because of this, the team had cast false suspicions on themselves. Although they were acting for the good of a foreign country, Walls said he had thought about the whole situation again and thought that the two events might be connected in some way. However, the other side had a new argument, pointing to Feel. Vels noted that the new element was Feel. Even though the girl was the head of the magical order of Callets, she was being pursued by her own guards. So the guy thought that she had some information. After finishing, Vels thought that he had made up a good story. However, in order to convince Kalisha, he had to show her the importance of his companion, even by making up more facts or events. After listening to the young man, Seratia assumed that he saved Feel for the sake of profit, which the guy confirmed. However, the girl added that he should not have hidden anything from her, and immediately told her about his plans. Vels noted that their opponents were Garlitz's elite guards, so he was not sure that he would return alive. So he did not want anyone to worry about him too much. Seratia asked if the young man had learned what he needed from Feel after he had saved her. The young man answered in the affirmative and added that everything had gone as he had planned. Looking at Seratia, the young man said that Arsteatlan died 17 years ago. Vels looked very serious as he spoke. Everyone present in the room was shocked. Only Feel was a little tense from what she heard. Seratia jumped up from her seat and asked if this meant that the current Arsteatlan is a sham. But Vels responded that it wasn't that simple. Feel added that although Arce's character had been changed, she was convinced that he was real. Seratia noted that it was like the dead rising. The girl in the hood added that he himself said that he had returned to life. If what the girl said was true, then Arce's revival could be linked to the heretical teachings he may have been associated with. Seratia was puzzled, because she thought she just needed to get rid of some people. Vels decided to say that they needed to continue to carry out the assigned task even after they left for Moshe. The young man added that if they forgot what the heretics had done, they would certainly reach Eurasia. Seratia understood this, so she closed her eyes and nodded, saying that the guy was right. Feel, who was standing nearby, decided to say something too. The girl removed her hood and knelt down, apologizing to Seratia for not introducing herself formally. After all the formalities were completed, the girl noted that Vels not only saved Feel's life, but also gave her new clothes. Seratia asked if Vels had spent the money she gave him on Feel's needs. The young man replied that it was true, but he had made an agreement with the head of the magical order that she would teach the princess magic, which surprised her greatly. The girl sitting on the sofa could not believe that she would be taught by the head of the magical order, because she could not even dream of something like this. Vels realized that his mistress was in a good mood and asked what she thought of Feel. Seratia drooped a little and turned to Vels, telling him that Feel was wanted in Garliz, so in the near future she would not even be able to register with the local guild. However, the princess noted that the girl standing next to her was not bad. Because Feel had fled from a country that was mired in a heretical cult, she could not be her enemy. However, Seratia noted that it was dangerous to travel with a traitor to the country right after the incident with Distal Eyes, as such a large country as Calitz could turn against them. Vels understood that, if you think logically, there were indeed quite a few disadvantages. However, as soon as he tried to object to something, he was interrupted by Feel, who said that she was not afraid of any difficulties. The girl added that elves value the kindness shown to them many times more than people, so she really wanted to repay the debt to Vels for saving her, as well as the debt to Seratia for her favor. When the elf assured that she would do her best for the common good, Seratia looked at Feel with an appraising gaze. The room became very quiet again as everyone waited for the princess to speak. Coming closer to Feel, Seratia leaned towards her and said that she would believe her words and entrust the elf with a difficult mission. Feel looked at the smiling Seratia and also began to smile and thank her for her trust. Vels breathed a sigh of relief, and the elf decided to tell the princess that she would like to tell her something, holding out her palms to Seratia, which contained some object. Feel replied that she wanted to give the princess a magical artifact that helped balance the power of the released magical energy. Vels, seeing what Feel had done, remembered that it was he who had ordered the artifact to be given to Seratia, because it would have been better if she had received something like that from the head of a magical order, and not from a person who did not even possess magic. Feel also said that because Seratia could handle multiple types of magic at once, it meant that the princess was very talented, which is why Vels asked the girl to give such an item to Her Majesty. The princess accepted the gift and hung the pendant around her neck, thanking Feel for her discretion. Vels, watching from the side, noted that the elf was eventually able to find an approach to Seratia. After talking with the elf, the princess turned to her subordinate and asked him why he spent her money without asking. Without waiting for an answer, Seratia added that the young man would be punished for his misdeed. The princess said that due to Vels' rash actions, he would have to prepare all the equipment needed for the knights for tomorrow's departure. After Seratia finished, Beninash was the first to hand the boy her sword. Having collected all the swords from the knights, the boy felt that he had been treated unfairly, since he had not spent that much money. But he also thought that perhaps Feel would now feel more at ease in such a place. It seemed so to him. In 9 days, after Vels returned to Seratia with Feel, they arrived at Centaurus in the kingdom of Remotia. The place looked like a large field. The buildings on the grounds looked very dilapidated and abandoned. Seratia turned to Vels and asked if it was absolutely necessary to do what they had decided. All the knights who stood next to the princess looked at where the duel was planned. Opposite Beninash stood Feel. Both girls held swords in their hands. The knight looked at her future rival and seriously told her that she was not going to give in. But Feel only smiled and replied that she had not expected anything like that. After some time, having joined Feel to his detachment and having left Calitz, Vels arrived in Remotia, about which the young man informed all the knights. In the city of Santoral, the young man remembered that he had already been here several times in his past life, but the place had changed greatly from what the boy remembered. The city was a prosperous cattle breeding and a calm and quiet life for the residents. However, due to the effects of a decade of war, there were many wounded and unarmed soldiers on the streets of the city. Turning to Seratia, Vels suggested that most of those who returned from the front were someone's servants. The girl with blonde hair looked very tense, so the guy asked if she was okay. It turned out that the princess did not like the conditions in which they got to the place, because they had to travel for 9 days on impassable roads. However, Vels felt fine. Seratia also noted that they had to be in such conditions because he spent all the money. Her Majesty added that the only thing that saved her was that Feel was sitting next to her. Looking at the hooded girl, the princess said that just looking at her silver hair, she was ready to do anything. Feel was a little embarrassed, because she had to dye her hair a different color before because of her race. While all the other knights were praising the elf, Vels noticed that one girl remained on the sidelines. Vels turned to Nea, asking her why she hadn't said anything like the rest of her friends. It was clear that the girl was having a hard time explaining her condition, so after a short pause, she closed her eyes and replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about her in such a matter. However, Vels still understood. Because Vels knew how Nea usually acted, he immediately guessed that she was trying to hide her true feelings. Looking at Feel, the young man asked if the knight was bothered by the fact that they had a mage on their team. Recalling the events of the past, Val assumed that Nea did not like wizards, because he said Eris. The girl replied that this was not the only reason, as she did not understand those who could not fight on the battlefield. Feel and Seratia became allies for the knights, but the elf had not yet formed any bonds with Nea and her party. Also, because Nea did not like mages, she could not accept the fact that Feel was now nearby. In order to change the current situation, Vels decided that he had to show Nea what Feel was capable of, because they would have to work together. The boy told the knight that he would change her mind about the elf, and then called the hooded girl. Turning to Feel, Vels asked her to show everyone present how she could wield a sword. Nea, like all the knights present nearby, were shocked by what they heard, but the elf was not taken aback by such a request. Nea didn't believe that Vels was serious, because she had never met a mage who could wield a sword before. However, the young man was confident in his words and added that he had heard that the captain of the magic order was undergoing training. Nea assumed that when Vels spoke of training, he meant that the girl was training in the Dalasa Dano Knight order. However, even if that was true, looking at Feel, it seemed like she was a very fragile person. The young man replied that the elf would not be able to match the sword princess Naya, but she could engage in combat with Benetnash, as she would be a suitable opponent for her. The said girl became very wary. After Vels called Feel again, she immediately responded and said that she was not against participating in the battle. Nea, having listened to the elf, said that if no one was against it, then the duel could indeed be held in a suitable place. After some time, Benetnash prepared for the duel, taking her sword in her hands, but her opponent opposite her, who was standing nearby, did not look frightened. Both girls were focused on what would happen next. The knights watching the pair nearby wondered why things had turned out this way. Vels replied that this duel was the best way to show off their abilities and acknowledge each other's skills. Feel turned and looked at the boy, asking him to lend her a sword. The young man turned to Nea and asked her to borrow her sword, but the knight replied that her weapon was too heavy for anyone but her. The young man replied that it was no problem, so he looked back at Feel, who held out her hands in anticipation, and asked if he could use the sword. Nea hesitated for a moment, but after a while she threw the sword straight towards the girl. Seratia, seeing the heavy sword flying towards the elf, began to worry that it could harm Feel. Because if Vels could handle the weapon, it did not mean that the little girl was able to stop it. However, to refute Her Majesty's fears, Feel skillfully caught the heavy sword thrown to her, thanking Nea for it. Seratia, seeing what happened, was surprised by the elf's agility. Nea thought that the girl used magic. However, Vels said that it was not a magical ability, as Feel was trained in swordsmanship and deserved respect. Nea, hearing that Feel was capable of fighting with more than just ranged attacks, noted that this was quite an advantage. Benetnash, seeing what had happened, again noted that she would not hold back her strength. After the short monologue was finished, the knight quickly rushed into the attack and began to attack Feel. However, the elf steadfastly endured all the blows and attacks in her direction, reflecting the other's sword. She also replied that Benetnash could behave as she wanted, because she would still be able to fight against her. The knight was not pleased with these words. It seemed that they hurt her pride a little, so she began to attack her rival with even greater zeal. While the girls were busy fighting, Vels and Nea watched the couple, after which the girl decided to admit that such movements were not typical of magicians, to which the young man smiled slightly. However, Nea also added that although Feel could fight with swords, her strikes were quite weak, making her very vulnerable to her opponent. Benetnash's skills were honed and battle-tested, so the elf could speed up her attacks with magic as much as she wanted, but she couldn't win without a sufficient level of power. Feel's main problem was strength. Nea also noted that an ordinary body, not trained for combat, would tire very quickly and reach its limit in battle, so if Feel began to slow down, Benetnash would immediately gain an advantage. Choosing the moment, the knight swung her weapon at Feel. She attracted the attention of everyone present, but the elf was not losing at all. After waiting for Benetnash to get as close as possible, Feel turned around sharply, pointing Nea's sword at her opponent from the other side. The girl who gave up her weapon did not expect such an outcome, because the elf shouted that it would be a draw. Seratia was also not indifferent, and said the Feel had deliberately changed her position using the power of the wind. However, at the moment, there was only a short distance left before the swords and the girls' bodies touched. Vels appeared between them, stopping them. The rival's gaze was directed at the young man, who stood between them. The young man noted that his opponents had gotten too carried away and were about to cross a dangerous line, so he hurried to stop them before something irreparable happened. Turning back, Vels turned to Nea and asked her what she now thought of Feel, who was a mage, since she had just proven that she was no mediocre melee fighter. The knight thought about what to answer. Nea noted that the elf not only entered the battle on equal terms, making up for the weaknesses of her body, but also showed decisive courage by putting herself at risk. As a wonderful mage, Feel proved that she was also a brave swordsman. Bowing, the knight began to apologize to the elf for behaving inappropriately by belittling Feel's abilities. Nea added that she now considered the girl a remarkable swordsman. Vels thought this was too much. Feel also decided to address Nea, handing her the sword she had borrowed from her. The elf spoke about how she was a mage after all, unlike the knight who had the honor of wielding a sword. Feel smiled and added that they had to respect each other's honor, since they had different purposes in the team, which, in her opinion, was the most important aspect. The elf also suggested that they hold a welcoming party again, after which Na said that they needed to find a suitable place for this. The bonds between the interlocutors grew stronger, because they no longer had any disagreements. Vels and his team arrived in the kingdom of Rumotia, specifically in the city of Santoral, for a strategy meeting due to the war going on in the country. The place was completely empty except for gun shops and bars due to the current situation. Seratia was a little upset because she wanted to celebrate Feel joining the team. However, the elf said that the main thing for the knights was to decide on their future plans. However, the princess still wanted to rest somewhere, despite the fact that Feel was being modest, and asked not to pay attention to it. Upon entering one of the establishments, the team saw that there were many soldiers inside, sitting quietly or moving slowly around the room. Seeing the state the people were in, Seratia was scared and confused, because many of the soldiers were missing parts of their bodies or their wounds looked very serious. The girl could not find the words to describe what she saw. After the entire team of knights entered the tavern, the girls sat down at the table, but they did not talk to each other. Vels, noticing Kalatia's condition, noted that she looked very puzzled. The girl had a hard time finding the words, but she said that the people there had completely desperate faces, and she also assumed that everyone inside was someone's servant. Vels was very serious. He noted that if you look at the clothes and listen to the conversations, you could really understand that all the people here were servants. It was for them that the bars were open, because they needed somewhere to relax. Seratia noted that there were also many servants in Eurasia, but they were treated very cruelly there, so the girl wanted there to be no more servants in Eurasia, because they suffered greatly because of their position, obeying someone. Vels realized that Seratia, because of her principles, treated him well, but this point of view was at odds with the one who ruled the country, because big money was earned precisely by the labor of servants, which the princess did not like so much. Both said that they needed two things: a force superior to Garliz's and the ability to unite the people and inhabitants of neighboring countries around themselves. However, they could not isolate themselves from other states and allow their territory to be seized. Seratia replied that she understood all this herself, because that was what the crown system was for. The princess added that she would definitely perform a feat and do everything to change her country. Vels, hearing such words, thought that even for him the idea seemed very difficult, but he did not want to argue with her, because the girl was serious. The young man turned to Her Majesty and mentioned the blood contract. Hearing what the boy said, Seratia jumped up from her seat and said that she could do it, but only her father knew how to remove the blood contract. She also asked Vels to help her by using his power to carry out the plan. The princess also smiled and said that she was curious about something. Namely, would Vels sacrifice his life for her if he was not bound to Seratia by a contract? The young man closed his eyes and smiled, replying that he would be interested in that himself, but until they took down the blood contract, they would not know for sure. Suddenly, a crash was heard from somewhere, which interrupted the conversation. It turned out that someone was entering the tavern, attracting attention to themselves. The man entering was complaining that it was always very boring in this bar. Vels didn't understand what was happening, and Nea, seeing the man, became noticeably wary. A man slowly entering the bar demanded that they serve him meat and alcohol, and then added that he needed everything that was there, and quickly. The man looked strange and behaved rudely towards those around him. Vels looked at Nea and asked her who the man who entered the room was. The knight replied that the man Gaster was 1,000 man in the royal army of Ramosia. Seratia also didn't know the person who came to the tavern, so Naya said that when she was once invited to the guild's central headquarters, she learned that the man was called the Immortal Gaster, who had achieved many military successes. Vels noted that immortal was probably an exaggeration, to which Nia replied that she still didn't want to meet the man's gaze, since he was acting very strangely, which could be noticed after observing him for some time. The knight said that Gaster was a very unpleasant person, which was evident in the way he treated people. Seratia and Vels, looking at how the man roughly took the mug from the workers' hands, noted that they understood everything. However, Vels noted that if they did not interfere, problems could be avoided. So he suggested discussing the team's next steps. After a short silence, Seratia agreed with what the young man had said. First, it was decided to sort out the current situation. After the ball, the team, following Harvey's wishes, went to another country so as not to cause problems with Callets. However, the main goal of those gathered was the extermination of the cultists, and there was also the possibility that the Ars, who would return to life Dietland, may have had some connection with the heretics, but due to Harvey's request, the knights could not approach Callets. Vels believed that they needed to seek information from other sources. By other sources, the young man meant a conversation with a rich man from Reborn about how there was a rumor about a meeting with a dead man, so it was necessary to meet with the merchants. Since it was the merchants who started the rumor, the team's next target was the Ramosia Merchant Guild. Seratia noted that if the adventurers traveled all over the world, they must have known something. Naya noted that the Adventurers Guild had left the country at the behest of the church, as it had been in a state of war for over 2 years. Bananash also added that there was no room for an Adventurers Guild in a state that had been in turmoil for over 10 years. Another girl also wanted to join the conversation, so she called Vels. Fakita, having listened to everything the team had said, noted that the plan was good, but she had a comment. The blonde girl noted that they were able to immediately head south, so the team did not need to gather information in this place, because they could be drawn into internal squabbles. Vels thought about it. The guy was saying that they had no guarantee that they would learn anything useful when they arrived, but the situation in the region was not tense enough to leave. The girl suggested staying to try to find out something useful. Seratia replied that she really wanted to leave the country, but they still had time to try to find a guild. Vels asked Nia's opinion, but the girl remained silent, looking somewhere to the side. The girl asked the young man to look where Nia was looking. The young man saw Gaster, who was eating his large portions, and also the man who was certainly next to him. The guy didn't understand why the knight focused so much attention on the visitors, because Vels didn't notice anything unusual. However, later something did catch his attention. The young man saw that the man was acting very strangely after the person who had accompanied him left at his request. The man's eyes were empty, as if he did not understand what he was doing. After finishing the drink from his mug, the man froze as if he had been switched off. Gaster no longer looked like a living person, because his behavior was too strange. Vels didn't understand what had happened, and Naya replied that it was exactly what she had said earlier. It seemed that the warrior was being controlled by someone, but it was unclear who exactly. The man next to Gaster had the usual amount of mana for a swordsman, so it didn't look like he was controlling the warrior with magic. However, Vels wondered why the man was acting as if he wasn't aware of his actions. As soon as the escort returned, Gaster again began to behave the same way as when he first entered the bar. The man loudly put his mug down on the table and demanded a refill. The young man assumed that the nickname Immortal Gaster was not just like that, because perhaps there was some connection between him and the changes that had occurred. Recalling the past, the young man remembered the conversations about meeting a dead man, about information about heretical teachings, and about the revived ARCO. As she left, Ain said that Ors was not who he used to be, thinking also that Vels' reincarnation was unsuccessful. He was still able to return to life, albeit in a new body. Thoughts filled the guy's head, so he thought about doing something to dispel his doubts. Vels stood up from his seat, watching the men. He could only think that all this could not be a simple coincidence. Something was clearly connected. Unable to bear it any longer, the young man began to be filled with anger. He wanted the men to answer his questions, so he began to draw his sword. Looking at the men, the young man thought that the immortal Gaster and the heretical cult were related, so he wanted to immediately clear up his assumptions. However, He was stopped by a woman's hand that touched his cheek. The hand belonged to Seratia. She asked the young man what he had just wanted to do. Without waiting for an answer, the girl asked the guy to be calm. But the princess herself understood that Vels suspected the men of being involved in the cult. However, Gaster was the 1,000th of this country, so if they got into a fight with him, they would have to stay in Remotia, and perhaps not leave it at all. The team had to stick to their original goal, to find the trade guild. Seratia urged Vels to listen to him and calm down, so the young man calmly exhaled and closed his eyes to come to his senses. The guy also apologized and added that he had gotten too excited. Vels, as he drank his drink, thought that even if he could handle the men alone, in this life he occupied a completely different position than in the previous one, so he could not act thoughtlessly. Looking at the girl, Vels was also amazed at how quickly Seratia was able to understand his intentions and determine what exactly the young man wanted to do. The young man thought that when they first set out on their journey, Seratia was not so focused, so it seemed to the young man that the princess had matured a little. Turning to her, the guy decided to thank Her Majesty. She answered. After some time, the company arrived at the place they needed, namely the Remotia Guild in the kingdom. However, as the men approached, they saw that the doors were closed, meaning that they would not be able to get in that day. The merchant guild was quite large, and when the knights arrived, they were refused admission and were not allowed to enter. Vels noted that he had heard a lot of different information about the trade guild, but he could not even imagine that they would not even want to listen to him and his team, because they had to pay for the residence. Seratia was also indignant about what happened. The princess had assumed that there was disorder and corruption in the country. However, she had not expected that they would be expelled so quickly without any explanation of their visit. Seratia did not like the way she and her team were treated in the guild, expressing their reluctance. Remotia Trade Guild, where the wars took place, was located in the north of the kingdom. The territory itself was divided in half by the southern aristocrats who sowed chaos. Because of this, Vels wanted to contact the Gavril Company. The company was the strongest in the Northern Trade Guild. The young man was also not happy about them being driven out. But Nea noted that she was able to find out the location of the Gavril before they were driven out of the building. However, Vels was not sure that everything would go well if they went to the indicated place, because they could be denied a visit, just like the Merchant Guild did. While the guy was thinking about how to avoid this, a man approached him. The stranger's name was Thomas, and he was a traveling merchant. The young man apologized for calling out to Vels so suddenly. The youth added that he had not met the company before and thought that the people looked like adventurers. Vels wondered if Thomas was a traveling merchant. Then he had visited many countries. He asked what Thomas wanted from him and his crew. Thomas apologized again for butting in, but he wanted to ask the strangers for something. The young man said that he wanted to ask for help in the form of protection. Seratia did not understand what the boy meant, so the young man continued and said that he did not often see adventurers near the guild, so he needed them to agree. The blonde girl stepped forward and immediately told the boy that the team didn't have time to help anyone right now. But Vels put his hand forward and asked Fakita not to rush, then asked Thomas if he was a member of the guild. The young man hesitated a bit, but replied that he was from the Sam's company in Riberia. Afterwards, the boy again asked to at least temporarily join the knights and Vels, to be close to them. Vels thought that if the boy was from Riberia, then perhaps he knew the royal person they were looking for, or he might have been aware of the rumors the merchants were spreading about the encounter with the dead man. The servant of Seratia decided that it was not so easy to give up the opportunity to learn something, because Thomas could know something useful. Vels asked why the man from a distant country was not guarded, because the journey was quite long and dangerous. Thomas replied that he felt awkward talking about it, but as soon as he arrived, half of his convoy was lured away by traders from the Gavril Company, and the other half was bribed by army men. The young man was in despair. The young man needed to get to the kingdom of Cassandra, but he did not know how to do this in his current situation. Vels noted that the kingdom of Rhine was being invaded by several countries, which meant that the war in Cassandra would soon end. Vels didn't have time to finish saying that there was nothing to worry about. Thomas interrupted him, saying that Rain, on the contrary, was being held back, not attacked. The kingdom was in dire straits. The team did not understand what their new acquaintance was talking about. Vels asked what Thomas meant, since as far as he knew, Rhine did not have any great power, unlike other countries. However, Thomas assured that everything he said was true. The youth added that the Rhine had been temporarily besieged by a united army led by Cassandra, but that, as they said, the army's spirit had suddenly died out completely. Vels couldn't believe it because the soldiers had almost achieved victory. They didn't have to surrender. Thomas immediately noted that perhaps it sounded incredible and that no one would believe him, but he was telling the truth. Vels did not like the fact that the young man was stretching out important information for so long. After a short pause, Thomas added that everything happened because the murdered general of the Rhine army rose again. The girls and Vels really couldn't believe what they heard. Thomas also added that, if rumors are to be believed, it was not only because of the general, as several more knights had returned to life who had certainly fallen in battle, but had somehow returned to the light. Vels thought that if everything Thomas said was true, then all the information he had received was also true. The young man also understood that perhaps he would soon be able to see what he had wanted for so long. The young man noted that this was exactly what he wanted to ask Thomas about, after which the guy suggested that they might be able to help him after all. Vels replied that he and his team would help Thomas and accompany him on his journey. Seratia nodded and confirmed that since they had no other leads, all that was left was to agree to fulfill the traveler's request. Thomas nodded vigorously and began to bow many times, thanking everyone for their kindness, after which he took the cross and began to thank the god Adin. Immortal Gaster was also of interest to Vels. However, as Seratia had said, if they wanted to get closer to the truth, it was better for them not to cause unnecessary trouble. Vels asked if they should all leave right away, to which Thomas replied that they had better leave as soon as possible. Vels thought that he must certainly obtain the necessary evidence in the kingdom of Cassandra in the heretical cult. In the kingdom of Cassandra, in a place that was close to the kingdom of Rhine, military actions were taking place. There were many fires. The enemy soldiers were becoming fewer and fewer, which meant a quick victory for one of the sides. The warriors, participating in the battle, talked about rumors about the dead coming back to life. One of the interlocutors did not want to believe it, because he saw with his own eyes how General Reyna's head was cut off. The soldier turned to his friend and said that he did not believe in the resurrection of the dead, but before he could finish his sentence, his head was cut in half. The second warrior looked at his friend, who died quickly, and then saw that a stranger was standing nearby, who killed the soldier. But this was strange, because the young man had seen how the man was recently killed. The soldier tried to ask how a man could come back to life if he was killed, but he didn't have time to do so, as the man suddenly struck the man standing opposite him. It turned out that the rumor was not a fiction at all, but the truth, because a man appeared on the battlefield who, as everyone believed, was killed. The company, after nightfall, stopped for a rest, after which Seratia became interested in whether it was true that there was still 20 days' journey to Cassandra. The princess was worried about how the girls got home. Vels tried to calm the girl down. Vels also said that Benatnash, although she went to Eurasia, was skilled in handling different situations, so there was no need to worry about the knights, since they were all first-class adventurers. After some time, the young man turned to a group of girls and asked them if they wanted to have dinner, because he would soon prepare food, which they only had to wait a little while longer. Vels was not thrilled with the food that Thomas cooked, because even though he did it out of kindness, the food tasted very bad, as if the guy was deliberately making it taste bad. Nia hastened to tell the young man that he was probably too tired, so the girls would make dinner for everyone themselves. But Thomas did not want to give up his place as a cook, so the knight insisted on her own. After the girls finally convinced Thomas not to touch the food, Seratia, who was collecting something, called Vels and asked him what he would do if he found out that the heretical cult was somehow connected with Garliz. The young man replied that he only wanted to find out the truth. However, he was also thinking about what if heretics had infiltrated Garliz. It would be enough for him to simply destroy the cult and kill Ars. But everything was not so simple. Further actions would become more complicated if it became known that Ars or someone from his entourage would be involved in the cult. Then Vels would have to deal with even bigger problems. Seratia didn't want to escalate the situation, so she didn't want to advise the young man to engage in battle with an entire country. Vels replied that even if Eurasia became his rival, he would certainly protect the princess, no matter what it cost him. The girl was a little embarrassed, noting how confident Vels was. Later, Field came over, saying that the soup was ready. Having thanked the elf for the food, the young man and her majesty looked at the plates in their hands. Thomas asked why Field was acting so caring, to which the young man replied that the elf most likely felt indebted to the boy. Seratia jealously noted that she most likely also confessed her love to the boy, but immediately changed the subject. Having finally reached the right place, Vels assumed that the city would be noisy, but he was wrong. Thomas, pulling out the box, noted that he knew a lot about the city. However, he changed the subject and asked if Vels was afraid of waking the girls. Looking into the space where the girls had spent the night, Vels turned to the sleeping people and told them that they had already arrived, which caused them to wake up. The young man also noted that they needed to talk to the soldiers. However, not all the girls had managed to wake up. Seratia was still lying in her place. Her sleep was deeper than that of all the other members of the team. Vels tried to wake her up, but saw that the princess was talking in her sleep, thanking Phil and Nayu, and asking the young man to give her a few more minutes to rest. The young man decided to ask the girls to wake up Seratia for him, because he wanted to look around to check out the situation. The girls agreed, after which the guy left. Passing by the tents, Vels noted that the soldiers had both weapons and equipment, because they were not servants, unlike those they had seen in Ramati, but were members of the regular army of Cassandra. However, as Thomas had said, although the soldiers were professional warriors, their morale was greatly reduced, as if they were being sent to certain death by their commanders. While discussing what was most likely rumors about the dead being resurrected, someone approached Vels from behind and put a hand on the young man's shoulder, asking why the boy had come to such a place. It turned out that the young man was stopped by one of the soldiers. The man did not like that there was a stranger on the territory. Vels, turning around, saw a bandage on the man's hand and realized that he was standing guard with him. The young man replied that he was protecting Thomas from the same company, so he was not a suspicious person. The man asked the boy to leave, but Vels added that he was also on a mission to exterminate a heretical cult. Vels said he had heard that soldiers had fought with a dead man in that place. The clerk, hearing what the boy had said, hastened to assure him that they had nothing to do with it, and again asked the stranger to leave. Because the young man did not obey, the soldier tried to forcefully push the stranger out of the area, but he was very surprised when he realized that Vels did not react to other people's movements. A crowd began to gather around the boys. People wanted to understand what had happened between the stranger and the knight of the first rank. Vels looked at his interlocutor and told him that he was not a spy and did not want to fight with anyone. The man did not want to talk to the boy, but someone complained about the noise, after which the soldier saw Muraj walking towards him. Vels was also curious who else wanted to join the conversation. It turned out that the man who approached the people was a first-class knight who had returned from the inhuman hunt for adventurers that Rain had organized. The man thanked Vels for saving his life once. Vels wasn't offended that the man hadn't thanked him, so he smiled as the soldier approached him. Moraj called the rest of the warriors away, and then he noted that he had already been sent to the front lines a long time ago. The young man thought that the man must know something useful, so I told my friend that after all the battles in Vinwa Driver and in Kalitz, he destroyed many goblin zombies. Vels wanted Moraj to trust him, because he promised that he would help the soldier in any case, no matter what happened. The young man asked an acquaintance to find some useful information, since Vels had no one else to ask for help. The man looked around and replied that he could not do everything, but he was interested in what exactly he wanted to know. The young man explained that he was on a mission to exterminate a heretical cult, so he was curious to know if it was true that the Allied army had gotten involved with the heretics and was desperately fighting against the living dead. Murej agreed and said that he would try to find out something. But the men's conversation was interrupted by Seratia approaching. She recognized the man next to Vels, who merely stated that the princess had finally woken up. Seratia was angry with Murej, believing that he was able to improve his military position thanks to Vels. And the soldier justified himself, and said that everything was not as the girl said, because he even paid the young man. Vels didn't want to waste time on such a conversation, while Seratia continued her conversation with Murej. Phil decided to ask the young man who the soldier next to the princess was, to which the young man replied that he didn't want to talk about it. Approaching the large tent, the company complained that they were not allowed inside for a long time, which could indicate the high importance of those who were there. After some time, a man appeared from the tent and invited the guests to enter. Inside the tent was a man who thanked the team for coming to visit and introduced himself. Alexis Blisando was a captain of the Knightly Order of the Defenders of the Holy See of Cassandra. The man noted that Mirage had told him about Vels, who had once dealt with a Rhenish enemy. The young man looked at his acquaintance and realized that Alexis knew about the woman from Ren. Vels also realized that Mirage admitted that he did not kill the enemy himself, but did it so that the strangers would have more trust from the captain. The man said that the adventurers of his country had traces of the woman's attack, so he ordered an investigation, but no one could even think that Mirage would take all the credit for it. Vels didn't care about that. The young man's attention was drawn to the cry for help of a man chained to a pole. The boy asked to be released because his body was hurting. Vels, seeing the boy, asked the captain why he was tied up. Alexis replied that it was an enemy soldier. One of the knights, Mark, knew him and claimed that the man screaming for help had already died a year ago. Vels was surprised by such a statement and looked at the defenseless man with even greater interest. After a short pause, the captain added that in front of them was a real dead man. Alexis stood in front of the enemy soldier and repeated again that in front of the team was someone who had already died a year ago. Bowles and the girls present in the tent were very surprised when they heard such information. Seratia asked the captain again if he had told him everything correctly, so the man decided to show what exactly he meant. Alexis stepped closer to the bound soldier's body and pierced his leg with his sword. Capital did it deliberately and confidently, but it was only to show what would happen to the man next. Seratia, Nea, and Feel was surprised by such an action, and the imprisoned soldier screamed loudly because of the blow, because it was very painful for him. The princess turned to the captain and asked why he did something like that. However, later, everyone present saw that the wounded man's leg was not bleeding. On the contrary, the wound began to heal. Capital said that this was proof that the man was dead. The soldier also had no pulse, but he acted like a human being. It was hard to believe that a dead man had his own will, so Vels, thinking about how a dead soldier could rise again, immediately realized that he did not do it because of the resurrection ritual. However, it could also mean that the person was affected by something that exceeded Vels' ability to resurrect. After some time, the captain wanted to tell about another feature of the dead man. Alexis called Mark and told him to leave the tent, and the soldier, hearing this, asked him not to obey the order, relying on the fact that he and Mark were friends. But the young man did everything as the captain told him and left. After Mark left, the eyes of the young man chained to the pole became empty, just as they did with the man at the bar who was being met by the company. Alexis added that he didn't know why, but it was when Mark wasn't around that the captured soldier became what he was now. Naya, hearing about this, called Vels to tell him something. The knight said that what was happening to the boy was very similar to the immortal Gaster. This meant that the man from the bar was as much of a dead man as the guy in the tent. Vels wondered if Gaster's nickname came from the fact that he was dead. Then in Rumati, where the man was, and in the Rhine, the adherents of a heretical cult had taken deep root. Vels began to approach the captured soldier and said that he had seen a similar case in Rumotia. The young man also suggested that the heretics had begun to spread their movement much further than he had imagined. Alexis replied that it would be bad if the number of monsters like the ones Vels saw continued to increase. It would be difficult for them, so they had to try and find a way to resolve the current situation with the dead. The guy said that the captain shouldn't worry, because he wanted to help people, but to do that he needed to study the shackled man. Alexis replied that he was fine with it, but Vels replied that he would have to do it himself. Vels apologized for speaking so rudely about it, but he did not want anyone to help him study the body. One of the soldiers immediately began to protest, but the captain stopped his subordinate and addressed the young man with a question. Alexis noted that the prisoner was an incredibly valuable source of knowledge for the fight and proof that the dead could indeed exist. Because of this, the captain asked Vels to promise that nothing would happen to the man that would kill him. Vels' experiment. But the young man replied that he only wanted to get the necessary information, so he promised to do everything carefully. Alexis led his subordinates out of the tent. Seratia, having waited until all the strangers had left, turned to Vels and asked him what she needed to do, and noted that she could be trusted with anything. The young man paused for a moment and said that he had a plan. While the girl was bragging about her strength, the young man replied that first the prisoner's arms had to be broken, and then his legs had to be amputated and his nails pulled out, and then something similar had to be done with the rest of his body. The princess was horrified. She said that she could not be frightened even by something like that, so she was ready to carry out the order. However, as soon as Vels said what would need to be done with the boy's insides, Talisha couldn't stand it. However, Vels did not stop. He continued and said that they also needed to explore the outside situation with the captain. Nia and Talisha took on this task, and the young man and Feel remained to resolve the issue with the dead man. Talisha didn't really like what Vels was saying, but she understood that the elf's magical abilities could really be useful in the study. After everyone left, the guy asked why Feel was so wary. The girl replied that she was amazed at how attentive Vels was, because he specifically tried to lead Talisha away from the tent. However, the young man said that he simply did not want to show what was going to happen to anyone but Feel. Vels approached the captured soldier. He said that they first had to assume that the dead man's condition was due to some kind of magic being cast on him. If that was the case, they first had to get rid of it. Vels asked if Feel had elemental cancellation magic. The girl replied that she could cancel the air element. The young man turned and looked at the elf, but he couldn't say anything specific and quickly turned away. It turned out that the young man assumed that Feel did not possess something like that, but he was wrong, because the magic of canceling elements was difficult. Such magic was equal to the mastery of the first rank, and the easiest magic was equal to the fourth. Vels also recalled that in her past life, Feel did not know how to use something like this, but she, as he remembered, said that she would try to learn it. As it turned out in the end, 17 years of effort had not gone by in vain. The young man was amazed at how responsible and purposeful Feel was. However, the elf's voice brought the boy out of his thoughts. The guy replied that he was just thinking and asked to come to him. Drawing his sword, the young man decided that they were wasting no more time and said that he would first cut off the captive's finger to see what would happen next. After his words, the boy did as he said. After waiting for a while, both Feel and Vels noticed that the man sitting in front of them did not react to the pain in any way, just like the time he was wounded by the captain, which confirmed the version that the soldier was dead. What was strange was that in Mark's presence, the dead man behaved completely differently, even though they were enemies and were on different sides of the war. However, the guy was shouting that Mark was his friend, which meant that they had something in common. Vels didn't understand how the information that people were familiar with those who revived them was related to the spell used. If you use magic to cancel all elements, then most likely the spell can be removed. While the young man was thinking, Feel saw how the severed finger tried to return to the dead man's hand. Vels wondered how they could identify the element that needed to be undone, since they couldn't just try to undo everything. Vels also thought that only Ars could do the complicated procedure, but he couldn't allow himself to be exposed in a place like this. The young man realized that he just needed to make sure that no one would think that he had used magic. The guy assumed that if there was a compound magic in front of him, then he only needed to remove one element to upset the balance. Cassandra was considered the capital of water, so the young man decided to use the water element on his finger. However, as soon as the young man used the magic he thought was appropriate for the situation, he saw something strange happening to the body part. Vels couldn't believe what was happening. He saw how the finger on his palm began to turn into a golden liquid. Feel, standing nearby, did not understand what happened to the young man, because he froze in place and did not say anything to her. The young man assumed that it was magic that was unknown to him. Even with the memories of his past life, he didn't know what he was seeing now. Even alchemy couldn't cause transformation in organic bodies like humans. Alchemy only worked on inorganic objects, so everything that was happening made the young man wonder about such an unusual reaction of a dead body part to the magic of canceling elements. Feel was also puzzled. However, after some time, Feel suddenly said out loud that it was alchemical magic. Vels, hearing this, became tense because he had never heard of anything like this. Such information shocked him even more. The young man asked what kind of magic had been used on the dead man, but Feel was in no hurry to tell him anything, as she looked as if she was frightened by what she had seen. Meanwhile, the finger lying in Vels's palm had completely dissolved. Turning around and looking at his companion, Vels asked again what kind of magic Feel was talking about. The elf looked very tense. It was difficult for her to explain why she felt a little unwell. The girl said that in her homeland, in the Divine Forest, where the elves live, there were people who made attempts to develop the already existing alchemy in order to improve their skills. The girl added and said that by turning a part of their body into a core, people tried to recreate the lost part. Vels asked if this was a combination of magic and alchemy, to which the elf answered in the affirmative. But such experiments did not help. The young man noted that there was no direct connection between the elves and the dead, but it was important to remember that they were somehow connected. The boy asked Feel if she had noticed anything else unusual. The girl was silent for a while, but later added that she wasn't sure she should have said something, since it was already late. Vels didn't understand what Feel meant. The elf asked whether the soldier and the 1,000 from Remotia really had their own will. Vels still couldn't understand what exactly Feel wanted to tell him. The girl replied that if the dead were sane, it was strange that they stopped moving at some point. It was difficult to understand who they actually saw. Feel added that to her. The enemy soldier was more like a vessel than a resurrected human. Vels had a hard time understanding what exactly his interlocutor meant because they were completely different beings. Elves, unlike humans, were closer to spirits, so they could more accurately understand the subtleties of the human soul. Feel could feel what Vels could not understand. The guy started to reason that maybe the soldier really didn't have a will. But why did he move when Mark was next to him? If you don't focus on will, then where could the dead man have thoughts and different behaviors? Vels realized that it was all because of the memories of the soldier in Mark's head that the warrior was trying to imitate. It turns out that the young man was simply projecting the thoughts and actions he had during his life. It was because of this that Feel thought that the man was more like a vessel. Also, this all meant that magic would not work on a dead person unless there was someone nearby that he knew in life. When Mark thought about the soldier, Cain, the soldier would read his memory and do exactly what his friend was thinking. However, when Mark left, Cain's memory would disappear, and he would become a normal vessel that would not receive information. After figuring it out, Vels realized that he didn't know about the magic that was capable of taking away memories. However, according to Feel, Ars had changed as a person, which was completely different from the situation the enemy soldier had found himself in. Calling out to his friend, Vels asked her if she had seen Ars bleeding. The girl replied that 3 years ago she had seen him cut his hand. The young man realized that Aros was still alive, which meant that he had little connection with the dead. The boy decided that he would put thoughts about Ars aside for now because he needed to focus on the new problem until he found the information he needed. In order not to be distracted by extraneous thoughts, Vels called Feel to come closer. Vels decided that something had to be done to get rid of the dead man as soon as possible. So the young man asked his girlfriend to bring everyone who had recently been in the tent. Later, some seals began to appear on the floor. As it turned out, after all the people returned to the tent, one of those present, who was a magician, began to create seals that formed around the chained body of the wounded warrior. Feel, who was watching the mage, asked if he needed help, since the spell he was using required a lot of power, as well as several people to perform the circle cleansing. Seratia was surprised at how difficult it was. Alexis, seeing the cleansing going on, was a little wary. He turned to the young man and asked him if he was sure he understood everything correctly about Cain. Vels replied that the soldier was not dead at all, but was a puppet created by magic. The young man assumed that the enemy soldier was formed by several types of magic, but the magic could be neutralized if even one was removed. The young man came to the conclusion that it would be best to use Vola cancellation magic. For some time, the local mage and Feel focused all their efforts on removing one of the types of magic that Cain used to maintain his condition. Everyone present watched as the mages tried and used water attribute cancellation magic. But then something happened that surprised everyone. The vessel began to swell, looking less and less like a human. After some time, the enemy soldier turned into a large puddle, his body parts gradually dissolving. The magicians who were standing nearby covered their faces so that nothing would fall on them. The girls were surprised by what they saw, but Vels was quite calm. Seratia asked what happened to the warrior, to which one of the mages replied that the puppet had turned into liquid gold, which at first seemed like an ordinary liquid. Approaching the spot where the enemy soldier had previously sat, Vels picked something up and then showed Alexis the object that remained from the body. It turned out that it was a bone with some symbols written on it. Half of the inscription was a description of an unknown magical ritual, and the other half was similar to what was included in the description of the reincarnation spell that the young man knew. The bone was the core of the spell, so perhaps if they destroyed it, they would be able to get rid of the dead even without using elemental cancellation magic. Alexis noted that it was not that simple, because there were a lot of such creatures. Elemental cancellation magic on a large scale could not be used after the battle, and it was impossible to target bones of such a size. The man did not have time to finish a sentence because a subordinate ran into the tent with some news. As it turned out, Rein began his invasion with an army of 12,000 men. The soldiers attacked on the plain of Canary. The subordinates were led by General Brone, who was known to many. However, the soldier added that the general had died a few days ago. And besides him, many other supposedly immortal knights who had died sometime in the past had also been spotted. Alexis was in a bad mood. He understood that all the dead were just puppets, but his soldiers no longer wanted to fight. The man called Vels. Capital recalled that Mirage told him about the boy's exploits in hunting adventurers and goblins. The man asked the young man to help him with his fighting skills, but the young man replied that he was only a servant, so he should not be asked. Looking back, the young man added that if Alexis wanted to negotiate, he should have turned to the princess, who was the young man's mistress. The girl said that if her team continued to interfere in the affairs of another country, she would like to receive some benefit from it. After which the princess asked who commanded Cassandra's army, to which she received the following answer. The army was subordinate to His Majesty Mahmut Kargiris, so the girl asked to convey to him that she would like to conclude a temporary military alliance with him on behalf of the Kingdom of Eurasia. If everything goes as the girl said, then she will give the order to Vels to destroy the general who decided to attack the country with his army. Alexis was very surprised by the terms of the princess's proposed agreement, remembering Vels' words that if the girl wanted to make Eurasia a strong and free country, then she needed to use all means, including himself, to negotiate cooperation with other countries. The princess understood what her servant was telling her, so she decided to set conditions for Alexis. The man agreed to convey the girl's proposal to His Highness, which made her smile. Again recalling a recent conversation, Vels warned the girl that if they were drawn into the battle in Cassandra, then they would have to take some action. Seratia replied that she would simply order the young man to win the war, because he was very strong. However, the guy replied that this was not enough and it was necessary to conclude a military alliance with Cassandra, because if they did not officially sign the documents, then their small and weak country could simply be abandoned due to uselessness. Returning to the present, Vels was already kneeling, his head bowed before the one who could give him orders. Seratia looked at the young man and said that she, as the first princess of Eurasia, was giving him an order. The young man was obliged to destroy with his own hands the general of the army, Rein, and the dead man, Brone, in order to help the army of Cassandra in their difficult war. Vels raised his head and looked at the girl standing in front of him and smiled. He replied that he would carry out the order given to him. After Vels decided to join the war on Cassandra's side, he could use all of his unique skills on the battlefield. After some time, a group of people came out of the tent with Mirage. Vels turned to his friend and asked him if there was a uniform of the army of Cassandra somewhere. Mirage replied that there were spares in one of the tents, so he asked to wait a little while he brought it. After the man left, Seratia let out a sigh and said that she was tired of frowning to appear more serious. Nia patted her shoulder to encourage her a little. However, Vels said that the princess looked exactly as she should in such a situation, after which the girl thanked him for his support. After the boy began to change, Seratia asked him why he needed the Cassandra uniform, since he already had equipment. The boy replied that it was to raise the soldier's spirit, as well as to more quickly integrate with the army. Vels added that if he stood out too much, he would prevent the soldiers from rallying, so he wanted to fight the warriors on equal terms. Later, Mirage approached, carrying a new uniform for the young man. After some time, Vels was able to try on the new uniform, noting that he was very comfortable in it. The young man did not even expect that he would like the new equipment so much. Looking at the young man, Seratia asked if he was not wearing enough protection. However, the boy said that he liked the mobility in his movements. Vels also asked Fiel to look after his old clothes and sword so that they would not be lost. Vels also asked Nia to be careful because not everyone might like the fact that the guy was now part of the troops. Mirage, hearing this, began to worry, but the young man assured him that they would not harm him. Alexis, who approached the company and announced that he had received an offer from His Highness, so he needed to negotiate a joint agreement with the princess. Seratia liked the idea of negotiations. Looking at her servant, the girl noted that everything was going exactly as they had discussed, so Vels needed to quickly take his sword and move into battle to finish the battle. At the same time, in another place, a fierce battle was taking place, with thousands of soldiers on the field fighting for their country. The soldiers were well equipped, but no one wanted to give in. Suddenly, a warrior began running into the crowd of people, shouting that his army would soon defeat Cassandra. Because the young man was on horseback, he had the advantage, so he quickly struck at the people fighting on the opposite side. Jumping off the animal, the warrior began to strike at the man who was already lying on the ground. He asked where the fighting spirit of the soldiers that was inherent in them at the beginning of the battle had gone. Cassandra's army was clearly morally broken. The warrior enjoyed his position while the helpless man lay beneath him. He asked where the boy would like to have a sword thrust into his body. For the warrior of rain, it was fun. A soldier from Cassandra tried to silence the man because he did not like the way the enemy soldiers played with other people's lives. The young man cried from pain but said that the kingdom of Cassandra would never submit to Rhine. The enemy warrior did not want to hear something like that, so he again pointed his sword at the body of the man lying underneath him to strike and said that he would silence the boy forever, causing the helpless youth to close his eyes, waiting for the blow. However, the next moment something happened that the wounded man could not have expected. The one who towered over him was destroyed by the young man who suddenly appeared. In order to help the defenseless soldier, Vels did not even use his sword. He only needed to use his strength. Someone shouted at the young man not to hold back and to fight. Looking at the rescued man, the young man replied that he would definitely help the war end sooner. The wounded soldier was crying no longer from pain, but from the hope that had settled in him. Nearby, two of Rhine's soldiers had caught a warrior of Cassandra and were arguing over who would deal him the fatal blow. Deciding not to waste time, both youths wanted to strike the man's body at the same time. Vels appeared nearby, who decapitated two people at the same time with one kick. Vels said that victory would be on his side, so he quickly continued to attack the enemy soldiers, killing them with one blow. Noticing the strong warrior, the soldiers began to surround Vels to stop him. However, the dark-haired boy was too fast for anyone to catch up with him. As soon as he was surrounded, he immediately dodged the blows, lunging. As soon as the opportunity to attack arose, Vels tore the bodies of his opponents apart with his own hands, giving them no chance of salvation. Noticing a few more soldiers, the young man quickly headed in their direction. Jumping towards the enemies, he trampled them into the ground with his feet, pressing hard on their heads so that the people could no longer rise. The warriors who remained on the battlefield did not understand who they were fighting, because the man had too much strength. The enemies began to get nervous, because they did not know how exactly they could defeat such a fast opponent. Drawing Vels' attention, a man shouted at him that Rain's magical squad would attack him to defeat him. After a short pause, the mage gave the order to his subordinates to attack the boy. Since the mages were not fighting up close, they began to use elemental magic, causing the ground beneath the feet of everyone on the battlefield to crumble. The chief mage shouted to Vels that they had taken the ground from under his feet so that he could not stand still, after which they directed fire projectiles in his direction. However, all the attacks missed the young man, but only hit Rain's soldiers. The magician, seeing how the warriors on his side were dying, said that he didn't care, because the main goal was to destroy Vels. The young man was not happy about the senseless deaths, and later he was covered in smoke. The magician screamed that a hail of stones and a rain of fiery spheres was supposed to destroy everyone who was below on the ground. The man who controlled the magic rejoiced, saying that Cassandra's hopes were quickly extinguished, because the kingdom of Rhine was too strong. Deciding that the battle was over, the magician ordered his subordinates to retreat, to report the victory to Brana. However, the magician could not have imagined that Vels would survive and be behind him. The man noticed this too late, so he could not do anything. The young man said that he condemned the methods the mage used to get rid of him, because he had destroyed his comrades in arms. All of the enemy mage's subordinates were already heading towards Vels, but he was prepared for this. After fending off all the approaching mages with one blow, Vels looked at the chief mage before killing him and said that a force that was unable to protect its comrades could not be called a great power. Cassandra army squad watching Vels was surprised at how quickly he was able to get rid of the magical enemy squad. To further encourage the people, the young man addressed the warriors. The boy shouted to his team that he had destroyed the magic squad, which meant that they now had an even greater chance of winning, so they needed to take advantage of the moment to defeat Rain. The soldiers were indeed encouraged by Vols's short speech. The warriors shouted, and the young man smiled. Because he had managed to restore the dying fighting spirit of Cassandra's army, the knights had been fighting for a long time. They fought very fiercely and with all their strength. One of the knights struck the enemy. He hit him right under the helmet and managed to wound him. The enemy screamed in pain. He said furiously that the fighting spirit of Cassandra's army had suddenly returned. He looked to the side and shouted to the boy that one by one, Wels appeared, and the enemy knight shouted that it was all because of that guy. The guy shouted that their soldiers were normal people. They weren't like puppets. Wels used magical perception. Wels analyzed the enemies and said that, judging by their mana, they were no different from humans. Gaster ate food, so the doll's energy source is the same as humans'. It must be the magic particles that are in the food. The guy continued to reason that in that case, we can agree that there were no dead people in the magic squad. Since they replenished their strength through food, they would not have enough mana to use magic of such a scale. He is being attacked. Wels noticed them and knocked the knights' heads off with his foot. The enemies fell to the ground. He quickly dealt with all the enemy knights. He thought that if you look at it from this point of view, Vals continued to reason that Ars, who had shed blood with magic, could not be a puppet. He looked ahead to collect his thoughts. The boy thought hard. No. Now is not the time to think about it. Definitely not now. If he destroyed the general of the Rhine army, he would be able to get closer to the truth. Wels thought his first priority was Bron. The enemy knights shouted, "Forward, Cassandra! They must win. They will tear Reynan to pieces." Suddenly, they were cut in half at great speed. No one could understand what had just happened. The horse began to walk among the people and approach Wels, who was watching everything tensely. The dust settled, and a man came forward. Someone shouted that a knight of mid-rank was here. He actually appeared, but it just couldn't be. It was hard to believe. Wels smiled and said that he had finally shown himself. The knight shouted that he was the general of the Rhine army. They shouted loudly that Bron himself had appeared on horseback. The man looked angrily at Wels and asked, so it was he who turned the entire battlefield upside down. He was acting too much like a tough guy. Wels smiled and replied that he looked too young for a general. Bron started approaching the guy, saying that he knew who he was, and was still behaving like that. He shouldn't make fun of him. He struck with his sword, but Wels parried the blow. The ground began to crack from the force of the man's blow. The knights screamed in fear, asking what was happening. One of the guys shouted that he was still too dangerous. They had to run. They were retreating. Wels looked at Bron with a smile and asked what he was talking about. This is his chance. He can tell you how many times he has already died. He hit him in the arm and just tore it off. Wels looked at the man, who was not stopped by such a serious injury. He grabbed the sword of his only hand and struck the guy. He managed to run away, but Bron broke the stone in two. Wels wiped the dirt off his face and said that it was cool. He wasn't even pretending to be hurt. The man looked at the young guy who had dodged his attack. The knights said tensely that Bron was with them after all. They couldn't win, could they? Wels looked at the knights and said that their fighting spirit was fading. Wels looked at Bron's hand and thought that he must have been able to resurrect so many times by defeating a strong swordsman on par with the sword princess Nea and making a huge sacrifice in exchange. Wels confidently continued to reason that he was able to defeat Bron in order to raise the morale of the Cassandra warriors and help them win. He shouted loudly for the Cassandra warriors to listen to him carefully. Wels said loudly that this Bron was not immortal at all. He was just a puppet created by magic. It was possible to break him. They had to watch carefully. The guy smiled evilly and shouted that he would prove it to them now. The knights looked at him in surprise. Bron hit the guy, but he managed to quickly jump away. Bron asked furiously if he had misheard or if he had said he would defeat him. He threw himself forward and shouted that he was calling for a rain of spears. Vels quickly covered his face with his hands. The man shouted furiously that he had to try hard to repel his attacks. He would show him that he was no match for him. Bron swung his sword and shouted that he had stopped. The man looked ahead and saw no one. He began to quickly shake his head to find the guy. Bron screamed furiously that he had simply disappeared. He was ordering him to come out. He looked up and saw a guy flying quickly towards him. Wels touched his shoulder and activated his power. Bron screamed in shock. What was happening? Wels hit him and a huge wave formed, which swept away everything in its path. All the stones rose into the air from the explosion. The guy skillfully landed on a hard surface. The knights came closer and waited for the dust to settle. Wels appeared, raising his hand high, which meant that he was the winner. The knights shouted joyfully. They were very happy that Brone had won. The boys shouted excitedly that Vels had done it. He had destroyed Brone himself. The knight ran into the tent shouting that there was a message for the captain. Just now, Wels defeated General Brone. Everyone shouted joyfully, and Seratia smiled widely. The war of the Kingdom of Rhine against the united army of several states. The situation in the army of Cassandra on the plain of Canary. Against 8,000 soldiers, the Kingdom of the Rhine put up 12,000 men. The founder of the military union entered the battle in the middle of the battle. Thanks to the success of one soldier, an incomparable battle that changed the entire situation on the battlefield. Thanks to the power of Vels, they won, and their alliance fulfilled its mission. The Kingdom of Cassandra won the war. Nia smiled widely and shouted happily, "Keep it up, Wels is really cool." He was able to crush the enemy with just his strength without using weapons, which is just amazing. She continued to speak quickly, saying that she was deeply moved by his feat. At the same time, she felt her own weakness keenly. Wels looked at her awkwardly. Suddenly, someone on the street shouted, "Where is the hero who defeated Brone?" He turned the entire field upside down. "We need to find him immediately." Seratia looked out into the street and said that she told him to defeat Brone, but still, the girl looked at the knights who were quickly running to find him. She said that not so much as to raise everyone's ears. The princess carefully closed the curtain. She said that he had caused them so much trouble, having become famous as the hero of Cassandra. Wels replied that he had already told her, if he helped them just once to boost their morale, they would not find him out. Seratia said loudly that, however, he had gone too far. Now there was such a fuss that they would not be able to leave this place. The boy said that he then asked for forgiveness. The girl said that nevertheless, the princess looked at him and said with a smile that he had done a great job. Wels put his hands on the girl's shoulders and said that it was because he had a beautiful lady looking after him. The guy asked what, by the way, would happen to their union. Seratia answered that he shouldn't worry about that. They could always enlist Cassandra's support, but only once. Wels thought and said that once, he would return everything he remembered. What a strange agreement. She answered that she also only used his help once. Seratia said with a smile that they had managed to make a significant statement about themselves by concluding an alliance between Eurasia and Cassandra. Now the fame of Eurasia would begin to spread more widely. Wels asked. That's how it was. He thought that Eurasia was a small and weak country. Although it could use Cassandra's military help, it didn't have enough value and territory for other countries to attack it. He continued to reason that by joining forces with the Kingdom of Cassandra, which is famous for its active trade and has some authority, she received the opportunity to declare herself, because Cassandra recognized her existence and power. Wels said that Seratia was a good girl. The girl shouted proudly, which of course. He asked, so now, wait, but where is Thomas? Nia replied that she hadn't seen him since they arrived here. Seratia sighed in alarm and asked where he could have gone. She had no idea. Suddenly, a guy appeared and said, I'm sorry, but if they were talking about the merchant, he had already left. The princess screamed in fear. Seratia screamed that it was Muraj. He shouldn't have come up to the girl from behind so suddenly. He said that he was asking for forgiveness. He didn't want to scare her. The girl screamed that she wasn't scared. Muraj said that he had a message from him. He asked me to say hello. Seratia screamed excitedly that he was back. She couldn't even believe it. Wels said that, after all, Thomas was a traveling merchant. He valued his own life and earnings more than fighting in the war. From a merchant's point of view, he did the right thing. Nuridza approached the guy and asked tensely, by the way, had they decided where they would go next? The guy began waving his hands impatiently. Wels looked at him and answered hesitantly, no, not yet. Muraj sighed with relief and shouted, that's how it is. It's so great. Wels asked what? Muraj handed him a folded sheet of paper and told him to take it. He didn't know if it was related to a heretical cult, but there were rumors that the church was losing its influence in Cassandra. Perhaps this would help him. Wels took the sheet of paper and said thank you. Now all that remains is to wait for the soldiers to calm down. He asks for forgiveness for causing confusion. The man replied that everything was fine. Moraj said that when he told Thomas about his feat, the guy shouted loudly that it was he who brought this hero to them. The knights crowded around him and shouted joyfully. Mirage continued to say that, imitating the hero, they bought bracelets and other trinkets. Foaming at the mouth, they swept everything clean. Wells and the girls looked at him with displeasure. Seratia said tensely that that was the greeting he asked her to convey. Wells asked what? That is, he did not leave them, but decided to trade here. Feel said that was cleverly captured. Wells said that, however, there was nothing wrong with it. He asked Mirage for forgiveness. He asked if he could look after Thomas when he returned. Mirage said yes. Wells asked if they would go there then. Seratia said perhaps. Apparently, the heretic had route far away. It was necessary to find out not only about the people who were spreading the cult, but also about the dolls. They went outside and Wells told Mirage that they were grateful to him for everything, but it was time to say goodbye. The group set off and Mirage watched them go. Mirage called out to him. Wells stopped and looked at him in surprise. Mirage extended his hand to him and said with a smile that he was also very grateful to him. Wells lifted his hand and shook it. The boy shouted loudly that yes, that's how the war ended. Wells became a famous hero, thanks to whom the knights' fighting spirit rose. They came to the kingdom of Cassandra, Schlester. The group lit around the city, and Wells said that it was 10 days' journey to the place Murush had spoken of. They would rent a hotel today and rest a bit. Seratia hugged Feel and joyfully shouted that she would learn magic from her. She had wanted to ask her for a long time, and finally, she had the chance. Feel replied that it was fine. Seratia asked the boy if he would go looking for clues. Wells said yes. The battle, the road, the convoy, there was a lot to do, no time for that. So it was time. The princess shouted loudly that sometimes you need to do what you want. She looked at Naya, who was sitting at the table to the side, and shouted that it also concerns her. Wells confidently told the girls that he asked them not to stay late. He would also be back before sunset. Seratia shouted that they would meet at the inn then. Everyone agreed. Wells walked through the city. He said that the heretical cult, the dead and alchemical magic. However, Ars himself is not a magical puppet. This means that... Suddenly, he stopped. The guy noticed how someone quickly hid around the corner. He didn't say anything, but simply turned around and went about his business. Naya looked out and looked at Wells. The girl realized that he was nowhere to be found. She excitedly said that he was not there. But where had he gone? Wells appeared behind her and called the girl. Naya jerked in fear. Wells asked with interest why she was following him. Naya said with embarrassment that Wells should understand her. The princess just told her to do what she wanted today. Wells hesitantly replied that she could go and do it then. Naya sheepishly replied that she would not, following her instructions. She decided that she would watch them all day. Wells looked at her and asked why. Naya replied that during their journey she had not seen him train. When she had free time, she practiced fencing and hardened her body. However, she did not notice that she had become closer to his strength. The girl added that that's why she decided to see what he usually does and take it on board. She can't say it outright, but that's how it is. Naya mentioned that if she helped him with his investigation, he could join her in her training in her spare time. That was her secret plan, or something like that. Wells looked at her closely and wondered what she had said. The guy said he wouldn't call it a secret plan. Naya closed her eyes and said no, it was. The girl said loudly that there was a secret plan. Wells thought that his body was strengthened not only by physical training. His abilities were also increased by the circulating magical energy. But Wells scratched his head and thought that it happened because he was a magician. Naya began to repeat his movements. She thought that she should scratch her head, put her hand on her side. The guy thought it would be easy to refuse, but his power was tied to the fact that he was reborn. Wells said that it was fine, he would help her with training. Naya bowed and shouted loudly that she thanked him very much. Wells said that in return, she would help with the investigation. The girl excitedly asked what he needed to find out. Wells looked at the tall building and said that the source of the heretical teachings was kept in the Royal Library of Cassandra. Forward. To search for the essence of the enemy in the treasury of knowledge. They were met by a worker who held out his hands to the sword, saying that they would take care of their things. They asked them to wait while they checked their IDs. Nia said that the Royal Library was quite something. Wells looked at her and said loudly that yes, it was quite strict, because not everyone could use it. He said that almost half of all the books in the world are kept here. This place can also be called the Heart of Cassandra. But now, thanks to the fact that Seratia concluded that she is a military alliance, Wells confidently said that he would be able to obtain important clues to expose the heretical cult. They stopped and saw a man approaching them and greeting them. He said with a smile that they could certainly call him and the other workers if they needed help in finding them. Wells answered tensely that then they would get straight to the point. Wells said loudly that he needed materials related to the politics and foreign policy of the Kingdom of Remosia 30 years ago, the heretical teachings, and the now notorious dead. The workers bowed and said that they would be there right now. Naya asked in shock that they really remembered the location of every book here. The guy answered that in such institutions there is a constant record of who was interested in what. Besides, it is a measure against theft. The workers placed a stack of books on the table, saying they apologized for the wait. The girl said it was a huge stack. Wells replied that yes, he couldn't handle it all on his own. It was good that she was with him. The guy continued to say that if Seratia were in her place, she would throw away the books and refuse to work. She asked how they would divide them. Wells replied that they needed to think about it. Naya put the rubber band in her mouth so that it wouldn't interfere with braiding her hair. Wells looked at her in shock. The girl noticed a strange look on herself and asked if something was wrong. Wells excitedly shouted that he suggested that he look for information about Remosia, and she could take care of the dolls. He noticed the girl's upset expression and asked what was wrong. Naya said excitedly that she suggested not calling them dolls. The word reminded her of ordinary cute toys, not that I liked it. He thought she didn't want to equate them with children's toys. Wells answered loudly that she was right. Feel said that mixing alchemy and magic is called alchemical magic. He asked what she thought about alchemical dolls. Nia shouted happily that alchemical dolls sounded great. She grabbed the book, shouting that she was getting to work. She was studying not just dolls, but alchemical dolls. Wells said, "Okay." The guy began to leaf through the book and study the information. Wells thought hard, first checking the chronology of events. The very first signs of a connection to a heretical cult. Here it was. Wells thought that 16 years ago some aristocrats rebelled and a civil war began in Remosia. Gaster gained fame as a 1,000-man 2 years later. 2 years later, he was given the nickname Immortal. In other words, the guy continued to reason that Gaster had turned into an alchemical doll. Then, 12 years ago, he died 17 years ago. At the same time, Ars appeared, who was believed to have been resurrected, and a year later, riots began in peaceful Remosia. He continued to reason that if another Ars was involved in this rebellion, it means that 5 years before Gaster became immortal, he learned how to create alchemical dolls, however. Wells thought hard that this was impossible. He spent so much time to give birth to the magic of reincarnation. There is no way that even the best wizard in the world, which he is, could create such magic in 5 years. He looked at the book and thought that even if he had the same magical abilities and intelligence as him, Ars couldn't have done it alone, which meant that Ars had helpers. If this is true, then 3 conclusions suggest themselves. Ars is the center of a heretical cult and creates alchemical dolls. Ars is not the center of a heretical cult, but interacts with it. Ars has no relation to a heretical cult. Wells continued to reason that the most dubious option in the current situation was the first one. But if his assumptions were correct, they would not be able to avoid a war with the Kingdom of Callets. Naya called Wells, and the guy asked her if she had found anything. She replied that yes, the book was old, but there was an interesting moment in it. It mentioned people who looked like alchemical dolls, and who, under similar circumstances, lost their ability to act. Wells asked tensely, what are similar? Since the information is old, it is possible that it was an experiment. The guy asked Tanae how long ago it was. The girl replied that it was 20 years ago. Wells looked at her in shock and shouted that it was 20 years ago. She was absolutely sure of it. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Nee replied that, yes, however, people with such symptoms suddenly disappeared one day. After that, there was no mention of alchemical dolls, that's all. Wells thought hard that 20 years ago, alchemical dolls existed. He thought in shock that he was living a past life at that time. Naya called the guy. Wells thought that 20 years ago, alchemical dolls already existed. so that Ars, who appeared after his death. The guy continued to argue tensely that, however, for this he needed to contact someone who had a direct connection with the heretical cult. He thought, how can he get to a person he doesn't even have a lead on? He can't enter Kalitz anymore. The heretical cult of alchemical dolls is alchemical magic. In his homeland, in the forest of sacred trees, there was a man who was trying to develop the already existing alchemy. However, to do this, he needed to contact someone who had a direct connection to the heretical cult. Wels thought he couldn't go to Kalitz anymore. The heretical cult, the alchemical dolls. This was alchemical magic. He finally began to understand what was going on. The guy continued to reason that in his homeland, in the forest of sacred trees, there was a man who tried to develop the already existing alchemy, which is simply incredible. He thought excitedly that, however, to do this, he would need to contact someone who had direct ties to the heretical cult. How could he get in touch with a person to whom he had no leads? Wels continued to reason that he can no longer enter Kalitz. Heretical cult alchemical dolls. It's alchemical magic, which is very scary. He thought excitedly that in his homeland, in the forest of sacred trees, there was a man who was trying to develop the already existing alchemy. The boy shuddered in shock. Well, said an elf. Nia looked at him in surprise. The guy said that next they should meet the elf who, according to Feel, created alchemical magic. Nia said that he was talking about the elf. She heard that they had a difficult character. Wels replied that she wouldn't say that about Feel. But yes, they really are difficult. He continued to say that the difficulties would only be at the beginning. There are no creatures in the world who would trust so much if you earn their recognition. That's what elves are like. Nia said in surprise that he knew quite a lot about them. Wels replied that he had simply heard from Feel. The guy cleared his throat and said loudly, whatever. Wels confidently said that he must meet the elf who created alchemical magic. But in order to get to the forest of sacred trees where he lives, he will have to cross the sea. The guy continued to say that that's why he first went to the place Mirage told him about. He was interested in the fact that the influence of the church there was weakening. Suddenly, the entire building shook and all the visitors and workers screamed in fear. The workers asked excitedly what was going on. The floor was shaking. Nia quickly took the elastic band off her hair. Nia and Wels quickly stood up from the table and looked at each other intently. They quickly ran out of the building and ran. The guy shouted to the girl, and Nia replied that yes, it was an explosion. Wels noticed smoke coming from the forest. He said excitedly that it was over there. Nia looked at the source of the smoke and said that it was a long way. But the girl asked tensely what happened in those woods. Wels said loudly that Seratia said that Feel would teach her magic in this place. He remembered that. Nia screamed in fear. No, were monsters really attacking Seratia? Wels quickly ran forward. The girl screamed, "What is he doing?" The guy didn't answer but simply continued on his way. The boy and the girl stopped in front of a huge hole. Nia asked in fear what was here. Wels quickly ran forward. He did not think about the danger. Wels excitedly shouted what happened, and where Seratia was, she had to answer him. In a cloud of dust, someone called Wels. Seratia stepped forward and asked what was wrong, why he was so worried. Wels looked at her with fear and asked if she was okay. Where did the enemies go? They ran away. Seratia asked discontentedly what he was talking about. Maybe it was because of that explosion. Seratia pointed to the pogrom and proudly said that she had caused it. There were no enemies here. Wels looked at her in surprise, and then angrily shouted at her not to joke with him. The girl replied that it was true. Wels noticed Feel and shouted loudly. The guy excitedly asked what it all meant. She was also in on it. Feel awkwardly replied that she was asking for forgiveness, that something had happened to them. She would fix it now. The girl screamed loudly, calling upon the earth attribute and the air attribute. She used her power to fix all the chaos they had caused. The earth began to return to its former appearance. Phil said in surprise that Seratia had actually used something so powerful. The princess laughed proudly at his words. Seratia held out her hands to him and shouted with a smile that Wels could praise her. He had to praise her honestly. He simply had to do it. Wels awkwardly said that he couldn't believe it. The princess screamed with laughter. What happened? He was afraid of her huge potential. It was very easy for her now. Wels thought hard that her power was comparable to first-tier magic. How did she do it? Nia leaned towards Wels and whispered that they should leave this place quickly. They would have problems if the guards showed up here. The guy replied that she was absolutely right. Night fell and everyone returned to their rooms. Vels heard snoring and said that she finally fell asleep. He uses magical sense for protection. Wels thought that whatever it was, that explosion. He couldn't imagine Seratia doing something like that before. Back then, her maximum was 3rd tier, imperfect magic. Suddenly, someone called him. Wels noticed Feel, who looked very worried. He asked her what was wrong. The girl looked away and awkwardly said that he should know something. Feel said that she wanted to say something about Seratia's magic. The girl asked how Seratia and Nea were. Wels replied that everything was fine. They were asleep under the spell. A multi-layered barrier of the 1st rank was deployed in the room. Wels looked at the girl and wondered what this urgent matter was. He said loudly that it was okay, she could come in. The girl and the guy sat down opposite each other. Feel confidently said that Seratia was a genius. Wels asked hesitantly that she was a genius. Having the magic of the 4 elements, she could not control them. However, what does she mean? He asks for an explanation. Feel exhaled and said loudly that Ars's teacher, the greatest sorceress in the world, was named Lilium Helionsas. She knew this very well. She wanted him to know. Wels thought excitedly that Lilium Helionsas. He doesn't want to hear that name. The guy didn't really like this topic, but he understood that this was a very strong person. He continued to reason that she was his teacher, and also the captain of the magic order in the previous generation. He admired this woman. Just like him, her body was weakened by the amount of mana and abilities she had. In the end, she left this world. Feel exhaled and said that she had 2 teachers, an elf named Kiers and a human named Ars. Mages always pass on the secrets of their craft from generation to generation, and a close bond is built between master and student. She added that Seratia did not have anyone she could call her teacher. The guy screamed that it couldn't be. That is what she wanted to say. Feel answered that yes. There were no such great magicians in Eurasia. The girl said that Seratia studied magic alone. Wels shouted. She mastered the mania of the 4 elements on her own. She also learned to use them simultaneously. He thought that the same Seratia does not believe. The guy continued to reason that there are not many people in this world who possess magic. Wizards pass on their knowledge and skills by inheritance, but only those who can control at least 2 elements are called powerful. Her strength is small, but she possesses the magic of 4 elements. Wels asked what she meant by genius. That was clear, but what happened in the evening? Having temporarily increased her strength and used a powerful spell, she showed no signs of fatigue at all. Feel shrank back and said tensely that she was asking for forgiveness. But she told Seratia about the transformation of magic particles. She was truly sorry. Wels shouted that this was why she was able to perform 2nd-tier magic. Indeed, transforming magic particles allows them to be taken from the environment and used for particularly powerful spells. The guy added that it was a huge strain on the body, especially since Seratia had little mana and stamina. It was risky for her to transform a large number of particles. Feel sadly replied that she was very sorry. She was too carried away by the role of a mentor. In addition, Seratia was worried about her small amount of mana. Wels exhaled and said wearily that he would like her to understand the danger of this activity, but he did not possess magic, so she certainly would not believe him. He added that, also considering her recent behavior. The guy thought he wanted to convey to her that this was risky. She was safe now, but without a strong body that could withstand the transformation. One day she would have to pay for what she had done. Wels continued to reason that it was exactly the same as for him. Explained to her in detail the threat of death over her. Only someone who has experienced the consequences of compensation can do that. Nea practices physical training. He tries to refrain from using magic, so the circulation of mana. Suddenly, Wels looked at the girl and excitedly shouted that there was definitely one way. Feel asked hopefully that he had figured out how to convince Seratia. Wels smiled broadly and confidently shouted that yes, that way they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The guy had already come up with a plan of how to proceed. A new day had arrived. The team gathered in a spacious clearing in the forest. Seratia joyfully shouted that they needed to start training quickly. Feel replied that it was good. Seratia looked at Wels with displeasure and shouted that they could train somewhere else. She will do magic. He had already forgotten what happened in that forest. Nia excitedly said that it was true. They could go somewhere. They wouldn't need much space for fencing. The princess asked if maybe he wanted to observe her magic up close. He replied that there was no need to go anywhere. Wels confidently shouted that he too would learn magic from Feel, of course, together with her. Seratia and Nea screamed in surprise at what he wanted to do now. Wels said with a smile that he would also learn magic, of course, together with Nia. Seratia screamed that he was saying that this was her training. Nia said that it meant that she was with him, she was a swordswoman. Feel awkwardly looked away. She remembered their last conversation. The girl listened to Wels's entire plan and excitedly shouted that she would teach him magic. The guy confidently answered that she would. He said that it was in him too. By controlling magical energy, if she becomes aware of how magical energy flows within her, her abilities will change significantly. Besides, Wels looked into Feel's eyes and spoke. In order to convince Seratia of the danger of transforming magic particles, he must take a position equal to or higher than her. He continued to say that he would show her his talent for magic. Then she would have to admit that he was right. Feel replied that it was true, but she was worried. She would have to teach the one who once taught her. Wels said with a wide smile that he was looking forward to it. Feel closed her eyes and thought excitedly that the former captain of the magic order. That was how their conversation ended. Nea asked Wels in confusion that she was asking for forgiveness. But what did it all mean? Wels looked at her in surprise, and the girl continued to say that she was used to receiving instructions only from him. Wels replied that she should think of magic as another part of her training. She might not realize it, but swordsmen also have magical energy circulating unnoticed within their bodies. The boy continued to say that by controlling the magical energy in him, he was able to increase his strength. Nea listened to his words with excitement. She said that magical energy. So that's it. Seratia screamed that they stopped. Wels asked her what was wrong. The princess replied that it seemed he was not aware that magical training was not easy. Seratia cried out in displeasure that he couldn't learn magic if he just studied hard. Wels thought with irritation that she had become so enthusiastic so quickly. The guy smiled and walked up to her. Seratia asked what was wrong. He had objections. Wels shouted that yes, he would prove to her that he could do anything. He had mastered everything that was possible. The team stood next to each other to listen to Feel. The girl said that then, first, in order to determine the attribute that suits them, they could try each element. She said that Nea had already explained to them recently. She was asking to start the basic training of magical energy circulation. Nea excitedly replied that it was good. Feel continued to say that before determining their specialization, she wanted to refresh their memory on the attributes so that they knew the full theory. The girl said loudly that among the magic of our world, there are 7 attributes: fire, water, earth, air, light, darkness, and attributeless magic. In most cases, magic is specialized mainly in one element. Feel added that this is why mages of several elements are incredibly strong. Seratia proudly shouted that, however, she owns 4 at once. Wels looked at her with displeasure. Feel said that among them, there are especially few who can control the attributes of light, darkness, and without attribute magic. These elements are considered extremely rare. The girl continued to say that now she would explain to Wels how to determine the attribute that suits him. Feel began to show her magic. She added that he should focus on his fingertips and imagine creating a sphere of each type of magic. She showed him how it should look. Feel said that for the magic of their corresponding attribute, the spear should form rather quickly. Wels replied that it was fine. He would do everything as needed. Seratia grinned and told him to show what he could do. He would see that he would not learn magic by memorizing alone. Even if he only had 1 or 2 types, she could master 4. 3 balls appeared in Wels's hands at once. Seratia looked at him in shock, and she said that light, water, and attributeless mania. He thought that in fact he owns all the elements, but he is still no longer ours. Wels continued to reason that if he showed Seratia, who controlled 4 attributes, that he had mastered 1, he would be putting himself in a bad light. It would be even more unnatural if he had the ability to control 4 elements. The guy thought that besides hiding the simpler attributes, he could cover her weak points in their further journey. So from this point of view, these 3 elements are the best. He continued to reason that if he used the rare, light, and no attribute magic, Seratia would have no choice but to acknowledge his power. Feel exaggeratedly screamed, "Wow! Attribute of water, light, and also, wow, attributeless magic, that's rare." Wells shuddered at her acting. He thought she had terrible acting. Too emotionless and, on the contrary, suspicious. However, she was already used to the fact that Ars possessed 7 types of magic. What can you expect from her? Now it was his turn to act surprised. Wells shouted, "It's so cool. Is he really that cool?" Feel shook her head in displeasure. The guy wondered what kind of expression that was. She wanted to say that he played badly too. Seratia spoke excitedly, she couldn't believe it. Wells could use 3 elements at once. She looked at him in fear and fell to the ground screaming that he still had attribulous magic. It was such a rare variety. Wells thought he knew it. The reaction was a little different. Seratia said dejectedly that she had heard that light magic was only manifested by saints who were pure in heart. She asked him angrily where he got it from. The guy asked her discontentedly what she meant. The princess furiously asked Feel what to do next. The guy excitedly asked what she was talking about. Seratia shouted that it was her turn next. This was originally her training. Seratia screamed louder that she was just a little surprised now, but now he would show her his stupid face. He could see her abilities. The girl released the elements into the air and turned them into 4 birds. She aimed them at Vels and Feel. The birds began to fly quickly around the boy and the girl. Seratia proudly asked him what he thought about it. In magic, the main thing is not only to have a rare attribute. Wells looked at her and thought that she really was not lying about her power. He thought that it was so skillful to control 4 types of 3rd-tier magic at the same time. Ordinary magicians would have brought down an avalanche of applause on her. The speed of her growth is incomparable to those times. The guy said that he should teach her to do the same. Seratia looked at him and asked him with a sly smile what he was talking about. He shouldn't underestimate her magic. It may look easy, but it's much more complicated. The girl happily shouted that they could see if he could do it. Wells hid his eyes under his bangs and told Feel that she should teach him 3rd-tier magic. Seratia asked what the 3rd tier was straight away. Wells replied that yes, he could master the 4th-tier magic, but he would not have the opportunity to use it. So he would like to master the practical spells of the 3rd tier. Feel created a magic sphere and said that she would show him an example first. The girl threw it into the forest. Seratia said that it was a normal spell of the 3rd tier. Feel shot magic at the trees and pierced them through. Seratia screamed tensely that yes, Feel is handling such a huge force at the 3rd rank. Seratia said that, however, she had managed to cut through the trees on the very first day of training, although not so neatly. She shouted for him to try. Wells stepped aside and said, "That's clear. She did it on the first day. So, he should be able to do it too." Seratia said with a smile that she didn't succeed the first time. Even she needs to try hard to produce such great power. Wells waved his hand to summon the elements. Seratia closed her eyes and said that, so Wells, who had mastered everything, should pierce him with just a drop of water. Suddenly, Seratia heard a loud explosion. She looked ahead tensely and turned slowly. Vels had knocked down all the trees in his path. His strength was simply enormous. Wells told Seratia that the water bullet wasn't as accurate as Feel's, but he thought the power was enough. If she was satisfied with his result now, he would surpass her. He said he had mastered everything there was to know. Seratia screamed in shock that he suddenly had 3rd-tier magic. Just yesterday, he didn't have it at all. She asked furiously why his power was so much greater than his. Wells confidently said that he knew how to handle his magical energy from the very beginning. Apparently, he had such a great talent. Since he managed to handle the magic of the 3rd rank, the guy looked at her and said with a smile that with the right knowledge, nothing would be impossible for him. If she was lazy, he would quickly overtake her in mastery of magic. Wells added that under Feel's careful guidance, he would do everything to make her bite her elbows and not be able to keep up with him. Seratia looked at him in shock. Seratia braced herself and shouted furiously that she would beat him without his words. She would use Feel's help and become much stronger. There was no way she would lose to him. Wells answered as she wished. The guy thought that this way she would listen to Feel more easily and heed her warnings. He said, "Okay, next it's Nay's turn." The girl tried to create a sphere, but it didn't work. Feel ran up, screaming for her to stop right now. Seratia and Wels watched them awkwardly. Seratia screamed loudly that the circulation of magical energy shouldn't cause blood. Wels said that she had overdone it. Nia answered tiredly that she apologized for causing them trouble. The girl confidently shouted that just a little more and she should get it. They should give her time. Feel said that Nia seemed to have overexerted herself a little. She could explain it to her again. She said she could imagine her arms and chest forming a circle and her blood flowing through it. She should remember the sensation of rotation. Nia screamed loudly that it was good. The girl tried to release the energy, but nothing happened. Nia spoke when one magician told her that she had an insignificant amount of mana. She continued to say that, in order to become stronger, she began to learn swordsmanship without relying on magic. However, Wels said that magic was necessary to become stronger. She would definitely master it. Seratia called her friend with a smile. Feel excitedly said her name. Wels put his hand on Nia's shoulder and proudly shouted that this is the mood. She is great. The guy said that the magical energy flowing through her body does not require as much mana as a wizard. What is more important is the strength with which she effectively uses it. Wels smiled broadly and said that she, having remembered a couple of hints, will gain faith in herself. She will definitely become stronger. The guy is completely confident in his words. Feel shouted loudly that she believed it too. There are no people who do not have the ability for magic at all. Mana is power, and magical energy is the technique of wielding it. The girl continued to say that once she mastered this technique, she could achieve great results even with a small amount of force. Nia listened to her attentively. She smiled broadly and said thank you very much. Wels looked at the girl and said that, however, for a long time she had not been able to learn the secrets of magic. The guy continued to say that she had always despised and avoided mages, so it was no surprise that she couldn't do it right away. He has a good plan. Wels chuckled and said loudly that it would be a rough method. But how about imprinting the right sensations? Her body was basically ready for it. Seratia asked fearfully, "What is rude?" Nia excitedly shouted that since it will help her become stronger, she is ready. The girl gathered her thoughts to begin. Wels said fine. Good. She should give him both his hands. The girl did it and said, here. Seratia asked excitedly what he meant by rough, what he had in mind. The guy said that he would pour his magical energy into Nana. If it began to circulate through Naya's body, then she would be able to understand the feeling of successfully circulating mana. Wels thought that his mana was still foreign to her. Depending on the person, there might be a rejection reaction, such as pain, discomfort, or intoxication. However, she needed it. She had to endure it. The girl began to breathe heavily and make strange sounds. Wels asked in surprise what was going on. Seratia and Feel looked at Naya in shock and asked what was going on. Seratia screamed in displeasure at what Wels was doing to her. Nia screamed loudly. The guy screamed excitedly that no, they didn't think that. He just poured his mana into her. Wels screamed tensely that the magical energy began to circulate. He asked that Naya remembered these feelings. Is she okay? It shouldn't be like this. Naya said that he shouldn't worry. She'd never experienced anything like that. She felt like she was numb. It seemed like magicians felt that way all the time. Wels shouted that it wasn't at all. It was just that his mana was unusual for her body. The girl said that she seemed to understand what it was like to have mana flowing through her body. Feel closed her eyes, and Seratia grabbed her and began to lead her away. Vels shouted for them to stop. Where were they going? Stop now. 10 days later in the mountainous region northeast of Cassandra, the team came to the city center. Naya said that here they are. This is the very city that Mirage was talking about. She added that the church's influence was weaker here, meaning that many of the villagers had turned away from Carolina's teachings. Wels said that they had to be careful and try not to incur the wrath of the locals. Seratia asked how such a thing could happen. The princess looked at the locals and asked if it wasn't all peace and quiet here. Maybe that scoundrel had tricked him. Wels replied that yes, life really did look calm. Wels continued to say that for some reason he had a bad feeling. Seratia asked him what he had a feeling about in this town. The guy answered that yes, but he didn't understand yet. Seratia asked that it was unlikely that anything could go wrong. Suddenly, Field turned sharply and looked somewhere excitedly. Her eyes widened in shock. The girl called out to Vels. The boy asked what it was. Field pointed and said there was a bell over there. Wells saw that the place where the bell should be was empty. The guy said tensely, "That's what's not right here. There's no bell on the church chapel. It's just unthinkable." Wells thought, "It can't be." They quickly ran towards the chapel. They saw that it was completely destroyed. Wells thought furiously that only the church had been destroyed. In other words, this city had fallen into the clutches of a heretical cult. A strange man stood around the corner. He was watching the team closely. Who was watching Wells and his comrades from the shadows in this city that has fallen under the influence of a heretical cult? Nia said that the church was so badly damaged that it was reasonable to assume that the city had fallen into the clutches of a heretical cult. Wells said that yes, they should explore the ruins. Suddenly, someone asked what they were doing here. Wells turned his head and noticed an old woman staring at them. The woman asked tensely who they were. Wells asked what the city resident was. The guy confidently said that they were not doing anything suspicious. They would like to ask something she can answer their questions. Wells looked at the ruins and said that they could see that the townspeople had rejected Carolina's disciple. But why was it necessary to destroy it? The old woman took out a knife and screamed at them to go away. They were probably people from the church. Seratia screamed excitedly for her to stop. They had nothing to do with the church. The elder screamed that she hadn't lied. Someone screamed for Mom to stop. A guy came up and put his hand on her shoulder. He told her to put the knife away. The old woman screamed at him to run away quickly. They want to take away their happiness. Seratia asked in shock that she had misheard him saying Mom, not Grandma. Theo replied that she looked like they were 50 years apart, if not more. The guy said with a smile that he was asking for forgiveness. She can be quite stubborn and not listen to anyone. This is his mother. Seratia said that he didn't hear right. Fiel said that they are mother and son. Mia told Wells that she had felt something since they had entered this town. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, with simple people leading a quiet life. Wells replied that yes, there were too many young men. Despite the martial law, they did not go to the front, but only spent a day having fun, which was strange. He added that it was not natural. Besides, he hardly noticed the man without someone to accompany him. Maybe these young men. Nea said tensely that she would go and check. Nea came up and said that, by the way, she heard that their kingdom of Cassandra is at war with Rhine, and they have quite a lot of young people. They do not recruit conscripts. The old woman replied that she did not know that. Nea said that she also heard rumors about immortals, as if there was magic that brought dead people back to life. The old woman asked angrily what they meant by that. Wells said he would ask directly. He looked into the woman's eyes and asked if her son was a real person. The old woman pointed at the guy and shouted anxiously that they couldn't see him. They should just look, he was a man. It was not for nothing that they seemed suspicious to her. They were definitely henchmen of the church. Suddenly, the woman took out a whistle and whistled loudly. Everyone covered their ears from the sound. Seratia screamed loudly. What was going on? What kind of whistle was that? The old woman stopped whistling. A whole crowd of people appeared behind her. The old woman said furiously that this was a warning signal, that people had come to threaten the spiritual father. Wells asked that they were threatening the spiritual father. The villagers shouted that they had come here to spy on them by order of the church. They could not hope to return from here alive. Seratia excitedly shouted for the villagers to stop. They know something. They live together with alchemical dolls created by their dead. They do not intend to interfere. They only want to talk to their spiritual father. The villagers rushed at her, shouting, "What are these alchemical dolls? They won't listen to the church. They will seize them right now." Fiel stood in front of Seratia to protect her. Fiel sat down on the ground and created a magic circle. She looked at the boys and said that she asked to let her immobilize them for a while. Suddenly, the ground grabbed the inhabitants. The earth wrapped itself around them like tentacles and stomped them. The villagers cried out, "What are these stones?" The girl cried out, "It's magic. They can't move." Wells told the old woman to tell them about their spiritual mentor. The woman screamed furiously that Carolina's teaching had never saved anyone. Her son, all the young men from the village had been killed by their strangeness, but they found salvation in their spiritual father. He will never talk to them. Wells said that alchemical dolls were strong in spirit because of their immortality, but he could still break them. The girls looked at him in fear. He added that they should not worry. He was not going to take away their happiness. Wells said loudly that he just wanted to know more about their spiritual father. If they told him about him, he would promise to keep their city a secret, and no one would know about it. Wells looked at Phil. She understood his sign and nodded. The girl freed all the inhabitants. Wells looked into the old woman's eyes and added, "Please." The woman said they didn't know his name or what he looked like, but he saved them. He showed up out of nowhere, alone. He brought their dead sons and husbands with him. Wells asked with interest that they did not know where he was from and why he appeared. The old woman furiously screamed that she was unknown, and moreover they did not need to know it. She added that they certainly didn't need to know that. All that mattered was that the spiritual father had given them back the happiness they had once lost. That was the whole point of a spiritual father. The old woman screamed even louder that he could bring the dead back to life. No one else could do that. She had no doubt that he was a real god. Wells said that he was God to them. The old woman and all the other women began to pray. They lined up one after another and began to perform special actions. Phil said it didn't seem like she was lying. Wells thought he had come all alone. So far they had found traces of the cult in 3 countries. It couldn't be that he had subjugated such a vast territory on his own. He thought that this meant he was dividing it between several accomplices. No, there were hardly that many people who could master alchemical magic. It was too complex for that. Wells thought that if the spiritual father was acting alone, how could he move between the 3 countries? Flight magic. However, this type of magic probably has a huge consumption of magical energy. In addition, he must have good physical strength. In his past life, he would have been able to do this, but his position at court does not allow Rs to leave the royal chambers for long periods of time. Wells said who this spiritual father was. Suddenly, the sun disappeared and the church was covered in darkness. Seratia screamed in fear, asking what had happened. Why had it suddenly become so dark? Phil raised her head and asked, "Something in the sky." Phil pointed to the sky and called out to Wells. The guy looked at her in surprise and raised his head. His eyes widened in shock. Wells saw a huge dragon that blocked out the sun. People saw its huge body and sharp teeth with claws. Seratia asked in shock that it was a dragon. Phil excitedly said that it was not just a dragon. It was a disaster itself. She added to one of the 4 great dragons, who's thought to be dead, was the dragon of gluttony, Helarthoio. The guy looked at the monster with fear. The dragon circled above the church. Seratia said in shock that Helarto was killed by Arstitland. She shouted again that the dragon was killed by Arstitland. Nia looked at the boy and said tensely that if. Wells answered loudly that yes. The guy confidently said that this dragon was an alchemical doll. He thought that by flying over so many people, he wouldn't attack them, so the conclusion was obvious. However, in order to create an alchemical doll, a body part was needed. Wells saw how all the inhabitants of the city began to shout. The women began to pray again and to sentence that the spiritual father. Their father flew to them. They are so happy. Wells asked in shock that the spiritual father, that is, their guru, controls them. The old woman answered that they know it, they feel it. The spiritual father is definitely there. Phil looked closely and said that there was a man on Heliartio's back. Wells raised his head and began to examine the dragon's back. Suddenly, he noticed. The guy saw a man in a black cloak, which completely hid his face and body. Wells excitedly shouted that this was their spiritual mentor. He was flying on a dragon. Wells thought furiously that he had to defeat him, the main culprit. Phil said that the man who turned Heliartio into an alchemical doll. Now she is sure of it. The church can no longer be trusted. Seratia excitedly asked why she had decided that. She replied that after Heliartio was pacified, the church had to seal his head in the strictest secrecy. That is, turn the dragon into an alchemical doll. She said that only the people at the top of the church could. Seratia screamed in shock, which means the church. The girl fell silent to properly express her thoughts. Seratia said no matter what happened, she would not change her mind. Wells said that it did not concern them, and they were unlikely to receive information about their spiritual father. Besides, they had no right to take away their happiness. She is right. Seratia said that's why they have to leave this city, but what about Feel? The girl said that the direction Helertio is flying towards. Will said that there is only a port city to the south. He excitedly shouted that the forest of divine trees. Naya said tensely that as it was written in the books from the great library that they read. She added that this is where elves live. This is Feel's homeland. Wells wondered why the heretics would attack him. Maybe because they broke Rain's alchemical doll. They thought they were after them and perceived them as a threat. So they intended to. The guy continued to reason that they would wipe the forest of divine trees, where alchemical magic was born, off the face of the earth before they found any clues to their tracks. Wells shouted loudly that they were also going to the forest of divine trees. Seratia asked that they would have to cross the sea, but they had no ship. Feel called the princess. She bowed and said that the alchemical magic was created in the forest of divine trees. So she felt that they were planning to burn it to the ground with Helertio before they found their trail. Beale shouted loudly that yes, she had escaped to the land of humans, but that was her homeland. She could not watch this silently. She asked her to let her go to the forest of divine trees. Seratia exhaled and said that she knew what feel meant. She was just suddenly surprised, but she painfully understood her feelings for the country she grew up in. The girl looked at her friends and confidently shouted that they should not just stand there. They would save Feel's house. They had to run quickly. To the forest of divine trees. Feel smiled and shouted, "Thank you very much." They came to the kingdom of Cassandra, the port city of Schlester. Kalisha screamed, "Why, they must explain. I mean, they can't send a ship." The worker replied, because a large monster had appeared in the country across the sea. In addition, pirates had been appearing there more and more often since the war began. Even the fishing boats were sent to the needs of the army, so they couldn't. Seratia said sadly that it was only because of that. Feel did not answer. Wells said that the fishing boats had stopped moving, and the Navy even more so. And the Merchant Guild couldn't send a ship. He asked how they could get out to sea. Seratia said that she tried, learned magic, and became stronger, but she couldn't go to help. What a shame. Suddenly she screamed that she definitely had an idea. He asked what it was. Seratia confidently shouted that they would cross the sea using magic, specifically flight magic. The girls asked what. Seratia shouted that she and Feel had air magic, so they would be able to fly across it like them. Wells replied that it was a day or two to the forest of divine trees. She didn't have enough magic to fly that far. Seratia screamed that no, she couldn't. She could transform magic particles, they would see it now. The girl used magic and flew up into the air. She joyfully shouted that this was it. Wells looked at her with displeasure and told her to stop right now. He said that he also tried using particle transformation, and it is very dangerous. It uses her magic power too intensely. If she uses it for a long time, her body will not be able to withstand it, and her lifespan will be greatly reduced. Seratia screamed furiously that she didn't care at all now. There were no ships. All she could do was fly. She would do anything for Feel. She would help her. Wells looked at her tensely. Feel noticed her look and approached Seratia. The girl said that she was very happy to hear this, but she wanted to object. Feel said that Ars's body couldn't withstand the weight of the enormous force. Seratia replied that it was Ars Ditland. She doesn't have that kind of magical power, so nothing will happen. Feel replied that no. Every person has their own limit. Although she doesn't have the same large mana reserves as Arce's, if she continues to rely on particle transformation, she might end up sharing the same fate with him even faster. The girl continued to say that since her life was tied to Wells's life by a blood contract, she should not so thoughtlessly use the transformation of magic particles. Seratia looked at her and came down to the ground, saying that she understood. Wells said that in other words, she should protect her life. She doesn't have to worry. He's here to stop Seratia from doing anything reckless. She replied that it was true. Wells thought that, albeit accidentally, he had managed to warn her of the danger lurking in the transformation of particles. He said that the problem was where they could get a ship to cross the sea. Naya looked at him excitedly and said that it seemed she had found a means that would allow them to go to the forest of divine trees. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Wells excitedly asked if it was true. Naya answered that it was, but she herself was not sure yet. The guy asked in surprise what it meant, and who then. Suddenly, someone said that they... He turned his head and shouted that B'nai Nash was here. Seratia excitedly shouted, "Where did they come from?" The girl asked that they were looking for a way to get out to sea. Nash looked at the crew and confidently told them to follow them. The ship was already completely ready. They could go into the forest. They entered a huge cave. Phil asked that a ship was hidden inside this cave. No one could understand what was happening here and how they would get to Phil's homeland. The girl asked Nea that she knew that Nash and the others would come. Nea replied that they had contacted her, but she had not expected them to actually come. Seratia asked that they had an audience with His Majesty. Nash replied that they had. They had received permission to enter here from the king himself. They are here. It is here. They saw a huge ship. Seratia touched him and cried out in delight that he was as big as they had ever dragged him in. Vels heard someone shouting that everyone had to be quiet and stand still. It turned out to be Fekta, who hit the man on the head. She screamed that it was enough. She told them not to move, or they were enjoying getting beaten up. The girl turned her head and greeted everyone nicely. Seratia asked in shock what she was doing, who these people were. Fekta pointed at the men and said, with a smile, that they were the so-called pirates. They kindly gave them their ship. They did not allow them to take it. Fekta started hitting the boys again. Seratia excitedly shouted that they had attacked the pirates and captured their ship. She couldn't believe it. Nash said that no one would hold them accountable for these scoundrels. Wells said that they had cleverly noted that they needed a ship. They themselves had only recently learned that they would have to sail by sea. She added that they heard they were heading to Schlester, arrived before them and tried to rent a ship, but were refused for the same reason they had been refused. She thought there was no other option but to take it. Seratia said she wondered if they used that option often. Phil said hesitantly that she had never thought of it. Nea said no, not at all. Nash knew pirate logic like the back of his hand. Nea put her hands on the girl's shoulders and said with a smile that it was because she was a former pirate herself. Nash looked at her in surprise when she said all this. She screamed excitedly. Why did she say that? Nea replied that it was okay. There was nothing to be ashamed of. Seratia asked, shocked that she was a pirate. Wells said that it was clear. It was justified. Nash cried out in embarrassment, warning that her skin had nothing to do with her being a pirate. She was just born that way. That's all. Nea told Wells that she was sorry. Because she was a pirate, her skin color was often joked about. Wells said that pirates really do spend all day in the sun. That's why there are so many people with tan skin. Wells said he had no idea her code was tied to her pirate past. His experience as a former pirate came in handy. He was impressed by her efficiency. Nash blushed at his words and quickly turned away. She said sheepishly that it wasn't that bad. She did it for Nea, so it was nothing. The pirates cried out in discontent about what would happen to them. Wells asked that they tied them up so that they could decide their fate themselves. To force them to work on the ship or hand them over to the state, Wells called Seratia. He sat down in front of the pirates and told them that he wanted them to go with them to the south of the continent. They would free them when they reached their destination. They agreed. The pirates laughed and shouted who would help them. The guys shouted loudly that they were pirates. They were not afraid of prison or death. They were not going anywhere. Wells stood up and said it was clear. It was sad to hear, but they had to look around more carefully. He leaned over and whispered that I wouldn't be the only one on the ship. The pirates looked at the girls. They blushed and shouted loudly that they were with them. Seratia asked that he seriously let them on board. Vels answered that he would only take those who knew how to operate the ship. They were weaklings, so they would not cause problems. Wells looked at her and said that they could now sail away from the port, forward into the forest of divine trees. The ship set out to sea and set off on its journey. Wells shouted loudly that forward, into the forest of divine trees in half of them. Seratia came out of the cabin. The guy looked at her and said that she almost never got out of bed. The girl answered tiredly that she would do it. She was sick of this ship. She didn't think that the rocking would make her feel so bad. Wells said that she shouldn't have fooled around during the rocking. It would teach her a lesson. The pirates shouted that there was no need to complain about their ship. It was the best. Nash hit him and shouted for him to return to his workstation. The man happily went about his business. Phil approached Seratia and said that she had been slacking off for 2 days. They should be properly dedicating themselves to training. Seratia awkwardly replied that yes, she knew. Wels said that for elves, mastering magic is something that goes without saying, so they will not tolerate an amateurish attitude towards it. That is, magic is the key to building their friendship. Seratia looked at him with displeasure and turned around abruptly. She said loudly that she knew that too. They should look at her awakened abilities and be amazed. The girl looked at them and proudly shouted that Theo could rely on her. She would be able to shock the elf herself. Suddenly she heard a strange noise and shouted in displeasure that she was being disturbed. Was asked what was going on. The pirate shouted loudly that it was Brother Wels's turn. Azimuth $2L. He's right on course. They screamed louder that a huge creature was approaching them through the water. Seratia screamed in fear that a huge creature was swimming towards them. The pirate excitedly replied that yes, there it was. A monster. Was it really a sea serpent? The water rose up and a huge monster appeared. The monster emerged from the water. The pirates shouted that he was big, 10 times bigger than the ship. Seratia shouted for Vels to do something. The guy said that she said that you can rely on her. The pirate shouted that he was going to attack. The monster created a magic ball and then attacked the ship with a huge wave of energy. The pirates screamed in fear and covered their faces with their hands. Suddenly, Theo jumped up and blocked his attack. The boys shouted that his attack had missed. They were very lucky now. Theo is very cool. Wels asked what the sea serpent was. It seemed to have a huge supply of mana. The girl replied that he was right. It was not just a monster. Theo looked at it and said excitedly that it was a magical beast summoned by the elves. It was called a sea dragon. The girl looked very scared. Wels said that the magical beast was a sea dragon. The boy thought that it was a huge creature that surpassed ordinary monsters. Its threat level was close to the 4 great dragons. The girl looked at him tensely. The guy continued to say that she had never heard of anyone turning to a sea dragon for help as a security measure before. At this moment, elves, perhaps more than ever in history, wished to isolate themselves from humans. Wels looked at the monster and said, "Okay." Not a very friendly greeting. The pirates shouted what Wels was going to do. The guy undressed and said, but he was just in time. The guy created the magic spheres and said he wanted to put what he had learned into practice. He would be his lab rat, the magical beast sea dragon. Wels turned his back on his team and said that they needed to do 2 things now. First, defend the ship. Second, neutralize the sea dragon. The guy continued to say that he was leaving the ship with them, and he in turn will take on the sea dragon. Wels smiled and looked furiously at the monster. The dragon roared loudly and stood in front of the guy. The monster opened its mouth wide and began to scream louder. It moved towards the ship. The pirates shouted that it was attacking, full speed ahead. Wels jumped up and went to the dragon. Everyone excitedly shouted what Brother Wels was doing. The guy created a magic sphere and said that he was using water magic. 3rd rank, water bullet. The guy shot the monster, who roared loudly and screamed in pain. The dragon opened its mouth and began to shoot magic balls. Wels stretched out his hand and shouted that he was summoning 3rd tier attributeless magic. He used a multi-layered barrier. Wels created a magical defense with water that managed to protect their ship. The guy quickly began to approach him. Wels stood in front of the monster's neck and clapped his hands. He screamed as the barrier collapsed. Magi hit the dragon in the neck from both sides. Wels looked at the monster in surprise, who began to shake. The dragon shot at him, and the guy was thrown back. Seratia screamed excitedly for him to be careful. The guy landed on the ship safe and sound. Wels smiled and shouted that he was so strong. He didn't even blink an eye at the 3rd tier magic. He thought that, fighting on behalf of Wels, he could not lay it out before Seratia. The pirates shouted that he had dived back. Brother was able to drive him away. Wels looked at them and shouted furiously for them to grab onto whatever they could. The dragon emerged, and huge waves appeared, causing the ship to rock from side to side. The pirates began to fall and scream loudly. Seratia grabbed her and screamed, "What is this? What just happened?" Someone shouted that he had pushed them into the bottom. Thank God he missed. Wels thought it was close. If he hadn't turned without the attribute barrier, the ship would have been blown to hell. He can't show Seratia magic higher than tier 3, but otherwise the attacks passed through him. The pirate screamed that he had dived again. Wels thought excitedly that he understood. He shouted at Field to wrap her air around him. Seratia screamed in fear. What was he planning? Even if he fought him, he was hiding. Vels jumped screaming that they should find him then. Seratia screamed what Vels was doing. Field said that he dove again. She used magic and created an air bubble around the guy. The dragon looked at the man in surprise. Wels said that it was because of the air shell. He could see perfectly well what was under the water. In such a place, Seratia would not see anything. He would be able to fight to the fullest. The monster curled up and began to release magical blades that flew at the guy in the ship. Wels looked at him and used a combination of air and earth, and also added non-tributu magic. The guy created a black crystal, which is an exemplary defense. The blade passed the boy, and he remained unharmed. Wels said that it was his turn next, the sea dragon. He said with a smile that it was all over. Wels created a colossal water spear, first rank, limited form. The boy raised it and aimed at the sea dragon. Wels thought that in doing so he would impose additional non-attribute magic and take away his warmth. The boy shouted that he was using the ice spear of the abyss. He threw it furiously at the monster. The people on the ship were watching the water with excitement. Suddenly, it began to gurgle. Someone asked in fear what was going on there. The dragon's body simply jumped out of the water. An ice spear pierced the monster. The pirates and the girls looked in shock at the sea dragon that had suddenly appeared in front of them. The ice spear pierced the body through and through. The monster fell into the water. He can no longer harm anyone. Wels landed on the ship and said with a smile that that was it. He had dealt with the dragon. People were screaming that it was so cool. He killed such a big monster. It was only a second, but they didn't even realize what happened. It was just unbelievable. The pirates began to shout that the brother was very cool. Vels said that the threat was eliminated. They will hurry to the forest of divine trees. For the strongest Vels there is no equal. Forward, to the forest of elves. Having defeated the sea dragon, Vels and his companions moved to the south of the continent. They found themselves on an island that is completely covered with forest, in the center of which grows a huge tree. Seratia said weary that they had been in the south for a long time, but at night they only set up camp, and during the day they set off again, when they finally arrived. Phil replied that it would be soon, the village was close. Seratia asked if it was okay that Benetnash and the other girls stayed on the ship. Vels replied that they needed to keep an eye on the ship and the pirates, and their strength was not enough to gain the elves' recognition. The princess said that she didn't know any of the elves except Phil, what kind of creatures they were. Wels replied that, in short, they are more noble and elevated than humans. At least, many of them think so. Mia said that didn't sound very friendly. Phil replied that she wasn't like that at all, but the reality was that a lot of elves were of that opinion. She continued to speak, because they can use magic that is only accessible to a small mass of people, Phil said that she knew that the northern part of the continent where they lived was called Huvlainu, the land of men, and the southern part was called Elvlainu, the land of elves. These names were dropped to eliminate the differences between the species, but among the elves they have not fallen out of use. Wels looked at her and said that they were proud of their kind and did not want to be friends with people, and many still think the same. Phil looked down sadly. Seratia said that they were so powerful that they could summon a giant, ferocious sea dragon. She acknowledged their power, but at this rate, they would hardly tell them about alchemical magic. Seratia shouted with a smile that Phil would be the mediator between them. No big deal. The girl awkwardly said that she left the village, followed Ars. How would they react? Seratia looked at Wels and asked if it was strange to disown a relative just because he left his native nest. Wels looked at her tensely. The boy said that in the end, they were left with the impression of Ors as the man who stole Phil from them. It is no wonder that they believe that Phil, who followed him, went over to the side of the humans. Phil looked at him worriedly. Seratia cried out in displeasure that this was bad luck. Do they not understand her feelings at all? Why she followed him? A woman's soul is dark. Phil looked at her in surprise and then grabbed her hands. She joyfully shouted that Seratia was right. The princess jumped up and down with her and shouted that here. Wels said that they were going to the forest immediately. He asked if Nia had heard him. The girl excitedly answered that she had. The guy looked at her and was surprised to think that Nia wanted to join them. Feel clenched her fists and said confidently that she would do her best. Even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they were still brothers. They would definitely understand everything. Seratia and Nea looked at her with a smile. Wels looked at Nea with excitement. He asked what it was. The girl said that there, in the depths of the forest, there was a smell of burning. Nia covered her nose with her hand and added that the smell was weak, but it was there. Feel looked fearfully into the forest. Vels quickly ran forward, shouting that they would hurry. The girl ran after him, shouting that Vols had waited for them. The boy thought that they had almost reached the village. The watchful elves would have met them long ago. This was very strange. Seratia screamed, "What if?" She looked at Feel and asked what was wrong with her. The girl screamed that the elven settlement. They stopped and saw that the village was destroyed. Shiel looked at the elven settlement in shock. Seratia excitedly shouted that it was a village. Nia said that it couldn't be. Wal said tensely that they should look around. They explored the city, and Nea said that everything here was burned to the ground. Seratia asked in fear what it meant. They were late. Wells said that the giant trees of the Divine Forest and other thickets in the center of the continent were not damaged. So, they attacked the village specifically. The guy continued to reason that the spiritual mentor had aimed here after all. His connection with the alchemical magic of the elves could no longer be justified. Feel touched the ruins and said, "Guys." Nia and Seratia looked at her with regret. It was very painful for them to see Feel so sad. Nia frowned her face, and Seratia, on the contrary, stared at her. The princess screamed at her not to worry. Nia said that yes, only the buildings had been damaged, but they hadn't found the elves themselves. Val said she was right. They could be hiding somewhere. The boy stopped. Suddenly, air currents appeared from above, which trapped them in a ball. They could not get out of it. The team was trapped in a dangerous way. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Seratia screamed in fear. What kind of magic is this? Nia screamed that these are air blades. Seratia covered her head to avoid getting hurt. She was very scared. Wells said tensely, "This is an air-sealing cut, local form, first rank." He shouted for the girls to freeze. He used non-attribute magic of the second rank. The boy touched the ground and used the gravity barrier. Vals tried to resist the force of the wind that had appeared so suddenly. He managed to cope with the air blades. Wells thought that now he was confident. All the ground around the team was left in cuts. But the main thing is that no one was hurt. The boy shouted loudly that it was an elf. They hadn't come to quarrel. They had to come out to them for a dialogue. The girls began to look around excitedly, and Feel hid her ears with the help of her hood. Someone fired a shot from a tree. Wells thought excitedly that he was there. The boy quickly parried the blow. He saw Feel run quickly towards the tree. He shouted what she was doing. Feel cried out in alarm that they were not enemies. They were not enemies. It was she. The girl took off her hood and asked what had happened to them that they were using such dangerous magic. The elf emerged from the tree foliage and jumped to the ground. Feel looked at him excitedly. She didn't expect to meet him. Feel was very excited. The elf landed on the ground. He touched the ground and lowered his head. The elf looked very muscular and strong. The elf looked like a very young guy. Wells thought excitedly that it was the same. The elf approached them with the words that she had left them, following RSA. Why had she brought these understandable people here? The elf looked into Feel's eyes and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl excitedly said that her brother appeared in the destroyed village of Feel. Feel whispered that her brother had come. Seratia asked, in shock, that it was Feel's brother. Nia looked at their faces and said that they really did look alike. The girl looked at her brother with excitement. The boy ran towards her, shouting that Feel was here. He was so glad that she had returned safe and sound. He hugged her tightly. Seratia said in shock that he didn't look like that. Nea said hesitantly that elves were surprisingly emotional. They couldn't believe they were seeing such a scene. Wells thought he remembered this guy, Legel. Alstro Amaria, among the inhabitants of the Forest of Divine Trees. He was the first to realize the power of ours and convince the other elves. He, like Feel, is friendly to humans. The girl awkwardly told her brother that the others were watching. Legel said excitedly that he was really very happy. He was worried at the thought that something bad had happened to her too. Phil looked at him in surprise and loudly asked where the villagers were. The elf said what was really going on. A man appeared and interrupted him. He said sternly that there were people with her now. He shouldn't blab too much. The team looked at the elf who had suddenly appeared. Seratia excitedly asked who he was. Phil looked at the elf and shouted that it was Keith. Vels thought that it was the teacher Phil that she had told him about. He had heard of him. In that life, he had never met him. He was a high elf who despised humans more than any other elves. The elf said he had no idea how they managed to escape from the sea dragon, but they were the same people as the people of that vile country. They would get what they deserved for attacking their village with a monster. Keith created a magic sphere and shouted that the monster was like one of the 4 great dragons. Vels looked at him in surprise and then took a defensive pose. Phil stood in front of Wells and shouted loudly for Keith to stop. This is the princess of the Eurasia kingdom. These people are different from those who harmed him. And also, Phil continued to shout that Vels defeated the sea dragon. Legil asked in shock that he defeated the sea dragon, but even she couldn't defeat the monster, and he did it alone. Keith looked at him and said that, indeed, it was he who stopped Legil's attack. He admits that he is not like other people. They can't do that. The elf jumped off the house and said that they still had many problems. Since they had nothing to do with the destruction of the village, they should leave this place before he finished them off. Wells looked at him with displeasure and replied that he was asking for forgiveness, but they couldn't. They came because they wanted to talk to the elves. He asked what they still didn't understand. They don't want to deal with people. Everyone looked at the elf in surprise, who created a magical barrier around himself. Keith screamed furiously for the pathetic humans not to get cocky. They made him sick. He continued to say that if they understood him, then they should immediately get out of Elvenu, and Phil will stay here. The girl looked at him in surprise. Phil excitedly shouted that she was against it. She was protecting Seratia. She couldn't stay. The girl didn't want to listen to Keith at all. The guy clenched his teeth angrily. Keith said with displeasure, "When did she manage to stoop so low? She left the village, following that man, and now she comes back and tells him such a thing. Apparently, he threw her out." Phil screamed loudly that he couldn't talk bad about Arcers. She wouldn't let him get away with it. Legil stood between them, shouting for them to stop. Now was not the time for quarrels. The elf excitedly shouted that he did not deny that Keith hated humans. He also could not forgive the people of that country. But he had to look at the situation more broadly. Keith looked at him with displeasure. Legil looked at his sister and said that it concerned her, too. Now he would explain to her the situation they were in. Phil looked at him in surprise. Legil put his hand on her shoulder and told her to listen to him calmly. Elfin is currently under attack from the kingdom of Volmus and their leader. He paused and said with regret that he had captured their father. Phil looked at him with fear and asked excitedly what he was saying and how it happened. Legil said that they wanted to go to rescue him immediately. But that dragon attacked the village, and their military forces suffered greatly. They want to rescue him, but they can't do anything. Legil shouted furiously that with her help, they could do it. Together they would save their father. Phil looked at Seratia and Nea. She clenched her teeth tensely. The girl tried to answer, but nothing came out. Kit asked what it meant that she would stay on the side of the humans, putting her own father in danger. She was a disgrace to their kind. Wells said loudly that they were insulting Phil in vain. Now she faces a difficult choice: her father's life or her job responsibilities. She has sworn allegiance to Seratia and seeks to repay her with kindness. He added that she believed that she, like any elf, valued the rules of decency, so there was nothing shameful about it. Phil looked at Keith with concern. Wells said that they weren't going to back down just by coming here. Wells looked at Keith and said that he wanted them to tell them about alchemical magic. The elf screamed in shock. Why did he need that? The guy said they found out that some people have it and use it to bring the dead back to life. If there are rumors about them in Volmus, they can get the information they need there. Keith looked at him with displeasure. Wells added that, although he had never heard of such a kingdom, if it had appeared a long time ago, they could have seen a spiritual father there. Seratia screamed in shock that he didn't know about Volmus. Wells replied that it was the first time he heard such a name. Probably this country was founded not so long ago. The girl screamed that he was saying such a thing. Seratia shouted loudly that it was a great power that controlled the coastline in the north. Even children knew that. How could he not know such things? Wels excitedly said that the country is in the north. There are 3 states there. This is the Duchy of Remert, the Empire of Sapphoros, and the Republic of Bonwell, right? Nea said that she had never heard of such states. Wels looked at her in surprise. The girl added that the northern shores had belonged to Volmus for a long time. Nea continued to say that it was a large and powerful country inhabited by hot-tempered people. Wels thought with fear that this had happened. The guy continued to reason that in this place, where Volmus is now located, if you believe the memory of Arsash, there used to be 3 border states. No, that's not true. Eurasia is a small country, so neither he nor those around him knew about it. But he is not aware that the countries that existed have disappeared. And in their place, a great power has appeared that will attack the southern part of the continent. The boy looked in shock ahead and worriedly thought that if his reincarnation had changed the course of history. He raised his head to see the sky. He couldn't believe it. Legil told them to follow him. He would tell them more about Volmus and their father. The girl looked excitedly at the guy who was staring at the sky. Wels realized the stunning truth, but the world would not give him time to think. Legil said loudly that he would lead them to the divine tree. The guy said that they were at the foot of the divine tree. Vols followed the people and elves up the stairs. He was in his own world. He was thinking about what he had understood earlier. Wels wondered if his rebirth had changed the course of history. If so, what had changed? And why had it happened at all? So many questions and few answers. Seratia looked at him intently. The girl said loudly that if they needed shelter, they could build themselves some small houses. She sees that the elves do not look for easy ways. Feel called out to Wels. She pulled him out of his thoughts and told him to tell Seratia something. She was worried about her words being heard by her family. Legil and Keith looked at Seratia. Feel said that this place was the first refuge for the elves, so it cannot be touched. In other words, it is sacred land. The girl worriedly told Wels to remember this and keep an eye on Seratia. Wels said that it was true. She couldn't say everything that came into her head. This time, the deal was an exception for humans. Seratia shouted that she knew. Wels thought that he had finally reprimanded her. Stop thinking. It was only his problem. Now he had to ask the elves about alchemical magic. He had to concentrate on that. They entered a spacious room in which there was a huge table. Vals looked at the elves and thought excitedly that these two. The old elf told Kit that he wondered where he had disappeared to. The old man pointed to the team and asked who these people were. Suddenly, the elf looked at them intently. Seratia sighed in fear. The elf noticed Feel, who was hiding behind Wels. He grabbed Feel's hands and shouted joyfully that this was their Feel. She was finally back. He was so happy. Seratia and Nia looked at the elf in shock. The old elf picked up Feel, and the girl said that they had not seen Uncle Holbert for a long time. The elf cried out that she was still as small as ever. He understood that these people had walked her home. Feel replied that he had misunderstood. Suddenly, his companion screamed loudly for Holbert to stop. He was making a fool of himself in front of people. It was so indecent. He should behave like an elf. Wels thought that he was right after all. The boy continued to reason that these two are especially powerful and influential among the elder elves. Their name is Holbert Karkin and Mariel Elgren. Wels began to quickly shake his head from side to side with the thought that they were even familiar with Ars. But there must be another one. Where is he? He will not be able to calm down until he sees him. Seratia said that elves communicate closely with each other. You can take her brother as an example, then this man. The unknown elf said that they think so, but it seems to him that this is normal. People consider this unusual. The girl looked at him in surprise and shouted loudly who he was. The elf boy jumped down and laughingly said that he had scared them. Then he asked for forgiveness. The guy said with a smile that it had been a long time since people had come to them. It just happened that way. Wels looked at him closely and thought that he was here after all. Wels continued to reason that you can't tell by his appearance, but he is the most authoritative and powerful among the elves. His name is Vio Elstor. He knows him well. Vio looked at the people and said, well, if they didn't come here to see Feel off, then what are they here for? Maybe Keith will tell. Feel cried out excitedly that she was asking for forgiveness. She would explain everything. He said that she could begin. Vio shouted that it was cool. To sum it up, that Ars had already died once, but had been resurrected and was now hunting for his life. The heretic cult and alchemical dolls were involved in this mystery. Helertio was also an alchemical doll. The elf continued to say that that was why they followed him. They came to ask them about alchemical magic. Vio asked that it was true. He smiled widely. Vio happily shouted that she was so cool. She can use 4 types of magic. Seratia, that's her name. She has a natural talent. The princess excitedly shouted that it was true. That's it. Vio said that he couldn't believe that Vels had defeated the sea dragon. He had never heard of humans being able to do that. No, not even the elves had anything like that. Vels was amazing, so strong. Vio leaned towards his face and said, with a smile, that it was just like Arce. Vels looked at him with fear. The elf laughed and said that it was a joke, that he was as far from Arce as the moon. Hulbert told Vio that he was rejoicing too soon. People were still their enemies. The elf smiled and told him not to get angry. He himself understood that people are different. He had a keen eye, and he was confident in it. Marielle said that Vio is too naive. She doesn't even believe everything the Feel says. Do they even have this power for real, though? No, at first. The woman sternly said that they should find out exactly whether they were friends or enemies. Seratia screamed in displeasure. How could she say that? Marielle interrupted and told her to shut up. Vio screamed loudly. Vio shouted with a smile that he had an idea. They had to show proof of their power. Seratia asked excitedly that they needed proof. Vels looked at the elf with displeasure. Vio said that mastering 4 types of magic and killing a sea dragon alone. These are very cool achievements for them to do that to convince them. He asked Keith if he had any suggestions. Keith opened one eye and told him to let him think. If they really had that much power, it wouldn't be hard for them to save Feel's father and her brother, Radiel. The men looked at him intently. Vio said that it was settled then, at least they would show them that they had no hostile intentions. They would deal with the alchemical magic in Ars later. The girls shouted at him to stop. Seratia screamed furiously. How many times can you beg them? They mustn't take the conversation in another direction. The elves also won't be able to challenge the kingdom of Volmus, while the 3 of them must save it. Feel, called the princess excitedly. Marielle stood up from the table and loudly asked if they even knew what situation they were in, or if they were that stupid. She pointed at Seratia and said that she had no idea what the princess of that was, but she was currently in the land of the elves. If she couldn't convince them of her power, then she would immediately leave Feel and go away. Hulbert said that humans attacked them out of the blue and took away what was dear to them. She thought that after that they would cooperate with them so easily. Seratia excitedly shouted that they wanted them to fight Volmus. His army was many times stronger than that of Rain. The elf waved his hand, and the door opened. Vio shouted with a smile, "Good luck." Seratia looked at him in horror. The elf told them not to worry. They were the chosen ones after all. Good luck. Vels listened attentively to their conversation. The guy told Seratia that no matter what they did now, they would be no different from the inhabitants of Volmus, and to convince them, it would be faster to show their strength and prove that they were not enemies. She asked how the 3 of them were doing. Wells looked at her and confidently said that she could rely on him. They will save him, but he has one condition. They must hide Seratia and Nea in a safe place. The girl excitedly shouted what he was doing. Vio asked with a smile what he meant. The boy replied that he was asking to be allowed to go to his rescue alone. Vio looked at him intently and laughed evilly. He said loudly that it sounded interesting. A new test. Only one man will rise up against a powerful army. The girl was sitting in a separate room behind a large door. She looked very sad. Seratia was sitting on a wooden chair and was excitedly discussing something. Wells said that he would go to rescue him alone. Vio said with a smile that sounded interesting. 1. Although even they don't know how to get out of this situation. Great, he's acting as reckless as Vels Sai. He pointed his finger at him and said that he would give him one good piece of advice. There were several masters without attribute magic living in Volmus. Wells looked at him in surprise. He said loudly that it was clear that this was why the elves were having such difficulties. He would ask just in case, to be sure. Radiel was alive at all. Wells said he was almost certain that Radiel had been forced to surrender in those 2 days. Seratia screamed loudly, How could he go alone against a militarized country? He looked at Seratia and said that he would leave Nea to her. Even if they didn't interfere, they still looked down on those who didn't have magic. There was no need to worry about him. Wels walked past the princess and set off. Seratia looked after him with concern. That's how she ended up in his room. She asked him if he was okay. She looked at the door with fear, which suddenly opened and Vio appeared with Feel. Vio shouted with a smile that he was saying hello. How was their princess? Everything was fine. She said discontentedly that his name was Vio. I think. What did he want from her? The elf joyfully shouted that she could call him simply Vio, and he would call her Seratia. Seratia sternly asked why he had come to her. Vio smiled and asked if she by any chance didn't want to eat. The princess came into the hall and saw a table with food, at which Nea was sitting. The princess called her friend. Nea shouted happily that Seratia was here. Vio pointed to the food and said that only after them. They could start eating. It was an informal dinner. They could eat as much as they wanted. Seratia tried a piece and said it was delicious. Vio said with a smile that he was sure she would be worried about him going alone, but she seemed calm. Seratia put down her fork and replied that of course she was worried. But Wels always kept his word. She had always watched him from the sidelines, so everything was fine. The girl continued to speak, so she believes that Wels can handle this matter. She thought excitedly that all she could do was just believe. Vio replied that then there really was nothing to worry about. Vios asked that he seemed to have gone not directly to the Volmus soldiers, but through the seacoast. Seratia screamed in surprise as she understood it. The elf laughed loudly. Vio replied that with the power of the divine tree, he could perform a magical scan of the entire continent. Seratia asked what it was all about. He said nothing special. He was more interested in their wells. He heard that he had 3 types of magic, but he wasn't sure if it was true. The girl looked at him in surprise. Vio said with a grin that his keen eye could accurately determine the wizard's power reserve. His mana capacity was not that large, but his magical power was simply off the charts. Seratia said that Wels, yes, she didn't expect that he could control 3 attributes, and he probably had plenty of strength, but Feel was by his side all this time. The girl added that it would be strange if she still hadn't noticed his abilities. Feel froze in shock. Vios asked with a smile that she wasn't worried at all. Did she really know something? Feel closed her eyes and quietly said that she simply believed in him. The girl looked at her worriedly. They were also worried. Vios screamed loudly. He said what he felt. He was just in the middle of a serious fight. Wow, he's just amazing. Seratia jumped at his words, then looked away, worried. Vios smiled and asked what they were interested in, too. He left the table and looked at the girls. The elf asked them with interest what they didn't want to see. They found themselves on the top of a tree. Seratia excitedly shouted that this was a divine tree. She had heard that this was a sacred place. They could definitely climb it. Vio said with a smile that as long as they don't hurt him, but they can only look. Seratia stared at the forest in horror. She said that there was smoke from the seacoast in the distance. The warships of Volmus. Seratia screamed loudly that he just needed to save Feel's father. So why did he break these ships into pieces? What was going on? There were remains of ships on the shore. The girl said that if he managed to free him, he could suggest that Volmus would want to take revenge, and decided to cut off the enemy's escape route. Vio smiled evilly and said loudly that it seemed he was serious about leaving no trace of the Volmus army. The elf asked why he wanted to win their trust so badly. He added that it turns out he really is capable of such a thing. An extremely interesting subject. Nea said that no matter how strong Wels is, what fate awaits the Volmus army? Kalitz to the east and Seelenig to the west. Both of these countries are trying to grab a piece of Volmus for themselves. Seratia looked at the shore in shock. Vio said that he felt a sharp surge of magical energy approaching. Suddenly, a huge black ball formed. Seratia screamed in fear. What kind of magic is this? Vishin Mishin, Vils might get hurt if this thing touches him. Vio looked ahead and laughed loudly. The princess asked him furiously what was so funny. Vio said that it was a first-tier attributoless magic. It was obviously Wels who activated it. Seratia asked in shock that Wels had first-tier magic. She didn't know anything about it. Feel looked down and exhaled. She said, as for Wels, He could have used her all along, it was just revealed to everyone now, that's all. Seratia excitedly recalled the boy's words that he had already tried using the transformation of magic particles. She wondered why she hadn't noticed it. She went on to say that he was smart, strong, and had learned magic mentally. Seratia said that Wels was hiding his true strength all along. Phil looked at the upset princess and lowered her head. She called the name of Vels when suddenly there was a loud explosion, which was created by the guy. The unrivaled assistant will show his true strength in the battle with the isolated army. 20 minutes ago, Vels had already destroyed several ships. The enemy soldiers shouted loudly that he had suddenly attacked them, destroyed their ships, and was now standing in their way. The soldier shouted furiously that he didn't even know who they were. He shouted to his subordinates to prepare for a magical attack. The boy would understand everything now. The soldier shouted loudly that he would understand how terrible Volmus was. Hundreds of soldiers ran towards the guy. Wels looked at them closely and smiled broadly. Wels pushed off the ground and quickly ran towards the soldiers. The soldier shouted that he was calling for first-tier earth magic, namely stone fists. Stone hands appeared from the ground. They grabbed Wels, but they didn't hold him for more than a few seconds. He quickly broke them and broke free of the shackles. The soldiers looked at him in shock. They didn't expect him to free himself so easily. Wels created 10 magic balls. He looked at the enemy soldiers and said that he was calling on the first-tier water magic against them. The guy added that these were summoning water bullets, fan shape. He quickly created water bullets that flew at the enemies. The soldiers used water attribute cancellation magic and repelled his attack. Vels looked at their defense in surprise. The Solades rushed at him, shouting that they had found his weak spot. They created a fireball to attack the boy. Wels grabbed their hands and they hit each other. The soldiers screamed loudly in pain. The guy said that he heard that they were planning to fight the elves. However, he is not so naive as to defeat them just like that. The other soldiers looked at him in surprise. The commander shouted at them not to retreat. They would teach him a lesson by singing in chorus. The boy looked at them. Wels thought that he alone could not be separated from the soldiers of an entire country. He had to find the place where they were holding Father Phil, Radiel. The Soldados touched the ground and shouted that it was first-rank earth magic. The earth began to shake, and a huge stone monster appeared. Vels thought it was a red stone giant. The guy asked with a smile what the Colossus had created from the rocks and debris around them. They were quite skilled with magic. The monster clenched his fists. The monster struck with all its might, but Vels dodged it easily. The Solades shouted that there was only one of him. They had to aim for him. They had to defeat this guy. Wels dodged the blows. The guy thought that he had a huge radius of destruction. He chose the time of his attacks wisely. You wouldn't expect anything else from a military power. First of all, he had to deal with this giant. The boy looked at the monster tensely and thought about what it had created from the shipwreckage and the rocks around it, but their camp remained intact. Now everything was clear to him. Wels thought it was there. The monster's fist was right in front of the guy, who managed to turn in his direction. The stone monster hit the guy with all his might. The soldiers shouted joyfully that that was it. Now he understood what Volmus's power was. Suddenly, they looked in front of them in shock. They saw that Vels had managed to activate the shield and defend himself from the blow. Wels said that gravity magic can hold back any attacks, but that's not all. Depending on how you use it, it allows you to manipulate the damage you receive. The guy smiled and added that they should catch back their Volmus power. Wels channeled all the power he had gathered into the stone monster and swung his arm to strike it. The stone monster crumbled after his attack with the reverse gravity spear of purification of corruption. Wels said with a smile that all they ever dreamed of was dying of pride for their country. Time passed and Nozomo stopped in front of the tent. He joyfully shouted that it was here. Suddenly, someone asked who was outside. Vol stopped in surprise. Wels replied that he was his enemy. He had come to save him at his request. The man asked excitedly that he was from Vio. The boy entered the tent and saw an elf. He asked that he was Phil's father, Radiel. The man excitedly asked what he knew Phil. Wels replied that they had come to the mainland together. He asked him to freeze for a second. He used the magic of canceling all elements. They went outside and saw dozens of giants that surrounded them from all sides. It was hard to even see the sky, because the monsters simply blocked it. Radiel looked at the monsters in shock and said excitedly that there was no end to these giants. They couldn't escape from them. What should they do? Wells said that they didn't need to run away. He smiled broadly and said that he would deal with them and bring him home. It was unlikely that the elves would have anything to say in response. That was enough to prove his strength. Ridiel looked at the monster's limbs and said that there was no escape from such a number, and those chains had deprived him of his magical powers. What should they do? Wells said with a smile that they did not need to escape. Wells began to slowly approach the crowd of monsters who were standing and not moving yet. The guy confidently said that he would destroy them all, he promised. Ridiel screamed furiously that this was madness. There were about 30 of them there, and that was just the ones they could see. The mages who control these giants wear robes that prevent anyone from knowing how they intend to fight without knowing the enemy's location. Wells looked at him in surprise and excitedly shouted that he was right. If they were going to fight, they needed to take a more advantageous position. Then they would do so. Ridiel grabbed the guy's back, and he carried him. Ridiel looked at him in surprise and asked why he was carrying it. Vels replied that he had decided not to engage in combat for now. It was hard to fight when you were protecting someone. The boy added that if he was afraid of falling, he should hold on tighter. Ridiel shouted loudly that he was not talking about that. The monster waved his hand, and the boy shouted that here they were, on top. Wells threw Ridiel aside to avoid being hit. The monster missed and did not hurt anyone. Wells looked at him furiously and shouted that he was summoning the Earth Element Neutralization Magic Sandblast. Ridiel looked at the defeated monster in shock, and thought that there was no way he could use a complex attribute of first-tier magic with just one counterattack. Wells said that if their bodies were so fragile. Wells approached another monster. Ridiel grabbed Wells tighter to keep from falling. The guy quickly ran forward and broke the stone monster into 2 parts. Now he was surrounded by 2 stone monsters. Wells said with a smile that not only did they regenerate quickly, but they also hit hard, which is not very good. Ridiel said that their body is made of stone and shipwrecks. They can move thanks to magic, and there are plenty of magicians and stones here. Waze asked what he meant. The elf wearily replied that nothing would work, no matter how strong you were. There was no end to them. Volmus could not be destroyed. He must leave him. He can escape alone. Wells did not respond to the elf's words. Ridiel cried out in displeasure that he heard him. The guy quickly ran forward and destroyed several monsters at once. Wells stared at the destroyed monster and said, "Now." Ridiel screamed furiously for him to stop. He had no idea what he and Vio had agreed on, but there was no point in fighting blindly. Wells smiled widely. Ridiel looked at him in shock. He did not expect such a reaction from a person in such a situation. The guy said that he himself said that he was going to destroy them all. Wells confidently added that they had already lost due to the large scale. It took longer, but now everything is ready. The guy quickly hit the ground. He put all his strength into the blow. Magical impulses began to run across the ground. They walked over the monsters but did nothing to them. The stone golems continued to stand and do nothing. The magical impulse passed by the trees in the forest and reached the man in the black cloak. He was sitting on a stump and waving his arms. The man was very concentrated. The boy screamed in fear. What was going on? He was trapped and screamed loudly. This is the magic of the sealed wind sword. Why is it here? Where did it come from? Wells said that if the magician could not be detected, then there was a connecting magical thread between the controller and the giant. So he linked himself to them, followed this thread, and found them. The guy created a black magic ball in his hands and loudly said that the most important thing in using a large-scale skill is to kill everyone with one blow. Wells continued to say that knowing the enemy's location and cutting off their escape routes, all that remains is to destroy this area. He summons without attribute magic. The guy looked ahead and said, "The prison of exhaustion." The ball quickly increased in size and covered a huge area of the island. Ridiel looked at him in shock. Wells stretched his hand forward and began to squeeze it little by little. Thus, the ball began to shrink. After some time, it began to fit in the palm of the guy, who simply slapped it. Ridiel watched him closely. Wells said that if the earth was the material for their bodies, then it was necessary to simply remove it. If the mages were the source of power, then they had to be destroyed. Wells looked at Ridiel and said that in any case, now he was free. He could return to Field. His mission is accomplished. He will overcome all difficulties on the way for the sake of the people waiting for his return. Radiel said that he may be strong enough for Vio to send him on this mission, but he can't defeat Volmus's army on his own. He can't believe it. The elf continued to say that someone who could do something like that must be as good as Arstitland. Wells said that he was exaggerating. Besides, the high elf called the human a symbol of power. Radiel laughed loudly and shouted that it was true, but to hear such a thing from a human. Still, humans or otherwise, he will respect anyone whose strength they can recognize as such. Are they the elves? The elf extended his hand to him and said with a smile that he was Radiel Alstromeria. The guy replied that he was Vels Sai. They shook hands, and Radiel said that he was grateful to him. Wells helped the elf walk through the forest. They came out to the main tree and saw a huge crowd of elves who screamed loudly when they saw them alive. Wells said that the elves had been hiding all this time. Legia ran to them shouting that his father was here. The soldiers ran saying that Radiel had returned, but he needed help. Wells heard someone calling him. He turned his head and saw Seratia, who came out of the crowd and began to approach him. The guy moved away a little, but the girl, on the contrary, came closer and closer. Wells dropped to one knee and said loudly that he had saved Ardealin. Alstromeria, his mission is completely accomplished. Seratia looked at him and replied that it was a good job. She went on to say that he had also defeated the army of Volmus. She knew he could do it. The elves looked at him in shock, and then began to scream loudly. The elves ran away, shouting that they needed to have a party. They would prepare a warm welcome for Lord Radiel and their savior. It would be the best party they had ever had. Nea excitedly said that he was simply amazing. She asked that he was not hurt. The girl confidently answered that everything was fine. Wells quickly turned his head to the side. The guy looked at the tense Seratia and asked what happened. The girl clenched her fists and sternly asked why he had been hiding his true strength all this time. Wells looked at her in shock and asked what she was saying. Feel awkwardly lowered her head. Seratia said that they saw him fight using first-tier magic. The boy asked in surprise what they saw. Feel told him that Vio had allowed them to climb the sacred tree. The boy excitedly replied that didn't he say that his magic was developing quite quickly. Seratia screamed furiously that it was nothing like that. Such a huge power would destroy his body, but he still continued to use it. Wells said he was asking for forgiveness. The princess looked at him and turned away. Seratia turned her back to him and asked if his body was okay, right? Wells looked at her worriedly. She said that it was nothing new for him to hide things, and she had no desire to interrogate him now. She stopped and sheepishly told him not to do anything reckless again. She would surely get into big trouble if he wasn't around. Wells looked at her carefully and replied that he understood. The guy went to her and told her to forgive him too, that he made her worry. The girl replied that it was nothing. Nea said tensely that she couldn't forgive herself for not being able to understand his true magic. She didn't believe in him and was worried for no reason. Nea fell to her knees and screamed loudly that a person like her could not judge his true strength. She was truly sorry. Wells shouted that there was no need to kneel. He asked her to calm down. Seratia looked at them awkwardly and said that Nea was quite straightforward. Feel laughed at her words. Radiel shouted loudly for Feel to look at him. Legia said that he was still wounded. Feel shouted loudly what her father was doing. Radiel said that it had been 25 years since she left the village, and she had never returned. The girl looked at her friend with concern. Feel looked away awkwardly. Radiel hugged his daughter tightly. He said with a smile that it was a blessing that she was okay. The girl replied that she was glad to see her father again. Everyone watched them attentively. Feel shyly told him to let her go already. Radiel happily shouted, what was he talking about? His runaway daughter had finally returned. He was going to get his fill of hugs for the last 25 years. Nea said with a smile that he really loved her. He was probably just happy that she was alive. Seratia awkwardly replied that it was still too much. She wasn't used to it. Seratia told Nea to look at Feel. She could die right now. Vio ran up to them and shouted with a smile that he was glad that Radiel was safe. They approached the table with food. Vio shouted joyfully that it seemed everyone was ready. They can begin. They celebrate the return of Radiel, who managed to survive. All the elves screamed loudly. There were a lot of them. Probably everyone had gathered to celebrate Radiel's return, and also to eat delicious food. Everyone was having fun and chatting with each other. Everyone felt comfortable. Night fell. But the party was not going to stop. Val stood aside when suddenly Feel ran up to him. The guy asked if they had finally finished hugging. Feel awkwardly replied that she had run away from him as fast as she could. He replied that it was understandable. The girl added that in the end, she was glad to see him alive. Feel bowed and happily said that she was very grateful to Vels for saving her father. Even though it was a deal with Vio, she was very grateful to him for it. Wells looked at her with a smile. Suddenly, Vio appeared from behind a tree, joyfully shouting that Wells was here, and he had been looking for him for so long. Feel was frightened by his abrupt behavior. Wells asked him discontentedly what he wanted. Veal bit into an incomprehensible mushroom and said that it was cold here. Someone like him should eat warm mushrooms. Wells answered sharply that it was not worth it. Vio turned his head and said in surprise that, wow, Veal was here too. The girl replied that she had business with Wells. He shouted that it was nothing to worry about. Veal said that she just didn't want to discuss it in front of everyone. Vio said tensely that Wells had kept his promise, which meant he would too. He will tell him about magical alchemy. Here is the reward for saving the elf. Vio sat down on the bench and said that he would tell him about magical alchemy. Wells thought hard that if he correctly assimilated the information he had received, then the current Ares should not be the root of evil. The moment of the first discovery of the alchemical dolls is not difficult to guess. Since at that time he was Ares, Vio properly, he could get closer to the source of the cult. Wells said, okay, then he'll ask him this. Has he ever taught people magical alchemy? He wants to know if that information has leaked out to the outside world. Vio replied that no, he didn't think so. He didn't tell anyone, Eva didn't either, and no one could steal the information. He guarantees it. Wells asked what the alchemical doll was. Vio replied with a smile, as Feel said, it was magic that frolicked like the elves. However, with his magical alchemy, the pieces of meat cannot return to their original state. In addition, he has never heard of magic that can grant memories before. He continued to say that the only one who could do this was RTS. However, he taught him his magical alchemy. He thinks that in 10 to 20 years, it will be impossible to know it perfectly, as it is a complex magic. Wells looked at him in shock. Vio happily said that was why he was asking for forgiveness. That was where his knowledge of her ended. The boy replied that it was clear. The elf said that he was still most interested in him. Vio pointed his finger at him and said, Wells, to be more precise, he can see the magic power of others in the form of an aura. His is different from ours, but the amount of magic power is the same. Vals asked where he sees the aura. The elf said that Ars is a genius magician. The probability of 3 people of such level existing in one era is extremely low. Vels asked shockedly, what 3 people? He answered that it is true, Arce CBL, and also, Vio said that the man was named Eurasia. Wells shouted excitedly, what is this? He saw his aura during the raid on the village. It is not Aris. The elf answered with a smile that it was true, he was not ours. He continued to say that no one in this world has the same aura as Ars. Even though his magic power is close to his, their auras are still different. Wells thought that the aura of his magic power was different from Arce's. If it was the same body, then why was it a friend's aura? Or was it related to something he didn't know yet? The guy reasoned that if you believe his words, Guru and Ars are different people, but if it's true, then he is curious about the real personality of Ars. What is it really? Wells said loudly that he understood. Then, he wants to ask him about something he didn't talk about with Feel. The elf looked at him in surprise and waited for his request. The guy said that Ars is the result of using reincarnation. He said that he was defeated and reincarnated. But whether this is possible, he really wants to know. Bio smiled widely and shouted with laughter, what is he saying? It seems Eris did something interesting. To live such a short life. To start all over again. It is so human. The elf continued to say that it was clear. So he thought that magical alchemy was the work of Ars. Well, that sounded convincing. But still, it's just impossible. Wells looked at them in surprise. Vio broke the mushroom into 2 pieces and said that they really didn't know if he had succeeded in using reincarnation. A body that had once lost its soul would not return to its previous state. He said that contrary to their expectations, the soul has a weak connection with this world. It is obvious that it is impossible to put someone else's soul into a body. He believes that the magic of reincarnation does not consist in moving the soul into a new body. Vio said loudly that, first of all, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Wels looked at him intently. He could not move from his words. Phil called out to him, and the boy came out of his trance. The girl excitedly said that Ines had once said that she did not recognize this Arsens. Wels looked at her in surprise and thought that Vio and Ines thought alike. This Ars is not real. The guy continued to reason that in that case, it is not excluded that someone is pretending to be him. Then the magical alchemy that he studied has nothing to do with elves. Using it, someone got into the royal palace under the guise of a living Ers-un. Wels thought that 17 years had passed. It was simply impossible to deceive people for all this time. In that case, there is another assumption that may be true. He reasoned that if the body and the inner world did not correspond to each other, and the aura changed, and Inez felt the difference between the aura that Vio spoke of and the one that Aris had, the guy thought that the current Erses, like his reincarnation, may have other memories. If so, then Vio's doubts will be dispelled, which is not so bad. Wels continued to think that there were now 3 people who had magical power equal to mine. It was quite unusual. If due to the difference in Vio's aura, he was mistaken about the guru's identity. He looked ahead and thought hard that perhaps the fake Ars, whose aura was different from his, might be a guru leading a heretical cult. Wels thought that the more questions, the less answers. Why he has my memories? If no one knows about magical alchemy, why attack an innocent elven village? The boy thought that the most important thing was to send an army to attack. Why was he so attached to Phil? He asked who was pretending to be her, sir. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly. Wels looked at the crowd and asked excitedly what the fight was about. The tall and muscular elf shouted furiously at his opponent, to repeat that he was stronger than him. Phil said in fear that it was a holiday now. Welsh said tiredly, where did he come from? The elf shouted that it seemed that the human race could only mindlessly chatter. Welsh asked in surprise, what about the human race? Nia shouted loudly that she could repeat as many times as she wanted. Among the elves, there was no one who could defeat her in a duel, even if they strengthened themselves with magic. Wels looked at her in shock and shouted what Nea was doing there. The guy turned around and said that they needed to avoid conflict. He would stop Nea, and he would stop that guy. Wels stopped and asked where Vio was. Vio stood in front of the angry elves, and Nayan said with a smile that they would not fight in such a place. He clapped his hands to get their attention. Wels said wearily that he was already there. Phil said that he had a bad feeling about this. Vio put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that if they considered themselves better than their opponent, they could have a real competition. Vio shouted loudly that everything depended on how they wielded the sword. The elf jumped on the spot and joyfully said that Garliz was fighting against Nea. Fromage. Phil excitedly told Wels that they wouldn't stop them. Garliz was definitely strong. His swordsmanship was higher than hers. The boy replied that he thought so at first, but she could see. Nia looked at the elf with confidence and smiled. Phil asked in surprise. Nia is smiling now. Wels said that she could have lost if the battle had happened earlier, but now she knows the circulation of magic. The guy added that Guard's strength seemed to have not changed at all. Everything would be fine. Celicia ran up to them and screamed. What was going on? What was Nea getting herself into? Fales laughed and raised his hand, and with it, the earth flew into the air. The elf quickly created a new field to begin the battles. He shouted loudly that it was ready. They had to approach the center. Nard said angrily that if he won, she would get out of this continent, and if he lost, he would do whatever she wanted. Nia replied that in that case, she could not be defeated. Phil raised his hands and shouted loudly that there were 3 rules: no killing, no leaving the site, and only using enhancing magic. Guard cried out what this meant. Guard shouted that he could maintain his powers as long as he wanted. The elf created his own armor that would help him win the battle against Nea. Guard asked with a wide smile that she wouldn't regret not doing it. He could use wind and earth attributes at the same time. Nea asked that how long would he have to prepare? The battle was in full swing. Nea took out her sword and said that he who hesitates loses. Vio shouted with a smile, well, Here they go. Forward. The elf quickly ran towards the girl. He quickly hit her and ran past. Feel screamed in shock that he finished her off with one blow. Seratia pointed at the elf and screamed furiously that it wasn't fair. Nea managed to put out her sword and parry the blow. She asked that the fatal blow of 2 attributes, which did not even touch her. Is this all your power? Weaker than she thought, which was stinging. Nea abruptly struck him with her sword, but Guard managed to defend himself. The elf asked with a wide smile what else she didn't want to let go of. Surrender is the fate of humans. They began to hit and parry each other. Seratia said that he uses dual element magic on his sword, and how is Nea even able to withstand his blows? Feel replied that on the contrary, she is holding up well. She continued to say, when Gardobek was wandering around the northern continent, he fought 500 human warriors. Everyone around him said that he was a monster, and no living creature could match him in wielding a magic sword. In addition, his armor was not just earth magic. Nea swung and hit him with all her might. The elf smiled. He intercepted the sword with his magic. He looked at her furiously and laughed. He had outwitted her. Nea looked at him in shock and thought that the shape of the armor had changed. Seratia screamed that his armor had grabbed the sword. How should she fight now? Guard laughed and said that this was bad luck. Guard snatched her sword and threw it aside. He shouted furiously that she had 2 swords, but she had no more. The man must surrender. He tried to hit her, but Nea quickly dodged and managed to avoid the blow. Guard was shocked and thought what happened. She dodged in such a position. Feel looked at them worriedly. Nea grabbed his sword. The girl quickly hit him in the stomach. Guard didn't even have time to understand what just happened. He didn't expect an attack at that moment. The elf coughed and asked in shock how she did it. Nea gripped the sword tighter. Nea said confidently that she had already said that there was only one reason for his loss. He was too slow. Guard fell to the ground and magical drawings appeared on Nea's face. Guard looked at her with displeasure. Voy ran up to her and shouted loudly that he congratulated her on her victory. She had proven her strength. A deal is a deal. She can ask Guard to do anything. Nea walked up to him and extended her hand. Nea told the Guard that he had shown excellent skill. They were similar. In her desire to become stronger, she had dedicated herself to training. So if he promised not to judge people by their magical power, they would part ways. Guard looked at her in surprise and took her hand. He stood up saying that he promised. The elf said with regret that it was a pity, of course, that he lost. All the elves screamed happily, and Vio began to jump around him. Seratia hugged Feel and screamed happily that she was so happy that Nea won. Feel screamed with joy. Nea smiled widely. The party ended, and the elves began to clean up. Waz and Feel stood next to each other. The girl excitedly said that she was surprised by her movement. Wells looked at her with a smile and said that she noticed it in her. Feel said that Nea was able to master the circulation of magic. She is very proud of her. Nea is great. He said that he has been training every day since then. She has not lost a guard, who has not changed a bit during all this time. Feel looked at him and said that she knew his past. Wells asked excitedly why she was suddenly talking about it. The elf replied that it made her feel out of place. He even knew Gardo's true strength. Obeka. Wells said that, remembering how good he was, he had no doubt that Nea would win. Feel said that was why she had a question. As far as she remembered, he had never met Obek. Wells replied that he could not. He had met him in the village when he was RSAB. Obek also confirmed that he had never met Arstillant. Feigl asked if these memories really belonged to Arsair. Veds asked in surprise that his memories did not belong to Ars. He thought, no. That was quite possible. Of course, the memories and stories of the one who knew were different from the ones of today. He continued to reason that maybe now, at this very moment, if Feel, who knew his secret, noticed it. Wells said that he had already thought about it. After reincarnation, he did not know many historical events. Wells said excitedly that he knew neither about the kingdom of Volmus, whose power was comparable to 2 great kingdoms, nor about the internal conflict in Rumorsia. He did not even suspect the existence of Eurasia. He added that, moreover, after trying to resurrect the dead, he realized that the effect of regression magic had taken an unexpected turn. Feel said that if you think about it, the fact that he knows Olbeck doesn't fit into the current reality. Wells thought hard that not all memories were different. On the contrary, many of them matched the memories of others. However, there were some that were different, such as Gardobek and the kingdom of Vulmus. The guy continued to reason that his memories matched his past life. That might be the truth behind this mystery. This world compared to the past, similar and different at the same time. He said this place. Wells said in shock that it was a parallel world. But could that be possible? What nonsense, like the plot of a children's fairy tale. He looked at his hands and could not believe what was said. Theo replied that it was entirely possible. If the laws of his past world did not apply to the parallel one, it was strange that only the effect of the regression magic had changed. It was as if there was a law of gravity in the world that did not apply only to apples. Wells said that it didn't make any sense. The guy thought that the hypothesis and reality didn't match. It was all because of the use of reincarnation magic. Wells clenched his fist and continued to argue furiously that his attempt to avoid death was against the laws of nature. So, reincarnation only brought harm, but then he himself. Field grabbed his hand. The boy asked her in surprise what she was doing. The elf replied that he had saved her life. Even after listening to his guesses, she cannot answer whether he ended up in a parallel world or not. But still, she knows one thing for sure. Field continued to say that she would always be on his side, whether he is Ars or Wells, in a parallel world or not. She asks him not to cope alone. She will help him with all her might. Wells smiled and replied that he was very grateful to her. Field wiped her tears and sat down next to the boy. She shouted that she had a proposal. She suggested comparing their memories and see if they were similar. Wells said that the first time they met, he was attacked by a fire dragon. Field replied that it was true. That was how it happened. The day came and Vile shouted happily that it was great. He got the attention of the elves and shouted that they had a great time with him yesterday, so they would clean up well today. The elves used magic to clean up. One guy picked up some trash and yelled for the young lady to catch it. The girl stretched her hand forward and set all the trash on fire. The elf looked at the fire table in shock. He did not expect that the girl had such a huge power. The elf excitedly shouted, "That's cool. Her fire element is much stronger. Thank you very much, young lady. And she can help with other things, too." Seratia cried out in embarrassment that she was not a young lady. She was a grown-up, elegant lady. Wells told Seratia not to do that. Beale is 50 years older than all of them, so from the elf side, they are really babies. The girl shouted that they were calling her as if she were a small child. Wells said so that she could understand their feelings. There are few elves who can control fire, so they rely on her. It's not just about fire. They consider her a genius mage with 4 elements. The elf shouted for her to get rid of these pieces of wood, too. Seratia turned to him and pointed her finger at him. She confidently shouted for him to rely on her. She would do everything. Veal approached the guy and said that he was glad that she was helping him. Veals asked him discontentedly why he had suddenly appeared. The elf said that he wanted to ask him a simple question. What were they going to do now? Theo said with a smile that the strangest thing from yesterday's conversation was the fake Arces. The guy looked at him closely and answered that it was true. Wells said he had been thinking about it for a long time. They would come back, but first they would help them recover. Besides, he wanted him to think about something. The elf looked at him in surprise. Of Eurasia could establish diplomatic relations. He really wants to know the answer to his question. Vio asked in surprise what such relations with the village. Wells answered confidently that yes. The connection with the elves on this continent greatly raises the status of Eurasia as a kingdom. I bet Seratia itself wants this. The elf exhaled and replied that he could try to convince the others. He asked the boy with interest that he thought it was a good idea, however. Balls asked what he was talking about. Vio replied that if they established diplomatic relations and Oris found out about it, he might think they were related to Feel and attack them. Veals looked at him in shock. He said it was true. Vals thought he was right if they made a pact now. There was a high probability that the fake AASE would attack Eurasia using Eurasia. Wells awkwardly said that he was asking for forgiveness. It was rash. They should forget. Vio smiled and said, "Well, cooperation sounds great. They cannot hide it for now." The guy asked what kind of cooperation. Beale broke the piece of wood he picked up earlier and shouted that it was true. He looked at Seratia and thought, she has talent. but she only started seriously practicing magic recently. The guy continued to say that magic must be poorly developed in the kingdom of Eurasia, so why not send elves there as teachers? Wells asked in surprise that it was possible. Vio smiled and said, "Sure, they will do that, and the enemy won't know. Eurasia will become a magically advanced kingdom, which will be just amazing." The elf flew up to Seratia and shouted that besides that, he himself wanted to get Seratia as far as she could go. The girl screamed in fear. What was he doing? Wells said that this was his true intention. Wells added that as long as the fake arse doesn't know this, and they cooperate with them, so be it. It's perfect for training Seratia. Well, now. Mariel ran up and screamed that she needed Vio. The elf turned and asked in surprise what the rush was, what had happened. Mariel replied that there was urgent news. Vio asked what was urgent, what had happened. The girl screamed excitedly that one of the 4 great dragons had been defeated. Vio looked at her happily, and Seratia screamed in shock that the 4 great dragons, whose power was comparable to Gratio. Wells looked at the elf in surprise. Mariel said that the victorious dragon was Avaritia. Like greed itself, the dragon plays with its prey before eating it. Like Garrity, it is a natural enemy of man. Seratia joyfully shouted that it was simply wonderful that such a dangerous dragon had been defeated, and now humanity had one less enemy. That was so great. The girl looked at her quiet friends and asked why they weren't happy. Wells said that the problem wasn't that he lost, but something else, right? Mariel answered tensely that yes. The one who defeated Avaritia was not an elf or even a human. The one who defeated him was someone else. The one who recently attacked their village was one of the 4 great dragons, Eurasia. They entered a strange place. Vio walked forward and said that this place was the first thing the elves built when they came here. Seratia said that it was no wonder it was so old. Feel shouted at her not to say such things. Vio replied with a smile that for the elves it was an important historical building where only serious issues were resolved. Well, it seemed like everyone was here. They must discuss everything, namely Eurasia's victory over Avariti. Keith sternly told Vio to stop. Why are there people here? He doesn't know them. The elf looked very annoyed to see so many people in their hidden place. Vio smiled and waved his hands. He happily told Keith that they had saved Rediel, so he accepted them. This guy had saved him single-handedly, even if he was the only one present. Keith looked at Seratia and said that he didn't remember acknowledging the girl. She screamed furiously, "How dare you treat her like that? He is here because Vio called her." The elf shouted that everything was right. Vio added that he also decided to train Seratia, so now she is his student. Seratia shouted that she is his student, so she will stay here. She stopped and looked ahead in shock. She turned sharply towards Wells and asked him what he was saying. She couldn't believe it. He said he hadn't told her yet, but that was it. Seratia asked excitedly that he hadn't even asked her. He said that they would talk about it when they rebuilt the village. If he became her teacher, he could only teach her the water element. It would be better if Vio taught her everything. Wells added with a smile that he was also going to send magic teachers to Eurasia. So they killed 2 birds with 1 stone, train her and develop the country. He asks for forgiveness for speaking only now, when everyone was suddenly gathered. Seratia answered sheepishly, "Well, he really isn't a very good teacher. He's always on his own mind and hides a lot. It would probably be more effective to study with Vio." Wells asked what that meant. Seratia looked awkwardly at the guy and said that she understood everything. Thank him for that. Vio shouted happily that that's how things are. Now Keith knows. They can return to the topic. Vio said loudly that the dragon of greed, Avaritia, had been defeated by another of the 4 great dragons, the dragon of gluttony, Seratia. He thought it was quite dangerous. Holber answered tensely that it was dangerous. Seratia, who had defeated another dragon, was indeed dangerous, but didn't that mean that there was one less threat in the world? Mariel said that she agreed with Holbert. If he could defeat the sloth dragon, Ignaus, and the wrath dragon, Ero, she would be grateful to him. Vio asked with a smile that it was true. The girl asked that she didn't think that the controller Seratia killed Avaritia for good reasons. He had attacked the village after all. Vio replied that there must be another reason for attacking the dragon. Vio looked at the boy and asked what Vals thought. He closed his eyes and confidently answered that it was true. He thought Vio was right. Holber looked at him in shock. Keith sternly asked him to explain what he meant. Did that mean Vio's words weren't just guesses? Wells said with a smile that it was. He carefully studied the alchemical dolls and realized something. Wells went on to say that the source of such a doll's power is derived from food. If Duratio was created in a similar way, it can be assumed that the source of his power is the same. The guy added that, however, for such a huge body, ordinary food would not be enough. Then someone whose strength is comparable to 4 great dragons is needed. Mariel screamed, "What does it mean?" Wells confidently answered that yes. He did not defeat Avarisha. Duratio attacked him to gain enormous magical power, and then simply ate him. That's how it happened. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Wells said that Duratio, who fought with Avarisha, received his power. Now he has become much stronger. If he absorbed the remaining 2, Vio interrupted him and said loudly that Duratio would become invincible. He looked at the boy that even Ars Ditlin would not be able to subdue him, yes. The boy looked at him tensely. Seratia excitedly shouted that without attribute magic, it would still work. It would still be an alchemical doll. She was right. Wells looked at her and replied that it might work now, but rumors about zombie goblins and their movements in Cassandra were bound to spread. The enemies would take action soon. Vio said it wasn't over yet. If magic like memory reading were to develop, they would have no problem creating a doll that was completely independent. Obviously, reading the memory every time to make the doll work is inefficient. Vio laughed loudly and shouted that it was just his guess. Seratia shouted loudly that it was not funny. If someone made such a doll, the world would be in chaos. Wells said that they did not know the purpose of the dolls. He did not think they could improve it so easily. The guy added that if something like that happened, they would have nothing to respond with. In addition, if they were allowed to create a being whose strength exceeded the 4 great dragons, they would be unable to do anything, and they would dominate humanity. Wells exhaled and said that this was why now was their only chance. The guy suddenly stood up from the table and shouted loudly that they would defeat the 4 dragons before the former Aes did. Everyone looked at him in shock and screamed loudly. Keith looked at Wells with hatred and distrust. Suddenly, they heard a loud laugh from Vio. Everyone looked awkwardly at the elf who laughed at such an inopportune moment. Vio said that he couldn't believe he said something like that. He meant that he was going to defeat them. Vio looked at him intently and then said that he was indeed an interesting person. Mariel jumped up and shouted loudly for him to stop joking. The girl continued to shout that Wells knew absolutely nothing. The 4 great dragons were comparable to a natural disaster. He was greatly underestimating them. She added that now their village. Radiel interrupted her and said that he agreed with him. If left as is, he will continue to become stronger. The girl looked at him worriedly. Holbert said that he was not very happy to agree with the man's opinion either, but they had to do something about the dragons. Vio shouted happily, which sounds fun. He is with them. Wells said they could sum it up. Now, to stop Ars's plans, they would defeat one of the dragons before he did. That was their first objective. If they angered him, he would stop at nothing. The very embodiment of rage. Wells looked at his friends and said furiously, "The dragon of Era's wrath." Keith looked at him. The next target was a dragon capable of wiping out an entire nation. Vio asked that he wanted to defeat Eru. He decided to start with a dragon, which would destroy the surrounding areas if necessary. He is truly a remarkable person. Elf added that Radael, Holber, and he agreed with Wells. They would assume that everyone else had come to the same conclusion. Kit said confidently that he was against it. Radiel shouted excitedly for Keith to listen to him. Wells had routed Volmus's army. He might as well trust him. The man didn't understand why he was against it. Keith replied that they owed him a debt, but that saving him was just an excuse for them to stay here. There was no reason to mess with them anymore. Vio should think about them too. They were outnumbered and exhausted. The elf added furiously that if they agreed, it would mean that they had united with them. Radiel shouted that he was overreacting. Wells said he was. The elf asked, surprised, what Wells was doing. Wells said confidently that the elves were not going to help. That was their unanimous opinion. He had not expected to receive their support from the very beginning. Keith asked what he was talking about. The guy said loudly that they would defeat Era. No, he would conquer her. Feel and Radiel looked at him in shock. The elf shouted that he wanted to do it alone, in his right mind. Seratia looked at him worriedly. Wells replied that yes, since it was him. Seratia confidently said that she was against it. In the past, she had no idea how scary the 4 great dragons were. Even for him, it would be dangerous to go alone. Wels shouted excitedly what Seratia was doing. Feel shouted that she was going with him, too. Radiel shouted that Feel was too. The girl was confident in her decision. Radiel continued to shout what she had just said. Feel said that he wanted to put everything on him. She was not saying that they had to, but at least they should not hold him back. She was not a child anymore. Her father should understand that. The girl looked at him and screamed furiously that if he felt he wasn't ready, he just needed to get stronger. She was going with them. Radiel looked at him worriedly and Keith laughed. The elf said that even though he was talking about defeating Era, it seems that even Feel doesn't trust him. The humans decided to challenge the 4 great dragons. How reckless. Theo said with a smile that he wouldn't say that, as an example of how something like this is entirely possible. Besides, Wels can't go alone. Keith asked tensely, because he's not going with them. The elf laughed and shouted, "What is he saying?" He is not interested in defeating Era. What he is interested in is Seratia and Feel too. Also fascinating is their development as he trains them. They can fight with Wels. He looked at his friends and asked what about it. Radiel replied that he understood. Keith said nothing. Wels replied that it was fine. He would leave the training of Seratia and Feel to him, and he would train Nea. Vio stood up and said happily that it was decided. Since Geratio got energy from food, like other alchemical dolls, it would take him some time to fully absorb Eurasia. I wonder if he sleeps after lunch, like humans. Vals confidently answered that yes, they had a month before he woke up. He thought hard that Arsa would wait for him. He would interfere with his plans. They would defeat Erza. The kingdom of Solon stands by the sea. The king of this kingdom asked that the report was finished. He spoke loudly that it was clear. He asks Borg to look up. The guy said that, according to rumors, Eurasia was defeated. Borg said that's right. That's what they'll do. The king looked away from him and thought about something. His name is Victor Vryberg, king of Salon. Borg said that, moreover, it seems that Serivandel is recruiting adventurers to defeat the Age. Victor slammed his fist on his hand and joyfully shouted that it was decided he would go too. Borg asked in shock what he was saying now. The king said that the Eastern Garlits, Western Solon, and others were only feared during his father's reign. Victor continued to say that people do not recognize that he took up his position 6 years ago, when he was only 13. There are fewer and fewer contenders for positions in governance. They are becoming weaker every year. Whether they can be called a great power. The king raised his cup and shouted with a smile that this was their chance, the perfect time to raise Solon from his knees. Unfortunately, Sir Rivendell, an ambitious noble seeking the throne, beat them to it. But they will unite to defeat Era. Borg shouted excitedly that His Majesty had stopped. His job was to run the country. The guy said he wanted to go on an adventure under the crown system, which meant leaving the country. Victor put down his mug and replied that he had not yet done anything as king. What could a ruler be like who only followed his father's policies? If everything remained as it was, sooner or later the country would fall into decline. He added that it was similar to the kingdom of Garlits. Borg said that, after all, conquering a dragon was no game to him. Even with the strength of their army, it was impossible to stand against the 4 great dragons. The king replied that he had always known that they could not win. Victor shouted loudly that the kingdom of Solon would welcome the people who defeated Ero. Borg looked at him and thought, this is impossible. No one can defeat 4 dragons. He continued to reason that in order to accomplish the feat that His Majesty spoke of, at least one group would have to deal with the dragon, and that it would not belong to another country. The king told him not to worry. Victor came to the window and said, "Believe in God Edina." At the very moment when Solon needs to be raised from its knees, Eurasia was defeated, and the adventurers are about to defeat Eru. I am sure this is the work of God. The king said that he heard the kingdoms of Volmus in the north are in confusion, the fallen kingdom of Garlits too, and now theirs. Feels like the world is beginning to crumble. That's why the one who defeats Eru. Victor shouted loudly that he would be on top of the world. He began to reason that after the victory over Eurasia, the world began to move. Some perform feats. Some occupy the desired position. Someone wants to stop the plans of their enemy. Even if they have different intentions, the goal is the same. The dragon in his cave began to open his eyes. We must defeat Era. This is the beginning. Wels and Nea fought each other fiercely. Wels quickly ran away from the girl who suddenly disappeared to attack. He noticed a quick movement. She activated her magic power and struck the boy. Wels managed to block her blow with his sword. Nea's blow was so strong that it split the earth into several pieces. Wels said it was a good try, though. He swung his leg and hit the girl with all his might, who flew to the side but managed to stay on her feet. The guy said that after the attack her defense weakened. She gave the enemy the opportunity to counterattack. Nea said discontentedly that this was bad luck. She understood. Wels said that they could finish for today. The girl screamed furiously that no, she could still fight. Vio appeared and screamed loudly. Val said with displeasure that this was another sudden appearance. He asked with interest what was going on with Seratia and Fiel's training. Vio jumped down from the tree and shouted joyfully that they were already finished. They had worked through all the planned second-tier magic. The elf added with a smile that he had expected that they were very capable. He had even taught them something special. Vals asked what he had told them about the basics of defensive magic. Vio laughed and said that of course he had trained them well. Not only did Seratia have good potential, she was also enthusiastic, which certainly pleased him. Wels said that was understandable. He asked excitedly why he was here. He came to tell something. Vio scratched his head to remember. Suddenly, he shouted loudly that he had already forgotten. The elf said with a smile that Mariel had brought more news. It seemed that adventurers were gathering in the kingdom of Seolan to defeat the dragon Era. Wels asked tensely, "What's in Solon? Why now?" He knows Era's behavior. Vio replied that they had to be as careful as possible with the dragon. If they risked it, they would have to win. And if they angered it, the surrounding islands and the sea would be in danger. The guy added that, since he knows this, he is already preparing for such a large-scale operation. However, a large number of people does not guarantee victory. It is necessary to get the upper hand over him before he destroys everything around. Nea excitedly cried out that she was not ready yet. Wels replied that he apologized, but there was no time. Besides, the pace of training was already high. She said it was clear, but she wasn't good enough. Wels said that everything was fine. He couldn't even imagine that in such a short period of time she had succeeded so much. Soon she would see for herself how much she had grown. Nea shouted that it was good. They came to the shore of the sea. Vals asked that everyone was ready. Then they went straight to the dragon's lair, the Belposo volcano. Their goal was still to defeat Era. Seratia excitedly asked what about sending the mages to Eurasia. Wels replied that they had decided everything before the training began. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy said that Gardo and Rigel, who were used to people, acted as messengers. Together with the Benanash team waiting on the shore, they went to Eurasia. Seratia said that the boy remembered how he approached Benatash and said that he really wanted to ask her. The girl screamed that she could provide it to her. Benatash replied that she thanked her for that. Seratia said that was great. Nea replied that she was subordinate to Wels and was simply following his orders. Wels said that if you say that, then they were all subordinate to Seratia. Seratia pointed to the sea and shouted excitedly, "Well, how will they go out to sea?" They came on a pirate ship, but they don't have one anymore. Vio smiled when he heard her words. The elf said that there was no need to worry. Their ship was here. He grabbed the invisible fabric and quickly removed it. Everyone saw a large ship, but it looked very old. Seratia shouted that it was cool. He was hiding it. Nea asked that he had no sails. How would they sail? He replied that the elven ships move with the help of magic. They already have a helmsman. They are left with the position of subordinates. Vio smiled and told Wels that that was all they could do. The rest was up to him. Wels climbed onto the ship and shouted that it was fine. He could rely on him. Wels looked at him and said confidently that they would defeat Eru. He shouted loudly that the magic power had been replenished. They were leaving. The ship was filled with magic and moved forward. The elves wailed after them. Wels looked at the sky and said excitedly that the fog was getting thicker. He asked Fiel if the characteristic feature of the Dragon of Wrath, as the name suggests, is only rage. Fiel said yes. No one has been able to defeat him in the last 200 years. He has tough skin and high physical strength. He probably still specializes in close combat. Val said everything was as he remembered. She happily said another shared memory. Seratia happily shouted that they would be arriving soon. It would be fun. Vals could see how her power had changed. She looked very proud and happy. Wells said he hoped she wouldn't throw up this time. The girl said of course she would, because she had become stronger. She could do second-tier magic with her eyes closed. She said it would be like she had opened them before. Wells said it was great that she was motivated, but they didn't need to kill Ira. She asked why. He replied that if news of the victory over the dragon became known, Eurasia would be on everyone's lips. He continued to say that it would be good if the dragon was defeated by other adventurers. The fake Ross wouldn't recognize them either. The main thing is that it would interfere with his plan. She asked that if they defeated Aru, no one would know. He said that was true. Seratia screamed in disappointment. What does that mean she worked so hard, but she won't be able to show him the result? Naya screamed excitedly, what's wrong with Seratia? Shiel said that no matter what, because of the fog, nothing can be seen. Even if they are already there, it is strange. Wells answered that yes, and the air is heavy. Wells said that because of the fog, detecting magic is also barely helpful. So, he will use magic element transformation. Wells released a large amount of energy. The guy wondered what kind of magical element it was. The stagnant air seemed to be mixed with something heavy. Most likely it was Era. He shouted to Field to blow away the fog with the wind. She replied that it was fine. She waved her arms and raised a strong wind, which quickly dispersed the fog. They saw a large volcano with black smoke coming out of it. They reached the right place. Everyone looked at the volcano in shock. Seratia screamed that the island had been in front of them all along. Nia replied that they were so close, but she didn't feel anything. Field said that the magical elements in the fog felt the same as on top of the volcano. Wells said that one of the 4 great dragons that no one could defeat in 200 years. There's a good chance he has abilities that aren't written about in books. They have to tell the others. They're landing.